Section 1 of Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jim Pierson-Perry. Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring by Winifred Hawkridge Dixon. Section 1, Westward Ho. Toby's real name is Catherine. Her grandmother was a poet, her father is a scientist, and she is an artist. She is called Toby for Uncle Jonas's dog, who had the habit, on being kicked out of the door, of running down the steps with a cheerful bark and a wagging tail, as if he had left entirely of his own accord. There is no fact, however circumstantially incriminating, which this young doctrinaire cannot turn into the most potent justification for what she has done or wishes to do. And when she gets to the tail-wagging stage, regardless of how recently the bang of the front door has echoed in our ears, she wags with the charm of the artist, the logical precision of the scientist, and the ardor of the poet, even when she ran the car into the creek at Namby. At the outset, we did not plan to make the journey by automobile. Our destination was uncertain. We planned to drift, to sketch and write when the spirit moved. But drifting by railroad in the West implies timetables, crowded trains, boudoir-capped matrons, crying babies and the smell of bananas, long waits and anxiety over reservations. Traveling by auto seemed luxurious in comparison and would save railroad fares, annoyance, and time. We pictured ourselves bowling smoothly along in the open air, in contrast with the stifling train. We previsioned no delays, no breakdowns, no dangers. We saw New Mexico and Arizona a motorist's heaven, paved with asphalt and running streams of gasoline. An optimist is always like that, and two are 20 times so. I was half owner of a Cadillac 8 with a rakish hood and a matronly tonneau. Its front was intimidating, its rear reassuring. The owner of the other half was safely in France. At the time, which half belonged to which had not been discussed. It is now a burning question. I figure that the springs, the dustpan, the paint, mudguards, and tires constituted her share, with a few bushings and nuts thrown in for good measure. But having acquired a mercenary disposition in France, she differs from me. What I knew of the bowels of a car had been gained not from systematic research, but bitter experience with mutinous parts in 10 years' progress through 2, 4, 6, and finally 8-cylinder motors of widely varying temperaments. I had taken no course in mechanics and had, and still have, a way of confusing the differential with the transmission, but I love to tinker. In the old 2-cylinder days, when the carburetor flooded, I would weigh it down with a few pebbles and a hairpin, and when the feed became too scanty, I would take the hairpin out and leave the pebbles in. I had a smattering knowledge of all the deviltry, defective batteries, leaky radiators, frozen steering wheels, cranky generators, wrongly hung springs, stripped gears, and slipping clutches can perpetrate, but those parts which commonly behave themselves I left severely alone. Toby could not drive, but a few lessons made her an apt pupil. She paid her money to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for a license, and one sparkling evening in early February, we started for Springfield. We were to cover 13,000 miles before we saw Boston again, 11,000 by motor, and the rest by steamship and horseback. As I threw in the clutch, we heard a woman's voice calling after us. It was Toby's mother, and what she said was, "Don't drive at night." In New York, we made the acquaintance of a map, which later was to become thumbed, torn, and soiled. A delightful map it was, furnished by the AAA, with an index specially prepared for us of every Indian reservation, natural marvel, scenic and historical spot along the ridgepole of the Rockies, from Mexico to Canada. Who could read the intriguing list of names? Needles, Flagstaff, Moab, Skull Valley, Keams Canyon, Fort Apache, Tombstone, Rodeo, Kalispell, Lost Cabin, Hachita, Rosebud, Roundup, Buckeye, Ten Sleep, Bowie and Bluff, Winnemucca, and stop at home in Boston. We were bent on discovering whether they lived up to their names, whether Skull Valley was a scattered outpost of the desert with mysterious night riders, stampeding steer, gold seekers, cattle thieves, and painted ladies, or had achieved virtue in a Rexall drugstore, a Harvey lunchroom, a jazz parlor, a chamber of commerce, an Elks Hall, and a 3-story granite post office donated by a grateful administration. Which glory is now Skull Valley's, we do not yet know, but depend on it, it is either one or the other. The old movie life of the frontier is not obsolete, only obsolescent, provided one knows where to look. But the day after it vanishes, a thriving city has arrived at adolescence, and Franks and Bills have placed a liveried black at their doors and provided the ladies' parlor upstairs with 3 kinds of rouge. It was love at first sight, our map and us. Pima and Maricopa Indians, Zuni and Laguna Pueblos, the Rainbow Bridge and Havasupai Canyon beckoned to us and hinted their mysteries. Our itinerary widened until it included vaguely everything there was to see. We made only one reservation. We would not visit California. California was the West dehorned. It possessed climate, boulevards, and conveniences, but it also possessed sand fleas and native sons. It was a little thing which caused us to make this decision, but epical. At the San Francisco Exposition, I had seen a long procession of native sons, dressed in their native gold, a procession thousands strong. Knowing what one native son can do when he begins on his favorite topic of conversation, we dared not trust ourselves to an army of them, an army militant. What we planned to do was harder and less usual. We would follow the old trails, immigrant trails, cattle trails, traders' routes, mountain roads which a long procession of cliff dwellers, Spanish friars, gold seekers, Apache marauders, prospectors, Mormons, and scouts had trod in 5 centuries and left as they found them, mere footprints in the dust. The Southwest has been explored afoot and on horse by prairie schooners, burro, and locomotive. The modern pioneer rattles his weather-beaten flivver on business between Gallup and Santa Fe, Tucson, and El Paso, and thinks nothing of it. But the country is still new to the motoring tourist. Because a car must have the attributes of a hurdler and a tightrope walker, be amphibious and foolproof, have a beagle's nose for half-obliterated tracks, thrill to the tug of sand and mud, and own a constitution strong enough to withstand all experiments of provincial garage men, few merciful car owners will put it through the supreme agony. Had not the roads looked so smooth on the map, we wouldn't have tried them ourselves. And then in New York, we met another optimist, and 2 and 1 make 3. It was not long afterward, when we met the roads he described as passable, that we discovered he was an optimist. He had motored through every section of the West and paid us the compliment of believing we could do the same. When he presented us with our elaborate and beautiful itinerary, he asked no questions about our skill and courage. He told us to buy an axe and a shovel and carry a rope. A tent he advised as well, and such babes in the woods were we, the idea had not occurred to us. "And carry a pistol?" asked Toby eagerly. "Never. You will be as safe or safer than you are in New York City." Toby was disappointed, but I heard him with relief. By nature gun-shy, I have seen too many war dramas not to know that a pistol never shoots the person originally aimed at. The procedure never varies. A pulls a gun, points it at B. B, unflinching, engages A in light conversation. Diverted, A absent-mindedly puts down the gun, which B picks up, shooting to kill. I realized that as B, my chances were better than as A, for while I would surely fall under the spell of a Western outlaw's quaint humor and racy diction, and thus hand over the weapon into his keeping, the chances were that he might be equally undermined by our Boston R's and the appeal to his rough Western chivalry, which we intended to make. Toby held out for an ammonia pistol. We did debate this for a while, but in the excitement of buying our tent, we forgot the pistol entirely. Our optimist directed us to a nearby sports goods shop, recommending us to the care of a certain Reggie, who, he guaranteed, would not try to sell us the entire store. Confidently, we sought the place. A paradise where elkskin boots, fleecy mufflers, sleeping bags, leather coats, pink hunting habits, and folding stoves lure the very pocketbooks out of one's hands. We asked for Mr. Reggie, who did not look as Italian as his name. He proved a sympathetic guide, steering us to the camping department. He restrained himself from selling the most expensive outfits he had. At the price of a fascinating morning and $50-odd, we parted from him owners of a silk tent, mosquito and snake-proof, which folded into an infinitesimal canvas bag, a tin lantern which folded flat, a tin biscuit baker which collapsed into nothing, a nest of cooking and eating utensils which folded and fitted into one 2-gallon pail, a can opener, a hunting knife, doomed to be our most cherished treasure, a flashlight, 6 giant safety pins, and a folding stove. The charm of an article which collapses and becomes something else than it seems, I cannot analyze nor resist. Others feel it too. I know a man who once stopped a South American revolution by stepping into the plaza and opening and shutting his opera hat. Only one incident marred our satisfaction with the morning's work. We discovered, on saying farewell to Reggie, that we had been calling him by his first name. End section 1.
Section 2 of Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring by Winifred Hawkridge Dixon. From New York to Antoine's. There were, we found, 3 ways to transport an automobile from New York to Texas: to drive it ourselves and become mired in southern gumbo, to ship it by rail and become bankrupt while waiting weeks for delivery, or, cheaper and altogether more satisfactory, to send it by freight steamer to Galveston. By this means we avoided the need of crating our lumbering vehicle. We also could calculate definitely its date of arrival, and by taking a passenger boat to New Orleans and going thence by rail to be at the port to meet it. Our baggage we stowed in a peculiarly shaped auto trunk, containing 5 peculiarly shaped suitcases, trapezoids all, not a parallel piped among them. Made to fit an earlier car, in its day it had been the laughingstock of all the porters in Europe. Too bulky to be strapped outside, it was to become a mysterious occupant of the tonneau, exciting much speculation and comment. It was to be the means of our being taken for Salvation lassies with the parlor organ, bootleggers, spiritualists with the omnipresent cabinet, showgirls, or lady shirtwaist drummers, according to the imagination of the beholder. But it never was aught but a nuisance. Whatever we needed always reposed in the bottommost suitcase, and rather than dig down we did without. Next time I shall know better. A 3-piece khaki suit, composed of breeches, short skirt, split front and back, and many-pocketed Norfolk coat worn with knee-high elk boots, does for daily wear in camping, riding, or driving. It sheds rain, heat, and cold, does not wrinkle when slept in, and only mellows with successive accumulations of dirt. For dress occasions, a dark jersey coat and skirt, wool stockings, and low oxfords is magnificence itself. A heavy and a light sweater, 2 flannel and a half dozen cotton or linen shirts, and sufficient plain underwear suffice for a year's knockabout. Add to this a simple afternoon frock of non-wrinkling material, preferably black, and no event finds you unprepared. Our trunk made us trouble from the start. The administration had given us to understand we might ship it with the car, but at the last moment this was prevented by a constitutional amendment. Accordingly, an hour before our boat left, we took the trunk to the line on which we were to travel and shipped it as personal baggage. It was only the first of many experiences which persuaded us to adopt the frontiersmen's motto, "Pack light." Every true yarn of adventure should begin with a sea voyage. The wharves with their heaped cargoes tying together the 4 ends of the world, the hoisting of the gangplank, the steamer flirtations, the daily soundings, the eternal schools of porpoises, the menus with their ensuing delusionments, and above all, the funny passengers, each a drollery to all the others. All these commonplaces of voyage are invested by the mighty sea with its own importance and mystery. On board, besides ourselves, were some very funny people, and some merely funny. A swarthy family of Spaniards next us passed through all the successive shades of yellow and green, but throughout they were gay, eating oranges and chanting pretty little Castilian folk songs. At table sat a man wearing a black and white striped shirt of the variety known as boiled, a black and white striped collar of a different pattern, and a bright blue necktie, thickly studded with daisies and asterisks. He looked otherwise like a burglar without his jimmy, especially when we saw him by moonlight glowering prognathously through a porthole. He turned out to be only a playwright and journalist with a specialty for handing out misinformation on a different subject each meal. The stout lady, the flirtatious purser, why is he of all classes of men the most amorous? The bounder, the bride and groom, the flappers of both sexes, the drummer, the motherly stewardess, and the sardonic steward were all present. And why does the sight of digestive anguish bring out the maternal in the female and only profanity in the male? Our plump English stewardess cooed over us, helpless in upper and lower berths. Our steward always rocked with silent mirth and muttered, "My God!" Our own stout lady was particularly rare. She appeared coquettishly the first calm day off Florida, in a pink gingham dress, a large black rosary draped prominently upon her, which did not much heighten her resemblance to a Mother Superior, owing to her wearing an embroidered Chinese kimono and a monkey coat over it, and flirting so gaily with the boys. On the Galveston train later, we heard her say helplessly, "Porter, my trunk is following me to Galveston. How shall I stop it?" She could have stopped an express van merely by standing in front of it, but we did not suggest this remedy. The picture of a docile Saratoga lumbering doggedly at her rear was too much for words. As to the purser, we left him severely alone. We did not feel we could flirt with him in the style to which he had been accustomed. The last night of the voyage, when the clear bright green of the Gulf of Mexico gave place to the turbulent coffee color of the Mississippi, our stewardess knocked. "On account of the river, miss, we don't bathe tonight." It was a small tragedy for us. Earlier in the voyage we could not bear to see the water sliding up and down in the tub. So much else was sliding up and down. It was on one of those days that the stewardess informed us there were 27 ladies sick on this deck, to say nothing of 24 below, and asked us how we would like a little piece of bacon. We firmly refused the bacon, but the Gilbertian lilt of her remark inspired us to composing a ballad with the refrain, "27 seasick ladies we." The river, which deprived us of our baths, presented at 5 next morning a bleak and sluggish appearance. I missed Simon Legree and the niggers singing plantation melodies, but it may have been too early in the day. Most picturesque, busy, low-lying river it was, nevertheless, banked with shipyards, newly built wharves, coaling stations, elevators, steamship docks, evidences to a provincial northerner that the South, wakened perhaps by the Great War, has waited for none, but has forged ahead bent on her own development, achieving her independence, this time an economic independence. To the insular Manhattanite, who thinks of New York as the eastern gate of this country and San Francisco as the western, the self-sufficiency, the bustle, and the cosmopolitanism of the Mississippi's delta land, even seen through a 6 a.m. drizzle, gives a surprising jolt. 6 months later we were to cross the Mississippi near the headwaters, not many miles from Canada. More lovely, there at the north, its broad, clear, placid waters, shadowed by green forests and high bluffs, it invites for a voyage of discovery. On both banks of the river, whose forgotten raft and steamboat life Mark Twain made famous, are now being built concrete boulevards, designed to bisect the country from Canada to the Gulf. Huck Finns of the near future will be able to explore this great artery through what is now perhaps the least known and least accessible region of the country. New Orleans, those who knew it 20 or 40 years ago will tell you, has become modern and ugly, has lost its atmosphere. Drive through the newer and more pretentious outskirts, and you will believe all you are told. You will see the usual southwestern broad boulevard, pointed with staccato palmettos, but otherwise arid of verdure, bordered with large, hideous mansions which completely overpower an occasional gem of low verandaed loveliness, relic of happier days. For such grandeur the driver of our jitney, undoubtedly the one used by General Jackson during his defense of the city, had an infallible instinct. I don't think he missed one atrocity during the whole morning's drive. Yet we passed one quite charming, colored dwelling, a low rambling cottage covered with vines proudly made of glittering, silvery tin. But in the old French or Creole quarters you find all the storied charm of the city intact, a bit of Italy, of old Spain, of the milder and sunnier parts of France, jumbled together with the romance of the West Indies. In the cobbled narrow pavements, down which mule teams still clatter more often than motors, the mellow old houses with iron balconies beautifully wrought, broad verandas, pink, green, or orange plastered walls, peeling to show the red brick underneath, shady courtyards, high walled with fountains and stone cupids, glimpsed through low arched doorways, markets like those of Cannes and Avignon, piled with luscious fruits, crawfish, crates of live hens, strings of onions, and barrels of huge oysters. Oh, the oysters of New Orleans! Here lies the fascination of the town. Set down close to the wharves is this jumble of old streets, so close that the funnels of docked tramps mingle with the shop chimneys. From the wharves drift smells of the sea and sea commerce, to join the smells of the old town. It is a subtle blend of peanuts, coffee, cooked food, garlic, poultry, a raw, pungent, bracing odor, inclining one to thoughts of eating. And just around the corner is Antoine's. Eating. There should be a word coined to distinguish ordinary eating from eating at Antoine's. The building is modest and the lettering plain, as befits the dignity of the place. The interior, plainly finished and lined with mirrors, resembles any one of 500 unnoteworthy restaurants whose business New York eats to get filled. There the resemblance stops. A sparkle, restrained and sober withal, rests on the mirrors, the glasses, and the silver. The floors and woodwork have a well scrubbed look. The linen is carefully looked after, the china businesslike, everything decent, adequate, spotless. Nothing to catch the eye. It is not visual aestheticism which lures us here, or causes the millionaire Manhattanite to order his private car to take him to Antoine's for 1 hour of bliss. Antoine is an interior decorator of subtler but more potent distinction, and I would go even farther than that New York multimillionaire whose name spells Aladdin to Americans. For such a meal as Antoine served us that morning, I would travel the same distance in one of those wife-killing contrivances which are the bane of every self-respecting motorist. The waiters at Antoine's are not hit or miss riffraff sent up by a waiter's employment bureau. They are grandfatherly courtiers who make you feel that the responsibility for your digestion lies in their hands, and for the good name of the house in yours. Old New Orleans knows them by name and recognizes the special dignity of their priesthood with the air of saluting equals. Their life work is your pleasure, the procuring of your inner contentment. You could trust your family's honor to them, or the ordering of your meal. Only at Antoine's and in the pages of Leonard Merrick does one find such servitors. We accepted our Joseph's suggestion that we allow him to bring us some of the specialties of the house. It was a wise decision, from the prelude of oysters Rockefeller, seared in a hot oven with a sauce of chives, butter, and crumbs, to the benediction of café brûlot. Between came a marvel of a fish covered with Creole sauce, a sublimated chicken à la king, a salad, and a sweet, all nicely proportioned to each other, but their memory was crowned by the café brûlot. In came Joseph, like all three kings of Egypt, bearing a tall silver dish on a silver platter. The platter contained blazing brandy, the dish orange peel, lemon peel, cloves, cinnamon stick, 4 lumps of sugar, and 2 spoonfuls of brandy. Joseph stirred them up into a melted nectar, then with a long silver ladle and the manner of a Vestal Virgin, swept the blazing brandy into the mixture above and stood like a benevolent demon over the flame. An underling brought a pot of black coffee, which was added little by little to the fiery mixture and stirred. Finally, it was ladled into 2 small glasses. We swam in Swinburnian bliss. We paid our bill and departed to a new New Orleans, where the second-hand stores were filled with genuine priceless antiques, the pavings easy on our weary feet, the skies, as a meteorologist in the popular song observed, raining violets and daffodils. Mr. Volstead never tasted café brûlot. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring by Winifred Hawkridge Dixon. A Long Ways from Home. 2 days of downpour greeted us at Galveston while we waited for our car to arrive. It was the climax of 3 months of rain which had followed 3 droughty years. The storm swept waves and spray over the breakwater toward the frame town, which has sprung up hopefully after twice being devoured by the sea monster. A city of khaki tents dripped mournfully under the drenching wet sentries paced the coastline and looked suspiciously at 2 ladies, all women are ladies in Texas, who cared to fight their way along the seawall against such a gale. Toby and I were bored when we were not eating Galveston's oysters. The city, pleasant enough under the sun, had its usual allotment of boulevards, bronze monuments, drugstores, bungalows of the modest and mansions of the local plutocrats, but it had not the atmosphere of New Orleans. We were soon to learn that regardless of size, beauty, or history, some towns have personality, others have as much personality as a reception room in a Methodist dormitory. Next day, news came that our boat had docked, and telephoning revealed that the car was safely landed. There are joys to telephoning in the South. Central is courteous and eager to please, and the voices of strangers with whom one does curt business at home become here so soft and winning that old friendships are immediately cemented. Repartee indulged in, and the receiver hung up with a feeling of regret. That is the kind of voice the agent for the Mallory line had. To be sure, it took us a day to get the car from the dock to the street, when it would have taken half an hour at home, but it was a day devoted to the finer shades of intercourse and good fellowship. I reached the dock half an hour before lunchtime. "Yes'm, the office is open, but I reckon you won't find any hands to move your car," was the accurate prediction of the official to whom I applied. "Pretty nearly lunchtime, you know." So I waited, filling in time by answering the guarded questions the watchman put to me. I was almost as fascinating an object of attention to him as his Bull Durham, though I must admit that when there was a conflict between us, I never won, except once when he asked where the car and I came from. Massachusetts? Bull Durham lost. A great idea struggled for expression. I could see him searching for the right, the inevitable word. I could see it born as triumph and amusement played over his features. Then caution, should he spring it all at once or save it for a climax? Nonchalantly, as if such epigrams were likely to occur to him any time, he got it off. "You're a long ways from home, ain't you?" With the air of saying something equally witty, I replied, "I surely am." Like, "When did you stop beating your wife?" his question was one of those which has all the repartee its own way. For 6 months we were to hear it several times daily, but it always came as a shock, and as if hypnotized we were never to alter our response. And it was so true. We were a long ways from home, further than we realized. At times we seemed so long that we wondered if we should ever see home again. But we were never too far to meet some man wittier than his fellows who defined our location accurately. After his diagnosis and my acceptance of it, further conversation became anticlimactic. The hands were still absent at lunch, so I followed their example and returning at 2, found them still at lunch. But at last the agent drifted in, and 3 or 4 interested and willing colored boys. Everybody was pleasant, nobody was hurried. We exchanged courtesies and signed papers, and after we really got down to business, in a surprisingly few minutes the car was rolled across the street by 5-man power, while I lolled behind the steering wheel like Cleopatra in her galley. At the doorway the agent halted me. "Massachusetts car?" he asked. "Yes, sir," said I. Were there to be complications? In a flash he countered, "Yo surely are a long ways from home." I laughed heartily and with rapier speed replied, "I surely am." They told us the road from Galveston to Houston, was good, none better. "Good shell road all the way, you'll make time on that road." This is a distinction between a Southerner and a Westerner. When the former tells you a road is good, he means that it once was good. When a Westerner tells you the same thing, he means that it is going to be good at some happy future date. In Texas, the West and South meet. We crossed the 3-mile causeway which Galveston built at an expense of $2 million to connect her island town with her mainland. On all sides of us, flatness like the flatness of the sea stretched to the horizon, and but for the horizon would have continued still further. The air was balmy as springtime in Italy. Meadowlarks perched fat and puffy on fence posts, dripping abrupt melodies which began and ended nowhere. The sky, washed with weeks of rain, had been dipped in bluing and hung over the earth to dry. After enduring gray northern skies, we were intoxicated with happiness. The happier I am, the faster I drive. The road of hard oyster shell we knew was good. They had told us we could make time on it, in so many words. 48 miles an hour is not technically fast, but seems fast when you suddenly descend into a hard-edged hole 1.5 feet deep. When we had separated ourselves from our baggage, we examined the springs. By a miracle, they were intact. In first gear, the car took a standing jump and emerged from the hole. For one of her staid, matronly build, she did very well at her first attempt. Later, she learned to leap boulders and skip lightly from precipice to precipice, as if we could have kept her in training 6 months longer. She could have walked out halfway on a tightrope, turned around, and got back safely to land. The holes increased rapidly until there was no spot in the road free from them. Our course resembled an earthworm's. Except for the holes, the road was all its sympathizers claimed for it. We maneuvered 2 partly washed-away bridges and came to a halt. Airplanes were soaring above us in every direction. We were passing Ellington Field, but the immediate cause of our halt was 2 soldiers who begged a lift to Houston. We were glad to oblige them, but after a hopeless glance at the tonneau piled high with baggage, they decided to ride on the running board. If the doughboy on the left had only been the doughboy on the right running board, this chapter would have been 2 days shorter. It was Friday, and we had 13 miles to go, and Friday and 13 make a bad combination. Toby chatted with her soldier, and I with mine, who was a mechanician at the flying field. It was a disappointment not to have him an aviator, though he admitted a mechanician's was a far weightier responsibility. Before the war, he had been a professional racer, had come in second in a championship race between San Francisco and Los Angeles, and gave such good reasons why he hadn't come in first that he seemed to have taken a mean advantage of the champion. 63 miles is about as fast as I've ever driven, I said in an offhand way. 63? That's not fast. When you get going 95 to 100, that's something like driving. This car, I explained, won't make more than 50. At 50, she vibrates till she rocks from side to side. He looked at the wheel hungrily. I bet I could bring her up to 75. Stung, I put my foot on the gas and the speedometer needle swung to the right. As we merged with the traffic of Houston, shell holes were left behind us and passing cars were taking advantage of a perfect concrete road. A Hudson with a Texas number passed us with a too insistent horn. The driver smiled scornfully and looked back, and his 3 children leaned out from the back to grin. And they were only going a miserable 30. The near champion looked impotently at the steering wheel and in agonized tones commanded, "Step on it!" The Hudson showed signs of fight and lured us through the traffic at a lively pace. My companion on the running board was dying of mortification. I knew how he itched to seize the wheel, and for his sake I redoubled my efforts. In a moment the impudent Hudson children ceased to leer from the back of their car and were pretending to admire the scenery on the other side. Then suddenly the Hudson lost all interest in the race. "Turn down the side street!" yelled my passenger frantically. I tried to turn, wondering, but the carburetor sputtered and died. I will say that it is almost a pleasure to be arrested in Texas. 2 merry motor cops smiled at us winsomely. There was sympathy, understanding, and good fellowship in their manner, no malice, yet firmness withal, which is the way I preferred to be handled by the police. As officers, they had to do their duty. As gentlemen, they regretted it. Toby, chatting about aviation with a man on her running board, was completely taken by surprise to hear, "Sorry, lady, but we'll just have to ask you all to come along with us." What an embarrassing position for our passengers. They had accepted our hospitality, egged us on to unlawful speed, and landed us in the courthouse, with payday weeks behind. Their chagrin deepened as their efforts to free us unlawfully went for naught. Our indulgent captors could not have regretted it more if we had been their own sisters, but they made it clear we must follow them. "You go ahead and I'll show her the way," suggested my tempter. That he had traveled the same road many, many times became evident to us. In fact, he confided that he had been arrested in every state in the Union, and his face was so well known in the Houston court that the judge had wearied of finding him, and now merely let him off with a rebuke. So, hoping our faces would have the same effect on the judge, we trustingly following his directions into town, our khaki-clad friends leading. "Turn off to the right here," said my guide. I turned, and in a flash the motorcycles wheeled back to us. Smiling as ever, our captors shook their heads warningly. "Now, lady, none of that. You follow right after us." Profusely, my guide protested he had merely meditated a shortcut to the station house. Elaborately, he explained the route he had intended to take. Poor chap, D'Artagnan himself could not have schemed more nimbly to rescue a lady from the Bastille. I saw how his madcap mind had visioned the quiet turn down the side street, the doubling on our tracks, the lightning change of himself into the driver's seat, a gray Cadillac streaking 90 miles an hour past the scattering populace of Houston, then breathless miles on into the safety of the plains, the ladies rescued, himself a hero. Instead, we tamely drew up before a little brick station house 2 blocks beyond. He did all he could, even offering to appear in court the next day and plead for us, but from what we now knew of his local record, it seemed wiser to meet the judge on our own merits. Our arrival caused a sensation. The police circles of Houston evidently did not every day see a Massachusetts car piled high with baggage, driven by 2 women, flanked by a soldier on each running board. When we entered the sheriff's office, every man in the room turned his back for a moment and shook with mirth. They led me to a wicket window with Toby staunchly behind. The sheriff, in shirt sleeves and suspenders, amiably pushed a bag of Bull Durham toward me. I started back at this unusual method of exchanging formalities. A policeman, also in shirt sleeves and suspenders, a twinkle concealed in his sweet southern drawl, explained. "The lady thought you meant them fixin's for her, Charlie, instead of that mean speed catcher." The sheriff took my name and address. "Massachusetts!" he exclaimed. Then, all of a sudden, he shot back at me. "You're a long ways from home." "I wish I were longer," I said. "Never mind, lady," he said, soothingly and caressingly. "You give me $20 now and tell the judge your story tomorrow, and seeing as how you're a stranger and a lady, he'll give it all back to you." On that understanding, I paid him $20. At 3 next afternoon, Toby and I sought the courthouse to get our $20 back as agreed. The anteroom was filled with smoke from a group of Houstonians whose lurking smiles seemed to promise indulgence. The judge was old and impassive, filmed with an absent-mindedness hard to penetrate, yet he too had a lurking grin which he bit off when he spoke. "You are charged with exceeding the speed limit at a rate of 45 miles an hour. "Your Honor, this was my first day in the state, and I hadn't learned your traffic laws." He looked over his spectacles. "You're from Massachusetts?" "Yes, sir." Toby and I waited in suspense. We saw a faint spark light the cold, filmed blue eye, spread to the corner of his grim mouth, while a look of benevolent anticipation rippled over his set countenance. It was coming. I got ready to say with a spontaneous laugh, "We surely are." And then he bit it off. "You know speeding is a very serious offense." I wouldn't have done it for the world, Your Honor, if I hadn't seen all the Texas cars going quite fast, so I thought you wouldn't mind if I did the same. I only arrived yesterday from Massachusetts. That's so. You're from Massachusetts? We waited hopefully, but again he bit it off. It's a mighty serious offense, but seeing as you're a stranger and a lady at that. His voice became indulgently reassuring. We felt we had done well to wait over a day and to trust Southern chivalry. Considering everything, I'll be easy on you. $20. His tone was so fatherly that I knew only gratitude for being saved from 2 months in a Texas dungeon. Thank you, Your Honor, I faltered. Outside, Toby looked at me in scorn. What did you thank him for? She asked. Whether it be contempt of court or no, I wish to state that subsequent inquiry among the hairdressers, hotel clerks, and garagemen of Houston revealed that a fine of such magnitude had never been imposed in the annals of the town. The usual sentence was a rebuke for first offenses, $2 for the second, and so on. The judge was right. I was a stranger. But what could you expect from a soul of granite who could resist such a mellowing, opportune, side-splitting bon mot? Could swallow it unsaid? I hope it choked him. End of section 3.
Chapter 4 of Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring by Winifred Hawkridge Dixon. Chivalry versus Gumbo. A guide who at the age of 12 had in disgust left his native state once epitomized it to me. Texas is a hell of a state, chock full of socialists, horse thieves, and Baptists. Socialists and horse thieves we did not encounter. It must have been the Baptists, then, who were responsible for the law putting citizens who purchase gasoline on Sunday in the criminal class. Unluckily, the easygoing garage man, who obligingly gave us all other possible information, neglected to tell us of this restriction on Saturday night. Accordingly, when we started on Sunday morning, we had only 5 gallons and 100-odd miles to go. We had no desire to meet Houston's judiciary again. A little group of advisors gathered to discuss our problem. The road our New York optimist had routed for us, as splendid going all the way, was a sea of mud. 4 mule teams could not pull us out, we were told. 3 months of steady rain had reduced the state of Texas to a state of gumbo. Each man had a tale of encounter and defeat for each road suggested. Each declared the alternatives suggested by the others impossible. But at last came one who had got through by the Sugarland Road the day before. He voiced the definition of a good road in Texas, a definition which we frequently encountered afterwards. Road's all right if you don't bog. Otherwise, you'll find it kind of rough. With this dubious encouragement, we started at 9 in the morning, hoping the Baptists further out in the country would grow lenient in the matter of gasoline, as the square of their distance from Houston. It was a heavenly day, the sun hot, and the vibrant blue sky belying the sodden fields and brimming ditches. The country, brown and faintly rolling under the warmth of the southern springtime, was reminiscent of the Roman Campagna. Song sparrows filled the air with abrupt showers of music, and now and then a bald and black-winged buzzard thudded down into a nearby field. For miles on both sides of the road, we saw only black soil soaked and muddy, with rivers for furrows, and only a few brown stalks standing from last year's cotton or rice crop. The eternal flatness of the country suggested a reason for the astounding height of the loose-jointed Texans we had seen. They had to be tall to make any impression on the landscape. It accounted, too, for their mild, easy-going, unhurried, and unhurryable ways. What is the use of haste when as much landscape as ever still stretches out before one? Before we reached Sugarland, a lonesome group of houses on what had once been a huge sugar plantation, our misgivings began. Mud in Texas has a different meaning from mud in Massachusetts. It means gumbo, morasses, Sargasso seas, broken axles, abandoned cars. From the reiteration of the words, "You may get through, but I think you'll bog," we began to realize that it was easier to get into Texas, even through the eye of the police court, than to get out of it. At Sugarland, we took on illicit gasoline and a passenger. He was bound for a barbecue, but volunteered to steer us through a particularly bad spot a mile further. We roused his gloom by a reference to the blue laws of Texas. "If this legislating keeps on," he said, "man'll have to get a permit to live with his wife. Texas ain't what it used to be. This here's a dry, non-gambling county. But this here's town is the best town in the state." We followed his gesture wonderingly toward the lonely cluster of houses, a warehouse, a store, an ex-saloon with a sign badly painted out and "refreshments" painted in, and the usual group of busy loafers at the store. "Yes, ma'am, it's a good town. Twice a year on George Washington's birthday and the 4th, we hold a barbecue, and everyone in the county comes. I'm right sorry I can't take you ladies along. I'm sure I could show you a good time. Whiskey flows like water. We roast a dozen oxen, and sometimes as much as $15,000 will change hands at one crap game. We whoop it up for a week, and then we settle down and mind the law again." Under the guidance of our kindly passenger, we learned a new technique in driving. In first gear, avoiding the deceptively smooth but slimy roadside, we made for the deepest ruts, racing the engine till it left a trail of thick white smoke behind, clinging to the steering wheel while the heavy car rocked and creaked in the tyrannical grip of the ruts like a ship in the trough of the waves. Without our friend, we should never have got through. He walked ahead, selected the impassable places from those that merely looked so, and beamed when, rocked and bruised from the wheel, I steered the good car to comparatively dry land. A little further, where the barbecue began, he bade us a regretful farewell and requested us to look him up when next we came to Texas. "I sure would 'a' liked to have went to Boston," he added, "but I ain't sure if I had went there, whether I could have understood their brogue." Since Houston, we had learned the full meaning of Texas optimism. "Roads are splendid, ma'am. I think you'll get through," we mentally labeled as probably passable. But when we heard, in the same soft, gentle monotone, "Pretty poor roads, ma'am. I think you'll bog," we knew we should bog. Bog to the hubs in a plaster of Paris cast. At Richmond, where they told us that the roads which Houston had described as splendid were quite impassable, we sadly learned that, to a Texan, any road 20 miles away is a splendid road, 10 miles away is pretty fair, but at 5, you'll sure bog. Again, we faced the probability of progressing only a few miles further on Texas soil. But the town flocked to our aid, told us of 2 alternate roads, and promptly split into 2 factions, each claiming we should bog if we took the road advised by the other. A friendly soda clerk gained our confidence by asserting he never advised any road he had not traveled personally. He was such a unique change from the rest of Texas that we took his advice and the East Bernard Road to Eagle Lake. It was only the 4th change from our original route, planned when overlooking the asphalt of New York, and each detour decreased our chances of getting back to the highways. But there was no alternative. The soda clerk, as he served us diluted ginger ale, reassured us. "It's a pretty good road, and if you don't bog, I think you'll get through." We bogged. We came quite suddenly to a telltale stretch of black, spotting the red-brown road, and knew we were in for it. At each foot we wondered if we should bog in the next. Eliza must have felt the same way crossing the ice, especially when a cake slipped from under her. As directed, I kept to the ruts. Sometimes they expanded to a 3-foot hole, into which the car descended with a heart-rending thump. Once in a rut, it was impossible to get out. The mud, of the consistency of modeling clay, would have made the fortune of a dealer in art supplies. At last, a wrong choice of ruts pulled us into this stiff mass to our hubs, almost wrenching the differential from the car, and we found ourselves stopping. As soon as we stopped, we were done for. We sank deeper and deeper. We got out, sinking ourselves halfway to the knees in Gumbo. We were on a lonely road in an absolutely flat country with not a house on the horizon. We had no ropes and no shovel. We looked at the poor car, foundered to her knees in sculptor's clay, and wondered how many dismal days we must wait before the morass dried. And then came the first manifestation of a peculiar luck which followed us on our entire trip. Never saving us from catastrophe, it rescued us in the most unlikely fashion soon after disaster. Along rode a boy on horseback, the first person we had seen for hours. We stopped him and inquired where we could find a mule, a rope, and a man. Having started out to make the trip without masculine aid, it chagrined us to have to resort to it at our first difficulty, but we were not foolish enough to believe we could extricate the car unaided from its bed of sticky clay. The boy looked at us, looked at the imprisoned machine, and silently spat. Texas must have a law requiring that right, with penalties for infringement thereof. We never saw it broken. The formality over, he replied, "I don't know." We suggested planks. He knew of none. We put him down bitterly as an ill-natured dolt. But, as we learned later, Texans move slowly, but their hearts are in the right place. He was only warming up. Finally, he spat again, lighted a cigarette, got off his horse, silently untied a rope from his saddle, and bound it about our back wheel, disregarding calmly the mire sucking at his boots. I started the engine. No results. All three watched the fettered Gulliver helplessly. Then, while Toby and I lifted out our heavy suitcases and boxes from the seat which held the chains, he watched us with the mild patience of an ox. Reinforcements came, a moment later, from a decrepit buggy containing a boy and 2 girls. They consulted on seeing our plight, and the girls, hardy country lasses in bare feet and sunbonnets, urged their escort, apparently to his relief, to stay the Sunday courtship and give us aid. Of more agile fettle than our first night, he galvanized him into a semblance of motion. Together they gathered brush, and, denuding their horses for the purpose, tied bits of rope to the rear wheels. The engine started, stalled, and started again a dozen times. At last, the car stirred a bit from her lethargy. The 2 boys put their country strength against her broad back and pushed. The engine roared like a man-eating tiger, and we got out. But we still had to conquer a black stretch of about 100 yards, in which one of our rescuers had broken an axle, so he cheerfully told us, only yesterday. We were faced with the problem, to advance or retreat. Either way was mud. We might get caught between 2 morasses and starve to death before the sun dried the roads. We might turn back, but why return to conditions we had worked 2 hours to escape? We decided to advance boldly, and if need be, gloriously break an axle. "Race her for all she's worth," counseled the livelier of our rescuers, from the running board where he acted as pilot. I raced her, though it nearly broke my heart to mistreat the engine so cruelly. We wavered, struck a rut, and were gripped in it, as in the bonds of matrimony, for better or worse. It led us to a gruesome mass of soup with a yawning hole at the bottom. "Here's where I broke my axle," shouted my pilot. To break the shock meant to stick. To race ahead might mean a shattered car. There was no time to think it over. I pushed down on the gas. A fearful bump, and we went on, the mud sucking at the tires with every inch we advanced. Cheering, the others picked their way to us. Our friends piled our baggage into the tonneau. Toby and I looked at each other, worried by the same problem. The problem that never ceased to bother us until we reached Chicago. To tip or not to tip. They were such nice lads. We already seemed like old friends. Yet they were strangers who had scratched their hands and muddied their clothes and relinquished cheerfully the Sunday society of their ladies on our behalf. Too much to offer pay for. It seemed too much to accept without offering to pay. We learned then that such an offer outrages neither Western independence nor Southern chivalry when made in frank gratitude and good fellowship. The first suggestion of payment invariably meets an offhand but polite refusal, which tact may sometimes change to acceptance. If accepted, it is never as a tip, but as a return for services. Offer it as a tip, and you offer an insult to a friend. We found it a good rule as Americans dealing with Americans to be graceful enough to play the more difficult role of recipient when we decently could, and in the spirit of the West, pass it on to the next fellow. Eagle Lake seemed as difficult to attain as the treasure beyond 7 rivers of fire and 7 mountains of glass. An hour's clear sailing over roads no worse than plowed fields brought it nearly in sight. 7 miles to go, under a pink sky, lighted by a silver crescent. And then Toby, seeing a grassy lake on the side of the road, forsook 2 tried and trusty mud holes for it, and ditched us again. Nearby was a farmhouse, with 2 men and a Ford standing in the driveway. Hardly had we bogged, our wheels churning a pool deep enough to bathe in, when we saw them loading shovels and tools into the car and driving to our aid. They came with foreboding haste. They greeted us cheerfully. Too cheerfully, we thought, joked about the hole, and admitted they spent most of their time shoveling people out. They knew their job. We had to admit that. They wrestled with the jack, setting it on a shovel to keep it from sinking in the swamp, profanely cheerful, fussed over the chains, which we later guiltily discovered were too short for our oversized tires, backed their car to ours, tied a rope to it, and pulled. We sank deeper. They shoveled, jacked, chopped sagebrush, and commandeered every passing man and car. The leader of the wreckers was a Mr. Poole, a typical Westerner of the old school, long, flowing gray whiskers, sombrero, and keen, watchful face. He had also a delightful sense of humor, was in fact so cheerful that we became more and more gloomy as we noted the array of Fords and men clustered about. It looked to us like a professional mud hole. They hitched 2 Fords to the car, while 8 men pushed from the back. But nothing came of the effort. A fine-looking man named Sinclair, with gentle manners, was elected by the crowd to go for his mule team, the finest pair in the country. An hour later, he came back. He had gone 2 miles, changed to overalls, and hitched up his mules in the meantime, returning astride the off beast. At sight of the fallen car, the mules gave a gently ironic side glance, stepped into place, waited quietly, and at the word of command, stepped forward nonchalantly, while I started the car simultaneously. It took them exactly 5 minutes to do what 8 men, 2 women, 2 Fords and a Cadillac had failed to do in 2 hours' hard work. For days after, when we passed a mule, we offered him silent homage. While Toby, looking and acting like a guilty wretch, piled the baggage into the car, I approached Mr. Sinclair and Mr. Poole, who stood watching the rescued Leviathan with eyes gleaming satisfaction, and put the usual timid question. "Will you tell me what I can offer all these people for helping us out?" Mr. Sinclair, owner of the stalwart mules, smiled and said, "I shouldn't offer them a thing. We all get into trouble one time or another and have to be helped out. Just you tell 'em thank you, and I reckon that'll be all the pay they want." And before we could turn around to carry out his injunction, half the crowd had melted away. To all motorists who become bogged, I beg to recommend the mud hole of my friends, Mr. Poole and Mr. Sinclair of Lissy, Texas. End of Chapter 4. Read by Deborah Beach Giordano.
Section 5 of Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jim Pierson-Perry. Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring by Winifred Hawkridge Dixon. Section 5. Nibbling at the Map of Texas. Visiting an ostrich farm is as thrilling as going in wading, but to be thorough, we did our duty by San Antonio's plumed and gawky giants before starting again on our well-nigh hopeless task of making an impression on the state of Texas. When we looked at our mileage record, we were encouraged, only to be cast down again by a glance at the map, whose southwest corner we had only begun to nibble at in 6 days' faithful plodding. It was an incentive to an early start. We filled our tank with gas at the tiled station near the Alamo, rejoicing in the moderate price. In one respect, at least, Texas is the motorist paradise. Gasoline is cheap, oil is cheap, storage for the night ranges from 2 bits to half a dollar, while clear weather and local honesty make it possible to avoid even that expense by leaving the car overnight in the garage of the blue sky. Tires are mended and changed for a quarter, and in some places for nothing. And garage keepers are honest, except when, yielding to local patriotism, they describe the state of the roads. For 3 miles we meandered through San Antonio's cabbage patch, steering around tin cans, Mexican babies, and goats taking the freedom of the city, until we came to a fine broad macadam in good repair, our first real road since the ill-fated stretch outside Houston. Mexicans hung outside their little shops, whose festoons of onions and peppers painted Italy into the landscape. Overhead, we counted dozens of airplanes, some from the government school, others from Catherine Stinson's modest hangars, making the most of the weather. One coquetted with us, following us for several miles. We leaned out and waved, but at that, it was a most impersonal form of flirtation. Not a quiver of the great wings, not a swoop through the blue rewarded our abandon. I wish I might record otherwise, for a moment later a rusty nail had flattened our back tire, and we were left alone on the prairie to solve the problem of changing the heavy rims, which our combined strength could hardly lift. How romantic and happy a touch could be added to this narrative if, at this point, I could state that the airman fluttered to our feet, saluted, changed the tire, and then circled back to the blue. But, doubtless himself from Boston, he did no such thing. He kept steadily on his course till he was only a speck in our lives. If the cautious man reads this, let him know he has forgiven the tire, but not the climax. We had been airy at home when they mentioned the tires. There were, nevertheless, internal doubts. Massachusetts is too crowded with garages to furnish much practice in wayside repairing, and I had been lucky. But now came the test. Theoretically, we understood the process, but jacks go up when they should go down, nuts rust, and rims warp. We searched the horizon for help, found none, pulled out the tools, and got down in the mud. Our jack was the kind whose advertisements show an immaculate young lady in white daintily propelling a handle at arm's length while the car rises easily in the air. Admitting she has the patience of Job, the strength of Samson, and the ingenuity of the devil, I should like to meet her, just long enough to ask her if she stood off at arm's length while she put the jack in place, rescued it as it toppled over, searched vainly for a solid spot in which the jack would not sink, pulled it out of the mud again, pushed the car off as it rolled back on her, hunted for stones to prop it up and a place in the axles where the arm would fit, and then had the latch give way and be obliged to do it all over again. And, with no reflections on the veracity of the lady or her inspired advertiser, I should demand the address of her pastor and her laundress. We worked half an hour jacking up the car. No sooner had we got it where it should be than the car's weight sank it in the mud, and we had to begin again our snail process. To my delight, Toby was fascinated by the thing, and from that hour claimed it as her own. We mutually divided the labor as our tastes and talents dictated. It seemed that Toby reveled in handling tools, which dropped from my inept grasp, while my sense of mechanics and experience surpassed hers. I was to be the diagnostician, she the surgeon. In other words, I bossed the job while she did the work. While Toby struggled with the jack, a Mexican on a flea-bitten cayuse slouched on the horizon. He was black and hairy, and one 6-gun in his teeth would have signed his portrait as Captain of the Bandits. I stopped him and asked him to lend us his brute strength, which he smilingly did, pleased as a child at being initiated into the sacred mysteries of motoring. When I allowed him to propel the socket wrench, his cup ran over. He did everything backward, but he furnished horse sense, which we lacked, and when we attempted to lift heavy weights, he courteously supplanted us. The three of us invented a lingua franca in Mexican, Italian, French, and musical terms. Tire, avanti, gesture of lifting. Groan, signifying great weight. Troppo, troppo, largo, largo. Ne faites pas ça. Ah, si, si. Bono hombre, molto, molto buono hombre. Thus encouraged, he worked willingly and faithfully, and at the end of a half-hour's toil, waved aside our thanks, untied his weary cayuse, and raised his sombrero. He had not robbed us nor beaten us, but had acted as one Christian to another. I ran after him, saying fluently, as if I had known the language all my life, Molto, molto, beaucoup bono hombre. He showed his brilliant teeth. I offered him money, which he at first refused. Bono hombre, I insisted, cigarettos. And so he took it, much pleased. He thoroughly enjoyed the episode. I hope his boss did when he arrived an hour late. Toby enjoyed the episode too, and persisted in sending home postcards on which she spoke of being rescued by a Mexican bandit. During the morning, several little towns, all alike, flitted by us: Sabinal, Hondo, Dunlay. At Hondo, where the mud was thickest, we stopped at a little general store for lunch. The proprietor, a tall, vague man, discussed earnestly, as one connoisseur to another, the merits of the various tinned goods he submitted, and after a leisurely chat and several purchases, in which the matter of trade became secondary, he urged on us several painted sticks of candy, a new kind which he said he enjoyed sucking during his solitary guard at the store. After the customary You're a long ways from home. He bade us goodbye, hopefully but sadly, as one would a consumptive great aunt about to take a trip to the North Pole, and watched us bump out of sight. We had 20 miles of such luxuriant mud that we stopped to photograph it. It is only slight exaggeration to say that the ruts came to the camera's level. Then we forded the Nueces River, a stream woven into early Texan history, and began to climb out of the land of cotton into the grazing country. The herds and herds of sheep and white Angora goats we now encountered made a charming landscape, but an irritating episode. A large flock of silly sheep rambled halfway to our car, then, frightened, fled in the other direction, turning again with those they met, who also faced and fled, baaing. No militia could clear the traffic they disorganized. Each herd we met meant a wasted half hour. Their herders sat on their horses in grim patience, with the infinite contempt shepherds get for their charges and for life in general. Out here, being the goat takes a new and dignified meaning, for a goat is placed with each 100 sheep to steer the brainless mass, act as leaders in danger, and furnish the one brain of the herd. These pastoral happenings delayed us until, toward night, we climbed dark dunes into a clear, golden sunset. Through a gate we entered what seemed to be a cattle track through a large ranch, but was in fact the main highway to El Paso. The roads in this part of the country cut through large holdings, and the pestiferous cattle gate begins to bar the road, necessitating stopping, crossing, shutting the gate again, several times a mile. And let me warn the traveling Easterner that not to leave a gate as you find it is in truth a crime against hospitality, for one is often on private property. Queer blunt mesas rose on all sides of us, and when dark came upon us, we had entered a small canyon and were winding to the top and down again out of the hills. The cattle gates and rocky road made going slow, and as Venus, frosty and brilliant, came out, we were imprisoned in this weirdly gloomy spot on the top of the world. A quaver in Toby's usually stalwart voice made me wonder if she were remembering her mother's last words, "Don't drive at night." This is no reflection on Toby's staunchness. The immensity of the West, after dark, when it first looms above one used to the coziness of ordered streets, must always seem portentous and awful. We hastened on, winding down through one enchanting glade after another, till we met the highway again. Toby took the wheel and we hummed along. Suddenly, a stone struck the engine and a deafening roar like that of an express train frightened us. Something vital, by its clatter, had been shattered, and we again faced the possibility of delay and frustration, even retreat. We got out and searched for the trouble. Luckily, we had that day unpacked our flashlight, for Venus, though she looked near enough to pick out of the sky, furnished poor illumination for engine troubles. Search revealed an important-looking pipe beneath the car broken in two with a jagged fracture. Should we chance driving on or camp till morning? We were tired, and our pick-up lunch of deviled ham and crackers seemed long ago. After a hard day's run, the difficulties of making camp in the dark, with our equipment still unpacked, and going cold and supperless to bed loomed large. Besides, there could not have been worse camping ground in the world. Soggy cotton fields under water on both sides gave us the choice of sleeping in the middle of the road or on the back seat piled high with baggage. The engine, though roaring like a wounded lioness, still ran steadily. I knew just enough to realize we had broken the exhaust pipe, but hardly enough to know whether running the car under such conditions would maim it for life. But though hunger won out, the real mechanic's love for his engine was born in us, and feeling like parents who submit their only child to a major operation, we drove painfully at 8 miles an hour the 10 miles into B, the town echoing to our coming. The village was a mere crossroads, a most unlikely place for a night stop, picturesque and Mexican, with low 'dobe houses, yellow and pink, the noise of a phonograph from each corner, and lighted doorways filled with slouching Mexicans and trig American doughboys from a nearby camp, and everywhere else, Rembrandtian gloom. At a new tin garage, with the universal Henry's name over the door, we were relieved to learn we had done no damage. Most of the cars in town had, in fact, broken their exhaust pipes on loose stones and ran chugging, as we had. It is not usual for garage helpers to aid strange ladies in hunting a night's lodging, but ours willingly let themselves be commandeered for the purpose, and the chase began. The town had a hotel, which in the South may be a one-story cafe or something less ambitious. This one, kept by a Negro woman, was more than dubious looking, but when the proprietor said it was full up, our hearts sank. We wearily made the rounds of the village, guided by rumors of a vacant room here or there, only to find the houses, four-roomed cottages at best, filled with army wives. Our needs reduced us to Bolshevism. Passing an imposing white house, neat as wax and 2 stories high, we sent our cicerone to demand for us lodging for the night. Had it been the official White House, we should have done no less, and as the residence of the owner of the garage where our cripple was stored, it gave us a claim on his hospitality no right-minded citizen could deny. Alas, we learned that Mr. V's 11 hostages to fortune, rather than civic pride, accounted for the size of his house. The owner sent us a cordially regretful message that his bedrooms teemed with little V's, but thought his brother's daughter might take the strangers in, as her parents were away and their room vacant. A little figure in a nightgown opened the door a crack when we knocked at their cottage. "Who is it?" asked a southern voice timidly. "2 ladies from Boston who would like a room for the night." We threw as much respectable matronliness as possible into our own voices. The magic word Boston reassured. Boston may be a dishonored prophet in Cambridge and Brookline, but to the south and west it remains autocrat of the breakfast table. I know our prospective hostess, from the respect and relief in her tones, visualized Louisa May Alcott and Julia Ward Howe waiting on her doorstep, and she hastened to throw open the door to what we saw was her bedroom, saying, "Come in, you're a long ways." Boston, your stay-at-homes never realize how distant, how remote and fabulous your rock-bound shores seem to the other half west of the Mississippi. It was a German Lutheran household into which we stepped. 2 little towhead boys were curled up asleep in their sister's room, and we tiptoed past to the parents' vacated bedroom, ours for the night, with its mottos, its lithographed Christ on the wall, its stove, and tightly shut windows. This German family had brought over old-world peasant habits, and curiously contrasted against its bareness, promiscuity, and not over-scrupulous cleanliness, was the American daughter who needed but a little more polish to be ready for any rung in the social ladder. She was a real little lady, as hospitable as though we had been really invited. Supperless, footsore, and weary, we tumbled into the sheets vacated by the elder V's that morning, too grateful for shelter and the softness of the feather bed to feel squeamish. We waked in the sunshine of next morning to smell coffee brewing on our bedroom stove, and hear cautious whispers of 2 sturdy little Deutschers tiptoeing back and forth through our room to the wash shed beyond, stealing awed glances at the Boston ladies in their mother's bed. In a stage whisper, one called to his sister to learn where the comb was. She answered that Pa had taken it to San Antone, but after some search, found them the brush hidden near Father's notary stamp on the bureau, for the father was the local judge and a man much respected in the community. When the little boys departed for school, she brought us coffee in the best china, apologizing for not offering us breakfast. She explained that she was to be married in 3 days and was following her family to San Antone for the wedding. She showed us her ring and her trousseau, all in pink to her joy, and told us of her fiancé, who had been a second lieutenant in France. Though she seemed a child, she had refused to marry him when he left, because she believed haste at such times imprudent. And now she was all excitement over the great event, yet not too much to show a welcome as simple as it was beautiful to the midnight intruders from Boston. As usual, our desire to pay for our lodgings met a firm, almost shocked refusal. We only felt more nearly even when at El Paso we sent her something deliciously pink for her trousseau. In Texas, overnight promises are to be discounted. Or is it not, perhaps, a universal law of the night man to pass on no information to the day man? Has the order taken a vow of silence more binding and terrible than the Dominican friars? It must be so, for never in 10 years' experience with nightmen have I known one to break the seal of secrecy, which prevents them letting your confidence in the matter of flat tires and empty tanks go any further. Their delicacy in keeping all news of such infirmities from the ears of the day man is universal. Nor was there any exception next morning when we visited our garage, hopeful of an early start. The exhaust pipe was still unwelded and our spare tire still flat. Furthermore, we were half an hour in the garage before anyone thought to mention that the resources of the place were inadequate to mend the pipe. They had trusted to our divining the fact as the day wore on, a more tactful way of breaking the news than coming out bluntly with the truth. At last, a passing stranger suggested we take the car to the nearby fort, where a new welding machine had recently been installed. We chugged up the hill, attracting the notice of several soldiers from East Boston, on whom our Massachusetts number produced a wave of nostalgia. By this time, so used were we to being beneficiaries of entire strangers, that before hailing anyone likely to offer to do us a favor, we fixed smiles fairly dripping with saccharin on our faces. A sergeant, hearing sympathetically our story, sent us to a lieutenant. He wavered. "I hate not to oblige a lady, ma'am, but this is government property and we ain't allowed to do outside work." Looking at his stern face, we decided it would take at least an hour to win him over. Without moving a muscle, he continued, "But seeing as you're a lady and a long ways from home and can't get accommodated otherwise, you run your car back to the garage and I'll send a sergeant down to get the part and he'll have it welded for you in a couple of hours." 2 hours later, not only the sergeant but the lieutenant were at the garage to see that the part went back properly into the engine. Meanwhile, doubting the ethics of letting Uncle Sam be our mechanic, we had provided 2 boxes of Camels for our benefactors, having learned that cigarettes will often be acceptable where money will not. The part was perfectly welded, the sergeant replaced it with military efficiency, and then we exchanged confidences. The lieutenant told us he was a Longhorn, but had been, before the war, a foreman in the very factory which had built our car, which explained his cordiality, if explanation were needed in a land where everyone is cordial. We found that respect for the sterling worth of our car helped us along our way appreciably. People everywhere approved it as a good car and extended their approval to its inmates. The lieutenant nonplussed us by refusing both pay and tobacco, but indicated we might bestow both on the sergeant. He asked us to let him know when we came again to Texas, and we promised willingly, thanked Uncle Sam for his chivalry by proxy, and were quickly on our way to Del Rio. Texas had not yet failed us. End of section 5.
Chapter 6 of Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring by Winifred Hawkridge Dixon. Chapter 6. Down by the Rio Grande. Every thriving Western town, if its politics are right, looks down on its hotels and up to its post office. Del Rio was no exception. Her granite post office, imposing enough for 3 towns of its size, suggested congressional sensitiveness to fences. While down street a block or two, the weather-beaten boards of Frank's, with its creaking verandas and uncarpeted lobby, printed the earlier pages of the little settlement, which, straddling the river from Mexico, had become the nucleus for frontier trade, eddying to its banks. It is true that other hotels, of the spick-and-span brick ugliness the New West delights in, flanked the motion picture houses and drugstores. But we chose Frank's, the oldest inhabitant, a type of hotel fast becoming extinct. Downstairs, plain sheathing, upstairs the same. Our bedroom opened on a veranda, which we had to traverse to reach the bath. It was a novelty to us, but the traveling salesman next door took it casually enough, or else he had forgotten to pack his bathrobe. Our hostess was the first of a long list of ladies young and old we were to meet, who knew well the gentle art of twirling a toothpick while she talked. Perhaps it is the badge of a waitress in these parts, like a fresh bush over ancient winehouses, a silent but eloquent testimonial to the gustatory treats of the hotel. I think we never met from now on a waitress in Texas, Arizona, or New Mexico who was not thus equipped. Ours did not flourish hers in vain. The flakiness of the biscuits, the fragrance of the wild honey, and the melting deliciousness of the river fish, caught fresh in the Rio Grande an hour before, caused us to see Del Rio with happy eyes. To this day, Toby speaks of it as if it were the 3rd finest metropolis of the West, which must be attributed entirely to the 7 biscuits which floated to her hungry mouth. I might as well admit at once our tendency, which I suspect other travelers share, to grade a town by the food it served. I suspect that Del Rio, to one unfed, would seem a commonplace hamlet, save for its interest as a border settlement. Mexico 3 miles away held out the charm of a forbidden land. We circled next morning to its border, past thatched shanties of Mexicans and Negroes, and took a glance at the desolate land beyond, barren, thorny, rolling away to faint blue hills. A camp of United States soldiers lay athwart our path, and 2 alert soldiers, with a grin and a rifle apiece, barred our progress. Toby had been keen to cross the line, but when she saw them, she said characteristically, "Mexico seems to me vastly overrated." So, ignoring the khaki, of our own free will and choice, we turned back. I confess I was relieved. Toby has the postcard habit to such an extent that I was prepared to have to fight our way across the border, dodging bullets and bandits, so that she might mail nonchalant cards to her friends, beginning, "We have just dropped into Mexico." Our curiosity as to Mexico gave us an early start. Soon we were on a high plateau, all the world rolling below us. Soft brown hills led out to faint blue mountains, outlined on the horizon. With a thrill, we realized we were viewing the beginnings of the Rockies. For the first time in my life, I felt I had all the room I wanted. We basked in the hot sun, expanding physically and spiritually in the immensity of the uncrowded landscape. The air in this high altitude was bracing but not cold. From time to time, we passed prosperous flocks of sheep, spotted with lively black goats. Occasionally, a lonely group of steers held out against the encroaching mutton. We shared with them the state of Texas. At Comstock, a flat and uninteresting one-street town, we lunched, forgetting entirely to make a 4-mile detour to view the highest bridge in the world. All day we bent our energies to covering another half-inch on the interminable map of Texas. We passed our last stopping place for the night. There was too much outdoors to waste. We decided to make our first camp in a live oak grove somebody had described to us. With a sense of adventure, we purchased supplies for our supper and breakfast at a little town we reached at glowing sundown. The grocery was closed, but the amiable proprietor left his house and opened his store for us. Rumors of deep sand ahead disturbed us, and against the emergency we purchased for 7 bits, a shovel which came jointed so that it could be kept in the toolbox under the seat. The fact that it was so short that it could easily repose there at full length did not mar our delight at this novel trick. It had the elemental charm for us of a toy, which will do 2 things at once. A charm which in other eras accounted for the vogue of poison rings, folding beds, celluloid collars, and divided skirts. It was a perfectly useless little shovel, which made us happy whenever we looked at it, and swear whenever we used it. Thus fortified, we sped on, and it soon became pitch dark and a windy night. The country suddenly stood on end, and we coasted down a surprising little canyon to emerge into a long black road, tangled with mesquite on both sides. When we almost despaired of finding a suitable camp, we came casually on a snug little grove and heard nearby the rush of a stream. The black sky was radiant with stars. Orion stood on his head, and so did the Dipper, surrounded by constellations unfamiliar to our northern eyes. In the chill dark, we felt for a spot to pitch our tent. Spiky mesquite caught and tore our hairnets. Texas's millions of untenanted acres brooded over our human unimportance, till a charred stick or an empty tin can, stumbled over in the dark, became as welcome a signal as Friday's footprint to Crusoe. Jointing our useless little spade, we dug a trench in the soft sand for our hips to rest in, hoisted our tent rope over a thorny branch, folded blanket-wise our auto robes, undressed and crept inside our house. The lamps of the car gave us light to stow away our belongings, and its lumbering sides screened us from the road. With a sense of elation, we looked at the circling stars through our tent windows and heard the wind rise in gusts through the bare branches. The world becomes less fearsome with a roof over one's head. Dawn is the camper's hour of trial. I woke from a dream that a mountain lion had entered our shelter, when Toby sat up excitedly. "I just dreamed a bear was trying to get in," she said. The coincidence was foreboding, yet no menagerie appeared. Our aching hips, tumbled bedding, and chilled bodies made us dread the long hours to breakfast. Toby hinted I had my share and more of the blanket. I had long entertained a similar suspicion of her, but was too noble to mention it. We portioned out the bedding afresh, vowed we never again would camp out, and in a moment, it was 8 o'clock of a cold, foggy morning. Yesterday, the sun had been hot enough to blister Toby's cheek. Today was like a nor'easter off Labrador. We were too cold to get up, and too cold to stay shivering in the tent. It seemed a stalemate which might last a lifetime, when suddenly indecision crystallized, exploded, and we found ourselves on the verge of an ice-cold stream, compromising cleanliness with comfort. How different seems the same folding stove viewed on the 5th floor of a sporting goods store in New York, and in the windy open. Piffling and futile it appeared to us, its natural inadequacy increased by our discovery that our fuel cans were locked in our trunk, and the lock had become twisted. It further appeared that most of our cooking outfit was interned in the same trunk. Accordingly, I tried to build a fire, while Toby took down the tent. Camp cooking is an art which I shall not profane by describing our attempts to get breakfast that bleak morning. The fire smoldered, but refused to break into the bright cherry crackle one hears about. And finally, untempted by the logs of green mesquite we hopefully fed it, went out entirely. We breakfasted on the remains of last night's supper, washed down with a curious sticky mixture made of some labor-saving coffee preparation. Realizing that it took more than the outfit to make good campers, we went our subdued way. Our water bag bumped on the running board, falling off frequently, and once we retraced 10 muddy miles to retrieve it. It was not a lucky day. Our scant breakfast, lost water bag, and an unhappy lunch, our locked trunk and all, were but the precursors of a worse afternoon. The air was thick with yellow dust, and the western sky, sickly green, showed columns of whirling, eddying sand to the right or left of us. Though we followed the Southern Pacific with dog-like devotion, we lost our way once in a crooked maze of wagon tracks, which led us to a swamp, and had to drive back 10 miles to the nearest house to ask directions. To make up for lost time in the bitter, reckless mood every driver knows, when nobody in the car dares speak to him, I raced for 2 hours at 45 through sandy, twisting tracks, with the car rocking like a London bus, and Toby clinging to the side, not daring to remonstrate, for it was she who had lost us our way. Each turn was a gamble, but the curves were just gentle enough to hold us to our course. We had every chance of making our night stop before dark, when the air oozed gently out of the rear tire. Behind us a sandstorm, rising in a shifting golden haze, lifted twisted columns against the vivid green sky over which dramatic dark clouds drove, while a spectacular sunset lighted the chains of the cold dark blue and transparent mauve mountains on both sides. It was a glorious but ominous sight, and the tire meant delay. A flat tire, however, acts on Toby like a bath on a canary. The jack holds no mysteries for her, and tire rims click into place at the sound of her voice. And our peculiar luck had halted us within a few yards of the only house we had passed all afternoon. Having learned that frail womanhood need neither toil nor spin in Texas, I was for seeking aid. But Toby scorned help, and so painted the joys of independence that though it was hot and dusty and the sandstorm threatened, I bent to her will. And the next moment, the key which locked engine, toolbox, and spare tire broke off in the padlock. As I had with unprecedented prudence bought a duplicate in New York, we were not completely stranded. But that, I mentioned bitterly to Toby, was no fault of hers. Only a cold chisel could release the spare tire, and we found we had none. "I will now go for help," I said to Toby, who was defiantly pretending to do something to the locked tire with a hammer, as I should have at first but for your foolish pride. As stately as I might, with hair blown by the wind, yellow goggles, leather coat, and a purple muffler tied over my hat, I retreated toward the ranch house. In the kitchen I startled a grizzled old couple sitting near the fire. When I explained our predicament and begged the loan of a cold chisel, the old man asked, "You two girls all alone?" When I admitted we were, he called to his son in the next room, "Horace, go see what you can do for the ladies." More bashful than most Texans, the lank Horace followed me in painful silence for a few yards. Then in a burst of confidence he said, "When you come in just now, I thought it was Ma dressed up to fool us. Yes, sir, I sure did." My glimpse of his septuagenarian parent would not have led me to suspect her of such prankishness, but appearances are often deceitful. For all I knew, she may have been just the life of the family, doubling up Horace in his paw in long rice of helpless mirth at her impersonations. So I accepted the compliment silently and led our rescuer to the car. Once more I triumphed unworthily over Toby, for she had hinted that my fast driving had flattened the tire, but investigation revealed a crooked nail, the bane of motoring in a cattle country. Horace proved most businesslike in handling tools. In less than a half an hour, bashfully spurned on by our admiration, he had cut the lock and helped us change the tire. Then he saw our sign, and said it, as if it were a thought newborn to the ages. He smiled at his own conceit and remarked, "You're a long ways from home." As Horace did not smoke, we drove away from the ranch house, eternally in his debt. We put him down to the credit of Texas, however, where he helped offset sandstorms and mud holes, and added him to the fast-growing list of cavaliers who had rescued us from our folly. The storm had died, and with it, our bad luck had apparently departed. But when a day begins badly, it is never safe to predict until the car is bedded down for the night. According to a bad habit she has, Toby telescoped 2 paragraphs of the route card, skipping the middle entirely. Consequently, we turned left when we should have gone right and found our front wheels banked where a road had been playfully altered by the wind to a mountain of sand. On all sides were waist-high drifts of fine white sea sand, from which the tops of mesquite bushes showed. We could not turn, so we tried running straight ahead and stuck. Twilight had fallen, and if there were a way out, it was no longer discernible. At what seemed like a short half-mile, a light gleamed from a house. Once more, I cravenly went for help, while the optimistic Toby began to shovel sand with our toy shovel. The half-mile troubled itself, and the house was no nearer. At last, I came to the end, only to find that a wide canal separated us and the car from the road. I shouted across to two men in a corral, and at last they heard and came to the edge of the canal, while I asked to borrow a rope. They debated a while, perhaps doubting my intentions, but finally threw a rope in the back of a little car, cranked it, and, coming to the bank of the canal, helped me across. Unlike a Westerner, who when he leaves a spot never fails to orient himself, I had not noticed in which direction I had struck out from the car. I fear my deliverers thought me a mild kind of incompetent when I confessed I had no idea where to find it. Darkness and sand dunes completely hid it from sight. But after some skirmishing about canal beds and bridges, we reached the broad shape looming up in the dark, and found that Toby had dug the car out, wrapped an old tire about the spinning back wheel, and driven it on firm ground. Our rescuers put us on the road to our night's objective, and with mild patience told us we could hardly miss it, it being a straight road all the way. They did not compliment us too highly, for by the time Venus had risen, we reached the hotel, kept by a sad, distrustful, one-eyed man from Maine, who in spite of 20 years' residence still abhorred Texas as a desert. He fed us liberally with baked beans and apple pie before showing us to a bare, clean little room, furnished with a tin basin and a patchwork quilt. We were nearly dead. We had much with which to reproach luck and each other, but by mutual consent postponed it, and sank into a peaceful sleep in a lumpy bed. As somebody said, luck is a fickle dame. Having flouted us to her heart's content, she tagged docilely at our heels as we started for El Paso next morning. 200 miles away, the average run was 10 hours' time, but we made it in 8.5. The garageman's wife's cousin was a dentist on Huntington Avenue, and the extraordinary coincidence drew her to us almost as by the bonds of kinship. She hurried her spouse into mending our tires promptly and speeding us on our way with valuable directions. It was 10 when we left, but moving westward into the Rocky Mountain time saved us an hour. Once out of the village, we encountered the enveloping desert again. Driving in those sandy tracks became a new sport. We learned to make the sand skid us around corners without decreasing our speed. We could calculate with nicety when a perceptible drag on the wheels warned us to shift gears. And then they must be shifted instantly, for at a moment's delay, the car sank deep, and mischief was done which only shoveling could undo. Once we found ourselves facing another car blocking the road, and sunk in thick, unpacked sand. We could not turn out, and the instant stop put us in a like predicament. They wistfully asked us to pull them out, but as we were heavier than they, and would have made 2 obstacles instead of 1 in the road, we had to refuse the only help asked of us, who had so many times been the beneficiaries. We left them to an approaching mule team, after they had returned good for evil by pushing us out of the sand. For 20 miles we had hard going, but by spinning through the sand in low gear, we escaped trouble. We were still in the desert, but serrated peaks with lovely outlines and stormy, snowy tops marched beside us the entire day. The aspect of the country became semi-tropical. The single varieties of cactus and century plants were increased to dozens. The ocotillo, sometimes wrongly called octopus cactus, waved slender green fingers, on which a red bud showed like a rosy fingernail. The landscape warmed from lifeless gray to gold, mauve, blue, and deep purple, and always on our left were the benign outlines of the Blue Davis Mountains. We mounted higher and higher on a smooth orange road, cut through the mountains, and came out on a broad open highway with wide vistas. Close by, the mountains looked like huge heaps of black cinder and silt, but distance thinned them, as if cut from paper, into translucent lavender and blue, the edges luminous from the setting sun. 30 miles out of El Paso, we were astonished to find ourselves on a concrete road in perfect museum condition, on which in dismal file many cars crept cityward at the discreet pace of 15 miles an hour. It was the first bit of good road Toby had encountered for days, but an uncanny something in the self-restraint of El Pasans, on the only good road in Texas, recalled Houston to us. We joined the funeral procession and arrived in the city without official escort. Mexico, in this southwest corner, is merged with Texas, making gay its vast grayness with bright spots of color and slouching figures, and suggesting otherworld civilization by its Spanish street signs and the frankness with which the Latin welcomes the world to the details of his daily life. The outskirts of the town were lined with one-story 'dobe huts and even more fragile shelters made of wattled reeds and mud. Forlorn little Mexican cafes with temperance signs brazening it out above older and more convivial invitations failed of their purpose. Their purple and blue doors were empty as the be-Sundayed crowds swarmed the streets. El Paso has its charms, but to us it was too modern and too large to mean more than a convenient place to sleep, shop, and have the car overhauled, and the gumbo of Texas now caked until it had to be chipped off with a chisel, washed from its surface. The old lady, as Toby nicknamed the car, was to leave Texas as she had entered it, with clean skirts. Once more, we viewed her gray paint, which we had not seen for many a long day. She seemed to feel the difference from her former draggle-tailed state. She pranced a bit, and lightened by several hundredweight of mud, shied around corners. We gave her head as we passed the great smelters on the western edge of the town, whose smokestacks cloud the rims of the mountains they are attacking and slowly eating into. A smooth macadam road led us, at last, out of Texas. We were not sorry to leave, hospitably as we had been treated. Ahead lay greater miracles of nature than Texas could offer, and adventures no less. The gray prairie of which in 2 weeks we had only nibbled one corner was behind us. We were fairly embarked on the main objectives of our journey. End of Chapter 6. Read by Kimberly Bonin.
Chapter 7 of Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring by Winifred Hawkridge Dixon. Chapter 7. Sandstorms, Bandits, and Dead Soldiers. Along a macadam road fringed with bright painted little Mexican taverns and shops, toward mid-afternoon we threaded our way, still defenseless ladies, tempting fate. I mention what might seem an obvious fact, because the continuance of our unprotected state required strong powers of resistance against the offers of itinerant chauffeurs anxious to get from somewhere to anywhere, filled like ourselves with spring stirrings toward vagabondia, and seeing in our red Duchess in consequence an opportunity to get their itching hands on the wheel of a car which made of driving not a chore but an art. Even garage helpers, who now humbly washed wheels and handed tools to mechanics, hoping to end their apprenticeship by a bold stroke, besieged us with offers to chauffeur us for their expenses. As we were leaving El Paso, I returned to the car to find Toby conversing with a likely-looking lad. This did not surprise me, for whenever I came back to Toby after 5 minutes' absence, I found her incurable friendliness had collected from 1 to half a dozen strangers with whom she seemed on intimate terms. But I was surprised to hear this lad urging us to take him as chauffeur as far as Tucson. His frank face and pleasant manner and an army wound seemed as good references as his offer of a bank president's guarantee. He wanted to go so badly. I have a failing, one at least, of wanting to live up to what is expected of me. If a stranger with an expensive gold brick shows any real determination to bestow it on me for a consideration, he always finds me eager to cooperate, not because I do not know I am being gulled, but that I hate to cross him when his heart is set on it. Even in dour Boston, it is congenitally hard for me to say no, but in Texas, where people smile painlessly and the skies are molten turquoise, it's next to impossible. Of course, we might take him as far as Tucson. We would have to give up driving, which we both loved, and pay his expenses. One of us would have to sit in the back seat and be pulverized by jolting baggage. Still, it didn't seem right to leave our new friend at El Paso, which, of all places, bored him most. Would Toby be fair and sit among the baggage half the time? Toby, I saw, was wondering the same of me, and that decided it. Toby loves her comfort. I started to say, I suppose we might, when she countered, but we don't want any chauffeur. He looked hopefully at me, recognizing the weaker will. No, I said, glad to agree with Toby. That's perfectly true. In fact, the whole point of our trip is to see if we can get along without a chauffeur. It was the point. His wistful smile had been so persuasive that I had almost forgotten it. Fortunately, this reason convinced him without further arguing. He gave us directions about our route, and we left him, hat off, smiling and waving us bon voyage. Crossing a state line is an adventure in itself. Even with no apparent difference of landscape, there seems inevitably a change, if only the slight psychological variance reflected by any country whose people are marked off from their neighbors by differences, however slight. The universe reflects many distinctions, I firmly believe, so subtle as to be undefined by our five senses, which we note with that sixth sense finer than any. Their intangible flavor piques the analyst to the nice game of description. Hardly had we crossed the political line dividing sand and sagebrush from sagebrush and sand before we sensed New Mexico. A new wildness, a hint of lawlessness a decade nearer the frontier, old Spain enameled on the wilderness. Or perhaps it was only Mrs. Flanagan, with her Mexican face and Irish brogue, when we stopped to buy gas, whose longing to have us for guests at her hotel made her paint the dangers of New Mexico with Hibernian fluency and Iberian guile. She thickened the coming twilight with sandstorms, bandit shapes, and murders. Do you know what a sandstorm is in these parts? You do not? I thought not. Last month the car left here to cross the desert to Deming, as you're doing. Late afternoon it was, just this hour, the wind in the same place. I warned him to stay, but they'd be getting along, like yourselves. And what became of them? She gave us a look that froze the blood in our veins, despite the scorching wind from the edge of the desert. Yes, what did become of them? That's what many would like to know. They have not been heard of since. You would advise us to stay here for the night, then? Suit yourselves, suit yourselves. I see your radiators leaking. 'Tis a serious thing to get out in that desert, miles from anywhere, with an empty radiator. What would ye do when night comin' on? You're helpless. And suppose you get lost. The road's not marked. 'Tis a mass of criss-cross tracks leadin' everywhere. At best, you'd have to stop where you are till morning, if you don't get too far lost ever to find yourselves again. Here entered a gentleman from Philadelphia, a traveler for Quaker Oats, who listened to our debate with great interest. He was a brisk and businesslike young man, with a friendly brown eye and a brotherly manner. If you ask me, Mrs. Flanagan, he began diplomatically, I'd advise the young ladies to take a chance. I think they can make it. Something in this advice, slightly stressed, implied a warning. Mrs. Flanagan, with her swarthy Mexican features, was not the most prepossessing landlady in the world, nor did a lonely roadhouse on the edge of the desert, with no other guests than ourselves, promise complete security. Tales of Swiss inns and trapdoors yawning at midnight came to me, faintly conveyed by the young man's tones. She turned on him with ill-concealed anger. "It's nothing to me, go or stay, but here's a good hotel, with a bathroom even, and there's night and sandy roads and a storm coming. If you had a man with you, I'd say, go on, though it's not safe, even for man. But being two ladies, I say stop here." We wavered, anxious to get on, but not to meet a violent end. On the pretext of filling our water bag, the gentleman from Philadelphia took us aside. "Don't let Mrs. Flanagan fool you," he advised. "She only wants customers. I stayed here once," he twitched nervously, "and I'd rather run the chance of being robbed and murdered. Not that I think that will happen to you." So we thanked him, nice, brisk, friendly young man that he was, taking care not to incriminate him before the watchful Mrs. Flanagan, and bade that lady adieu. She gloomily wished us good luck, but it was apparently more than she dared hope. "Only last week 2 men were held up and murdered by the Mexicans," she called after us. "Watch out for them Mexicans, they're a wicked bad lot." With the sky yellow-green from the gathering sandstorm, night coming on fast and her warning in our ears, we struck out into our first desert with a sense of uneasiness, exhilarated a little by the warm beauty of the evening. We seemed to have left all civilization behind, although after passing the last hamlet about nightfall we had only 40-odd miles more to go. Never shall I forget the eerie charm of that drive. We saw not a soul. Occasionally a jackrabbit, startled as ourselves, leaped athwart the gleam of our lamps. Sometimes we wandered in the pitchy black from the guiding Southern Pacific into a maze of twisting trails. Sometimes we dived into a sudden arroyo, wrenching the car about just in time to stay with the road as it serpentined out again. When, now and again, a lonely light far off suggested a lurking bandit, we remembered, with a homesick twinge, the last words of Toby's mother, and wondered when we should get a chance to obey them. At 4 crossroads, the only guidepost lay flat midway between the roads. We were obliged to guess at the most likely route. At last, we came on the lights of Deming. 5 miles away, in the valley, we sighed with relief and moved towards them rapidly. And then a figure stepped out from a truck blocked beside the road, and a deep voice called, "Stop a moment, please." At that moment we sincerely wished ourselves back in Mrs. Flanagan's roadhouse. And then, before Toby could get out the monkey-wrench, which was our sole weapon of defense, the voice changed shrilly on a high note, and we saw our bandit was a 14-year-old boy. He hopped aboard, never dreaming of the panic he had caused in our bandit-beset minds, explaining that his batteries were out of order and he must return to Deming. He added naively that his father owned the second-best hotel in town, which he recommended if we failed to find a room in the best hotel. Then he swung off the car, and we went on to the Mecca of all Western voyagers, a clean room, a hot bath, and a Harvey eating-house. Like all of the Southwest, Deming was in the midst of an oil boom. Beneath the arid sand and cactus of long unwanted acreage, rich, sluggish pools were in hiding, arousing the old gambling spirit of the West. It was a timid soul indeed, who had not invested in at least one well. In newspaper offices we saw the day's quotations, chalked on blackboards, and in the windows of real estate agents were greeted by imposing sketches of Deming 20 years from now. No longer half a dozen streets completely surrounded by whirling sand, but a city of oil shafts and skyscrapers. We dropped into a hairdresser's to be rid of the desert dust, and found a group of ladies as busily discussing oil as were their husbands at the barber's. "Jim and I had $500 saved toward a house," confided one gray-haired gambler. "So we bought Bearcat at 1 cent a share. If it goes to $1, like the land next to it, we've got 50,000. If it don't, why, what can you get with 500 anyway these days?" "Way I do is to buy some of everything," said the hairdresser, rubbing the lather into my scalp. "Then you're sure to hit it right. I got a claim out to Stein's, and they're striking oil all around. When they find it on my claim, it's always when, never if, I'm going to have a rope of pearls to my waist, and a colonial adobe house, 20 rooms, and a dance hall." We left the little town, hideous in its barrenness, and dreaming of its future, the waitresses chewing the inevitable toothpick, the 2 motion picture houses, the Sandstorms, and the railway with its transcontinental standards, and hastened through to Arizona, leaving a more thorough inspection of New Mexico for spring. At the garage, we had one word of advice from a weather-beaten old-timer, of whom we inquired as to roads. "The worst trouble you'll have in a prohibition state is tire trouble." "Why should prohibition affect our tires?" "Dead soldiers." "Dead soldiers?" "Empty whiskey bottles." When we looked back half-mile down the road, he was still laughing at his wit. What would have happened if the really good one about our being a long way from home had occurred to him, I cannot picture. 2 routes offered for Tucson, the shortcut through Lordsburg and Wilcox, and the longer way by Douglas and the Mexican border. When we inquired which route would have more interesting scenery, we had met invariably with a stare and a laugh. "Not much scenery wherever you go. Sand and cactus, just as much on one road as another." We therefore chose the shorter way, to learn later that the Douglas-Bisbee route, which we discarded, was one of the most beautiful drives in the country. Yet we ourselves moved into a theater of loveliness. Saw-toothed ranges, high and stormy, snow-topped, shadowed our trail. The wide amphitheater of our golden valley was encircled with mountains of every size and color, blue, rosy, purple, and at sunset pure gold and transparently radiant. The gray sage turned at sundown to lavender. Mauve shadows lengthened on the desert floor. Gorges of angry orange and red cliffs gave savage contrast to the delicate alpine glow lighting white peaks. A cold pastel sky framed a solitary star, and frosty air, thinned in its half-mile height to a stimulating sharpness, woke us keenly to life. We felt the enchantment that Arizona weaves from her gray cocoon toward sunset, and wondered at eyes which could look on it all and see only sand and cactus. Show them the unaccustomed, and they would doubtless have been appreciative enough. A green New England farm with running brooks and blossoming orchards would have spelled paradise to them, as this Persian pattern of desert did to us. Beauty to the parched native of Arizona is an irrigation ditch bordered by emerald cottonwoods. If I tint these pages with too many sunsets, it is not from unawareness of my weakness, but because without them a description of Arizona does not describe. In the afternoon hours, between 4 and 8, the country wakes and glows and has its moment like a woman whose youth was plain but whom middle age has touched with charm and mystery. Not to speak of the sunsets of Arizona till the reader is as saturated with their glory as is the traveler, is to leave the heart of the country unrevealed. From Wilcox to Lordsburg we realized there was more than jest in the remark of our old-timer concerning dead soldiers. All the way through that uninhabited desert we picked our road through avenues of discarded flat bottles of familiar shape, turning all shades of amethyst under the burning rays of the sun. It is an odd effect of the sun on glass here in the desert that it slowly turns a deeper and deeper violet. The desert wise can tell the date a bottle was discarded from its hue. I was told that one man made a fortune by ripening window glass in this manner and selling it to opticians at a fancy price. It may have been a similar industry which lined our path with empty bottles. It must have been so, for Arizona had been dry for 3 years. Even the lakes were dry. When we met with the term dry lake in the guidebook, we set it down as another flight of the fanciful creature who had composed its pages, but soon we came upon it. 4 miles and more we drove over the bottom of a lake now not even damp, making deep tracks in the white sand. Dry rivers were later to become commonplace, but we were children of Israel but this once. Suddenly beyond us in the distance, through a heat where no drop of water could live, we saw a sparkle and a shimmer of cool blue and cottonwoods reflected in wet, wavering lines. Our dry lake had turned wet. Mountain peaks rose and floated on its surface, and not till they melted and skipped about could I believe Toby's assertion that we were gazing on a mirage. When she focused her camera upon the mirage, I scoffed loudly. Tales of travelers in the desert had early rooted in my none-too-scientific mind the idea that a mirage is a subconscious desire visually projected, like the rootless vines which climb the air at the command of Hindu fakirs. When our finished print showed a definite, if faint, outline of non-existent hills, my little world was slightly less shaken than if Toby had produced a photograph of an astral wanderer from the spirit world. I do not like to look at it. It seems like black magic. The desert, bleached dazzling white under an afternoon sun, seemed shorn of all the mysteries and apprehensions with which the previous night and Mrs. Flanagan had enveloped it, and now it lay stark and unromantic, colorless in a blare of heat. We were only a few miles from Tucson when we mounted a hill and poised a second, looking down on a horseshoe canyon. Our road, narrow and stony, threaded the edge of it, a sharp downgrade, a quick curve at the base, and a steady climb up. As we turned the brow of the hill and passed a clump of trees hiding the view of the bottom, ahead, directly across the road and blocking all passage, stood a car. I put on the brakes sharply, and our car veered toward the edge and wavered. How stupid to leave a car directly across a dangerous road on a downgrade! This was my first reaction. And then we saw two men, with the slouch that marks the Westerner, step from behind their car and await our approach. Even while I concentrated on avoiding turning into the ditch, their very quiet manner as they awaited us arrested attention. It was not stupidity which made them choose to alight at that spot. It was an ideally clever place for a hold-up. Concealed itself, it commanded a view of the entire canyon, and would catch a car coming from either direction at lowered speed. These men were not waiting our approach for any casual purpose. Something too guarded and watchful, too tensely alert, lay taut beneath their easy slouch. The elder, a bearded, thick-set man, carelessly held his hand on his hip pocket, as they do in all Western novels. The taller and younger man stepped into the middle of the road and raised a hand to stop us. "Toby," I said in a low voice, "this looks serious." "Bandits," said Toby, her tone confirming my suspicions. "Get out the monkey wrench and point it as if it were a gun. I'll try to crowd past the car and up the hill." "If only we had the ammonia pistol," sighed Toby, murderously getting the wrench and cocking it. A gentle voice, tinged with the sharp edge of command, came from the younger man. "Better stop a minute, lady." We stopped, entirely contrary to our hastily made plans. Something in his level tone, and in a quick little gesture the man behind him made, changed our minds. Without removing his hand from his hip, the other man, who I quickly decided was the more desperate character of the two, strolled about our car with an appraising and well-satisfied look. At that moment we felt we were indeed a long, long ways from home. I began to calculate the time it would take to walk to Tucson, hampered possibly by a bullet wound. Then he pulled open his coat, and a gleam of metal caught the sunlight. "I'm the sheriff of Pima County," he said briefly. I did not believe him. I put my foot on the gas and tightened my grip on the wheel, measuring the road ahead and calculating the slight chance of crowding past his car and up the steep hill ahead. "Please show us your badge again, if you don't mind." He gave us a full view of it this time. It looked genuine enough, a silver star not quite so large as the planet Jupiter, with rays darting therefrom and Pima printed on it in bold letters, a staggering affair calculated to inspire respect for law and order. "Were we speeding?" Toby faltered, remembering Houston. "We're making a little search," he replied very crisply. "Search? For what?" "Booze, for one thing," said the lank young man. The other did not waste words. It was evident from their manner they expected to find what they were hunting for. They walked about and punched our tires, darkly suspicious. We couldn't have felt more guilty if we had been concealing the entire annual output of Peoria. I heard Toby gasp, and knew she was wondering what Brattle Street would say. "Where'd you come from?" asked the sheriff. "Benson," we replied, mentioning the last town we had passed through. "Ah!" evidently a highly incriminating place to come from, they proceeded to examine our suitcases thoroughly. "I hate to search ladies," said the sheriff, in brief apology. "But if ladies will smuggle booze into Pima County, it has to be done." At that moment his assistant caught sight of our knobby-looking auto trunk. "Ah!" Such a queer-shaped trunk was beyond explanation. I handed over the keys in silence. They made a grim search, with no sign of unbending, until they came to our funny little folding stove. Then the sheriff permitted a short smile to decorate his official expression, and I knew the worst was over. A moment later the lank young man discovered our number plate. "I say, are you from Massachusetts, lady?" "Boston." I pass over his next remark. The reader has heard it before, and so had we. The air was cleared, and so were we. To the sheriff of Pima County and his deputy, Boston meant only Susan B. Anthony and Francis E. Willard. They had evidently never heard of Ward 8. We passed on, amid apologies, to Tucson. Once more the spectres evoked by Mrs. Flanagan had been laid. Artistically, it was a pity. The canyon made a perfect setting for a hold-up. As such, I recommend it to the outlaws of Pima County. As we drove into the city, acquitted of bootlegging, a wonderful odor stole to our nostrils. We sniffed, looked at each other, and sniffed again. We were entering Tucson on the historic afternoon, when $60,000 worth of liquor had been poured relentlessly into the gutters of the old town, a town which a generation ago had stood for wild drinking and picturesque lawlessness. The end of Section 7.
Section 8 of Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring by Winifred Hawkridge Dixon. Tucson. What schoolchild reading of the Pilgrim's Landing, of Montcalm's defeat, and the Revolutionary War, but thinks he is learning the whole of America's colonial history? Studying from textbooks, Eastern professors wrote about the time when the Mississippi held back the lurking savage. He skips over the brief mention of Coronado and Cortez as of sporadic explorers who kindly lessened homework by changing the map as little as possible. He reads of Independence Hall in Philadelphia and Faneuil Hall in Boston and the Old South Church. Yet in the land of Coronado, the uncharted wilderness his mind pictures, rise the white turrets and dome of a mission beside which the Old South is as ordinary as a country Audrey compared with a lady of St. James' Court. Who of his elders can blame him, who pride themselves on their familiarity with the cloisters of San Marcos and Bruges, Chartres, and the ruined giant Rheims, and have heard vaguely or not at all of the pearl set by devout Spaniards against the blue enamel sky of Arizona and dedicated to San Xavier. As it lies relaxed on the tinted desert carpet, dome and tower so light that they seem great white balloons, kept from floating away into the vivid sky by substantial anchors of buttress and arch. Compare it with the neat smugness of our Bullfinch and Georgian meeting houses in New England. Even at its best, the latter style has the prim daintiness of an exquisite maiden lady, while the Mission is like the Sleeping Beauty, with white arm curved above her head, relaxed and dreaming. Without claiming to speak with authority, I consider San Xavier the loveliest ecclesiastical building in America. Certainly its obscurity should be broken more frequently than now by pilgrimages, its outlines as familiar in school histories as Independence Hall or Washington crossing the Delaware. In its fashion this mission personifies a sort of Independence Hall of the first Americans, the Papagoes, who might be termed Red Quakers. Founded in 1687 by Father Kino, a Jesuit priest of the Royal House of Bavaria, the original mission suffered from Indian rebellions, Apache massacres, and the expulsion of the Jesuits. Abandoned for a while, it fell a century later to the Franciscans, who erected the present building, which represents the almost single-handed conquest by some 18th century padre of engineering difficulties which might well baffle a technology graduate. It became the Rheims of the Papagos, Christians in their peculiarly pantheistic fashion, since the advent of Father Kino. Mildest of all Indians, in their whole history they went on the warpath but once, after hostile Apaches had thrice desecrated their loved San Xavier and murdered its priests. The Apaches never returned. 9 miles from Tucson, on a wide plain which the Santa Rita Mountains guard, the mission lies cloistered, exquisite souvenir of the Moors and Spaniards, its arched gateway a legacy from Arabia. Little Papago huts of wattled reeds and mud, scarcely different in construction from prehistoric cliff dwellings, lie scattered over the plain. Out in the sunshine, Papagos in blue overalls and brilliant bandas mended tools or drove a primitive plow, and the women caught the wind and the light in billowing scarves of purple, green, and red. They smiled broadly and sheepishly at us, proudly exhibiting blinking, velvet-eyed progeny in wicker cradles, who bore such good Catholic names as Clara, Juan, Madalena. Some women were busy covering reeds with split yucca fiber, intertwined with the black of the devil's claw, a vicious curving seed pod which more than once had clamped about our feet in our desert travel. Others baked round loaves in rude outdoor ovens of mud. Across the plains sheep grazed, and an occasional horse, the omnipresent mongrel beloved of the Indian, snarled and yapped as we drove to the mission doorway. Here we stepped into another world. An Irish Mother Superior welcomed us, her soft brogue tempered to the hushed stillness within, and offered us trays of cold milk. Hers was the mellow presence which long ripening in cloisters sometimes, not always, brings. Walls 4 feet thick shut out the yellow sunlight, save where it fell in dappled patterns on the flags, or filtered through green vines covering open arches. The central dome of the mission roofs the nave of the church. Inside it lights the obscurity with a rich gleam of gold leaf, put on with barbaric lavishness. Paintings and frescoes of biblical stories add to the ornate effect. Painted-faced holy families in gauze and lace stare from their niches unsurprised. 2 great carved lions of Castile, brought in sections from old Spain, guard the altar treasures. Rightly did the Jesuits and Franciscans gauge the psychology of their dusky converts. Never eliminating the old religion, but grafting to it the vigorous shoots of the new, they made it appeal to the Indian's love of pomp and color. Pictorial representations of the saints bridged the gap between the two languages, and the glitter of the decadent Renaissance style was gilded the brighter to attract the curious minds of the red children. At least 2 artists of some gifts decorated the nave, for 2 styles are apparent. One artist was fairly unimaginative and conventional. The other painted with a daintier flourish his flying angels, who float about in their curly ribbons with a Perugian elegance, hinting too in their fragility of the more perfect creatures of Fra Angelico. Certainly this latter artist had a touch, but who he was or what he did so far from the studios which trained him, I do not think is known. The Mother Superior led us out of the church and into the courtyard flanked by what were once cells for the resident monks, and are now schoolrooms for young Papagos, intoning lessons to a sharp-faced nun. At the end of the court a graceful gateway, triple-arched, harked back again to old Spain, and thence more remotely to Arabia, for it is a copy of the camel gates, which at sunset closed their middle arch and left tardily arriving camel trains to crawl through side openings. It is a far cry from Arabia to Arizona, yet there are camels in Arizona too, according to a creditable account, but that story belongs elsewhere. Framed through low white arches of the courtyard walls, against which clusters of china berries make brilliant splashes of color, are exquisite pictures of emerald green pastures leading out to white-topped crests. Toward sunset these peaks turn rosy, then red. The somber, barren hills below them become deep purple, then chilly blue. Over the plain, mingling with the tinkle of sheep bells, float the silver notes of the chimes brought from old Spain, and little by little darkness falls, and the fluttering veils of the Papago women vanish from the scene. Tucson is perhaps the most livable town in Arizona. It boasts several good hotels, macadam boulevards, a railway station so attractively designed and placed it might be taken for a museum or library, an embryo subway, and a university. The last may account for an atmosphere of culture, not perhaps remarkable in the West, yet not always found in a provincial town of the size. The University of Arizona is situated in the newer part of the town. Its buildings are of classic architecture, well proportioned, their simple, dignified lines suited to the exuberance of nature surrounding them. Still new, its landscape gardening has been happily planned in a country which aided the gardener rapidly to achieve his softening effect. The grounds boast two attractions Northern colleges must forego: an outdoor swimming pool and a cactus garden, in which all known varieties of cactus grown in the state are found. The university necessarily lacks some advantages of older colleges, but it owns a rare collection of Indian basketry and pottery. The well-known archaeologist, Professor Byron Cummings, who was the first white man to behold the Rainbow Bridge in Utah, in winter has the chair of archaeology, and in summer leads classes through the cliff dwellings and prehistoric ruins which stud the four corners of the United States. The old part of the town, where lived the first families who settled the district when the Apaches raided and the bad man frequented saloons and made shootings and lynchings common in the 60s and 70s, has lost many of its thick-walled, verandahed houses in the face of the builders' fervor for bungalows. The inhabitants who remember picturesque and bloody tales of the frontier days, and even participated in them, are still hail middle age. Viewing the electric lights, the neat and charmingly designed bungalows, the tramways and excellent garages, the cretonne-lined coupés, Toby and I decided we had discovered the West too late. We had before us only a denatured California, and were indeed feeling reminded of that fact by the increasing numbers of native sons we encountered. Some of the benefits long enjoyed by the Golden State have seeped across the boundaries, and Arizona has become canny, and in the health resort zone which embraces Tucson has learned to add in the climate at the top of every bill. But Arizona's boom is but a feeble pipe when a real native son begins. Some of these have, for unknown reasons, migrated to Arizona, and whenever such an individual, male or female, saw our sign, after the customary greeting he opened fire. "On your way to California?" "No." Following blank astonishment, "No?" "No." Recovery. "Oh, just come from there?" "No." 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 "And you're not going to California?" "No." "Why aren't you going?" "Because we want to do this part of the country." "But there's nothing here but sand." "Look here, you can go to California just as well as not. You'll get a climate there. You won't have any trouble with the roads, if that's what's troubling you. The roads are wonderful. Nothing like here. You'll find a live state across the border. Only 90 miles by Yuma. A little sand, then good roads all the way." "Yes, but we don't want good roads. We want to stay in Arizona." A long pause. "You want to stay in Arizona?" "Yes." "But California is only 90 miles away." "But we like Arizona better." Wounded incredulity. "Oh, you can't. You've got sand and cactus here. Just a blamed desert. And look at California, the garden spot of the world. Roads like boulevards, scenery, live towns, everything you've got in the East, and a climate. Now I tell you, here's what you do. I know California like a book. Born there, thank God. You let me plan your route. You go to San Diego, work up the coast, see the missions, Los Angeles, San Francisco. Say, that's a town. And then up to Seattle. You'll have good roads all the way." "Yes, but we were planning an entirely different trip. Arizona and New Mexico, the Rainbow Bridge, then north to Yellowstone and Glacier Park." "Well, it's lucky I saw you in time. You go straight to Needles. You can't miss the road. marked all the way. Goodbye and good luck. You'll like California. Like Jacob with the angel, they wrestled with us and would not let us go. After several such encounters, we learned to recognize the native son at sight, and when he opened with, "Going to California?" we would reply, with the courage of our mendacity, "Just left." It saved us hours daily. End of section 8.
Chapter 9 of Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring by Winifred Hawkridge Dixon. Chapter 9, 20% grades, 40% vanilla. Complications arose when we reached Tucson. We planned to see endless places, but most of them, at an altitude of half mile to a mile and a half, could be reached only by roads still under 10 feet of snow. The district ridged by the White Mountains was completely cut off. Its unabridged rivers flooded, and a few of its highways covered by snowdrifts, thrice the height of a man. The same conditions prevailed from Flagstaff to Winslow, and while southern Arizona picked oranges and basked in the sun, the Grand Canyon was in the grip of winter. It became necessary, therefore, to find a ranch in which to hibernate for a month, till the Arizona highways became less like the trains in the timetable Beatrice Hereford describes, where those that start don't get there, and those that get there don't start. Tucson being apparently devoid of dude ranches, we decided to move on to the center of the state until we found what we sought. The shorter and more obvious route by the Old Spanish Trail through Florence to Chandler and Phoenix, we discarded for the new state highway to Winkleman and Globe. Thence, over the Apache Trail to the Roosevelt Dam and Chandler. Globe maintains all contact with the world by the Apache Trail in the huge irregular quadrilateral between Globe and Phoenix, through which the Mescal and Pinal ranges stray. There is no other road. The difficulty of travel in Arizona is not that the state has no roads, as has been unjustly claimed, but that the roads make no pretense of linking together the widely scattered towns. We had one other reason for taking the Apache Trail besides its widely advertised beauty. Everyone who mentioned it spoke in bated breath of its difficulty. The steepest and most dangerous road in Arizona. You two women surely can't mean to go over it alone. It's dangerous even for a man. Whatever inward qualms these remarks evoked, they made us only more curious to try our luck. We had already learned that, taken a car length at a time, no road is as bad as it seems in toto, and few situations develop which admit of no solution. As for doing without a man, we found Providence always sent what we needed in any crisis we could not meet ourselves. In Tucson, we found two old friends, Miss Susan and Miss Martha, who shared our brash confidence in ourselves enough to consent to go with us as far as Phoenix. One can travel north from Phoenix to the dam, then east to Globe, or reverse the route. Most people consider the trail more magnificent going north and east, but circumstances forced us to take the opposite course. A month later, we made the reverse journey, so that we had the opportunity to judge both for ourselves. It is hard to weigh splendor against splendor. No matter which direction you take, you will be constantly looking back to snatch the glory behind you. But on the whole, if I could travel the Apache Trail but once, I should start from Phoenix. We left town in a raw, bleak wind, which became bleaker as we circled the small hills about Oracle. For 15 miles, we had fine macadam, although occasionally torn with deep chuck holes. Then we left the made road and meandered up and down bumpy paths through forests of the finest, most varied cacti we had seen anywhere. Steep slopes were covered with giant saguaro, standing bolt upright and pointing a stiff arm to heaven like an uncouth evangelist. Demon cholla forests, with their blurred silver-gray haze, seemed not to belong to this definite earth, but to some vague dead moon. Among them wavered the long, listless fingers of the ocotillo, and the many-eared prickly pear clambered over the sands like some strange sea plant. In this world of unreal beauty, tawny dunes replaced green slopes, and such verdure as it appeared was pale yet brilliant, as if lighted by electricity. Climbing steadily, we passed Winkelmann, a little very German settlement. Nobody had suggested we should find the scenery anything out of the ordinary, though many had said the road was good, an outright and prodigious misstatement of fact. One temperate person had mentioned it might be well worth our while. If that same lady were to meet Christ, she would probably describe him as a very nice man. The scenery was grand. It progressed from grand to majestic, and from majestic to tremendous. The raw wind, with its ensuing flurry of cold rain, had died down, and the sun was out. Threading westward into one mountain pass after another, we soon were making our cautious way along a narrow shelf, which constantly wound higher and higher above the rushing, muddy Gila River. We had come suddenly upon magnificence minus macadam, where we had been led to expect macadam minus magnificence. Suddenly looking down, I decided the scenery was becoming altogether too grand. Far below, the Gila was a tiny thread, getting tinier every moment. On the very edge of the fast deepening canyon hung the road, with neither fence nor wall between us, and eternity via the Gila River. As we climbed, the road narrowed, till for a dozen miles no car could have passed us. Regularly, it twisted in such hairpin curves that our front tires nearly pinched our back tires as we made the turn. Instead of being graded level, the road rose or fell so steeply in rounding corners that the car's hood completely concealed which way the road twisted. If we went left while the road turned right, we should collide with a cliff. If the road turned left and we right, we should be plunged through space. So it behooved us to get our bearings quickly. Once, fortunately, at a wide place, we met a team of 4 mules. Ignorant of the Arizona law requiring motorists to give animals the inside of the road, we drew up close to the cliff, while the faithful mules went half over the crumbly edge, but kept the wagon safely on the trails. I began to notice a strange vacuum where once had been the pit of my stomach. Ordinarily, I cannot step over a manhole without my knees crumpling to paper, and that thread of a stream a mile, or probably only about 500 feet below, gave me an acute attack of horizontal fever. At that giddy moment, on the very highest spot, I essayed to turn a sharp corner, down grade, where a ledge threw us well over to the edge of the curve, and I found my foot brake would not hold. I tried the emergency. It, too, had given way from the constant strain put on it. We were already in first. But even so, at that grade, our heavy car would coast 15 or 20 miles an hour. The road ahead switched back down, down, down. I calculated we could make 2 turns safely, and that the third would send us spinning over the chasm. I felt my face undergo what novelists call blanching. I stiffened and prepared myself. No time to prepare the others, for the wildest and probably the last drive of my life. And then, a weak voice from behind called, "Stop the car, please. I feel ill." Poor Miss Martha had been suffering all day from a sick headache, but had gallantly admired the scenery between whiles. Now, oblivious to the scenery, with closed eyes and wan face, she waited for the dreadful motion to cease. I wanted to, but was in no position to obey her reasonable request. As a drowning man sees everything, to my sharp mental vision of the car spinning over and over toward the final crash, I added a picture of poor Miss Martha, bewildered all the way down, and too ill to do anything but wonder why the car would not stop. I lost fear in a glow of altruistic sympathy. Then, deciding something had to be done quickly, I ran the old lady's nose into a ledge. The left mudguard bent, but we stuck. "The car is going over," exclaimed Miss Susan, much surprised. "No, it isn't," I said rather crossly. As well as 2 paper knees permitted, I got out and explained about the brakes. Relieved that the motion had ceased, Miss Martha sank back, blissfully closing her eyes. The others had not realized our danger. It was evident the brakes must be tightened if we were to reach the bottom of the canyon alive. Neither Toby nor I knew how to tighten brakes, except that in the process, one got under the car. Accordingly, as diagnostician, I crawled beneath, and in a few moments found a nut, which looked as if it connected with the brake, while Toby, who was exceedingly clever with tools, and something of a contortionist, managed to tighten it. We tried the foot brakes. They held. Never had we known a prouder moment. The incident gave us courage to meet new contingencies, and never again did I experience just that sick feeling of helplessness of a moment before. While Toby was still beneath the wheels, a horn sounded, and another machine climbed around the bend. Miss Susan flagged it with her sweater just in time. 2 men emerged, rather startled at the encounter, and asked how they were to pass. As the ascending car, they had the right-of-way, and, unlike the courteous mules, intended to keep it. I could not blame them for not wanting to back down the hill. Neither did I. I could not tell whether my knees would ever be practical again. The road was a little more than 10 feet wide and very crooked. I am usually good at backing, but sometimes I become confused and turn the wrong way, and I hated to spoil the view by backing into it. After some prospecting, we discovered a little cubbyhole at the third turn down. At the rate of an inch a minute, we reached it. The chauffeur of the other car gave us valuable advice. Never to use our foot on the brake on mountains, but instead to shut off the ignition, shift to first gear, and if we still descended too fast, use the emergency brake at intervals. If the grade were so steep as to offset all these precautions, as actually happened later on several occasions, the foot brake could be alternately pressed and released. With all the Rockies before us, this information gave us back the confidence which we had momentarily lost while we poised brakeless over the Gila. Before reaching home, we were to travel over many such roads, for we motored along the spine of the Rockies from Mexico to Alberta, but never again did horizontal fever attack us virulently. This fine state highway from Winkleman to Globe proved as dangerous a road as we were to meet, and being the first encountered after the plains of Texas and the deserts of New Mexico, it especially terrified us. A month later, we traversed it without a quiver. Once more into the valley and into Globe as the lights came out. Globe runs uphill at the base of a huge dark mountain full of gold and copper and other precious metals. Cowboys and bright-robed Apaches still walk the streets. We knew the town was busy and prosperous, but as usual, the Arizonans had forgotten to mention its scenic value, which any hotel proprietor back home would have envied. The air, too, blows bracing and keen, and the town's whole atmosphere is brisk, except at the drugstore, where I dropped in to shop for a cake of soap, and spent an hour, a delicious gossipy hour. The druggist evidently had a weakness for high-priced soaps, which he had indulged lavishly in the seclusion of Globe, more for aesthetic pleasure than hope of commercial gain. We were kindred souls, for Toby and I had developed a mania for soap collecting, and at each new hotel pilfered soap with joy. We discussed the relative merits of French and domestic soaps, of violet and sandalwood, of scented and unscented. He told me the kind his wife used, and as an indirect compliment, I bought a cake of it. And so to bed, and to dream I had driven the car to the 3rd floor of our hotel, when the proprietor discovered it and ordered me to take it away. They refused us the elevator, and I was forced to bump the great Leviathan downstairs, 1 step at a time. How I labored to keep the unwieldy bulk from getting beyond control. I awoke to find both feet pressed hard against the footboard of the bed. At the garage the next morning, we heard more of the dangers of the Apache Trail. Considering nobody had thought the dangers of the Winkleman Road important enough to mention, I became extremely dubious that we would reach the Roosevelt Dam alive. Still, the weather was charming, blue sky and hot sun. I could not believe the Lord would let anyone die on such a day. As if the sun were not bright enough, fields of golden stubble made the scene dance with light. A herd of Holsteins lent a dash of black and white, and the far hills across the Gila were pink, mauve, orange, lemon, any preposterous color, but those a normal hill should be. We were following the trail over which Coronado and his army rode, when incidentally to their search for gold, they made history in 1540. Over this same road, for thousands of years, Native Americans, Toltecs, Cliff Dwellers, Apaches, Friars, and 49ers have traveled to satisfy bloodlust and goldlust, religion, fanaticism, and empire building. Until the Roosevelt Dam let in a flood of tourists, few traveled it except on grim business. The romance of 1,000 years of tense emotions experienced by resolute men haunts that lovely sun-flooded valley. Mormons still follow the trail, recognizable by their long, greasy beards. One such passed us, driving an ancient Ford, the very one, I should say, in which Brigham Young came to Utah. It showed faded remnants of 3 coats of paint, white, blue, and black. On the radiator rested a hen coop containing several placid biddies. We tactfully ignored a murmur from Toby about an exhilarating drive. A dozen children, more or less, sat beside the Mormon. Attached to the Ford was a wagon, drawn by 6 burros, with a burro colt trotting beside, and atop the wagon, under a canvas roof, a few more women and children. We were too appalled to notice whether the Ford pulled the burros or the burros pushed the Ford. Following the prairie schooner came a rickety wagon, piled with chairs, stoves, and other domestic articles. Last of all came a house. It was, to be sure, a small house, but considering that the car was only working on 2 cylinders, one could not reasonably expect more. Later we passed a man on horseback, wearing 2 sombreros, one atop the other, with a certain jaunty defiance. Whether he did it from ostentation, for warmth, to save space, to keep out moths, or was just moving, we could not guess. Or he may have been a half-crazy prospector, whose type we began to recognize. Old, vague-eyed men with strange beards, speech curiously halting from long disuse, and slow, timid manners, riding a burro or a rack-of-bones horse up a side trail. In every section of the Rockies, one meets these ancient, unwashed optimists, searching in unlikely crannies, more from lifelong habit than in hope of striking it rich. So long have they lived remote from human beings that if a gold mine suddenly yielded them the long-sought fortune and compelled them to return to the world, they would die of homesickness. When Coronado marched over the Apache Trail, he saw far above him a walled town built in the recessed cliffs, whose protective coloring made it nearly invisible to the casual passer-by. The Spaniard, seeking the 7 cities of Cibola, imagined he had discovered one of their strongholds. But when he rushed up the steep path, more breathless, doubtless in his heavy armor than we, 4 centuries later, in our khaki suits, he found the swallow's nest deserted and the birds flown. Where and for what reason is the great mystery of the Southwest. So cunningly hidden are these sky parlors that we drove by them without seeing them and had to inquire their whereabouts at the local post office. At Monte Cristo, they show you the very window from which the Count did not leap. At Salem, any citizen will proudly stop work to point out the hill where the witches were not burned. But the postmistress in a Georgette waist knew of the cliff dwellings only as a fad of crazy tourists, although she could have walked to them in the time she took to remove her chewing gum before answering us. Out west, they have not learned the art of making their ancestors earn an honest penny. We lunched at the Tonto ruins, and that lunch marks the beginning of Toby's mania for hoarding bits of broken pottery, charred sticks, and other relics of the past. She learned to distinguish between the red and black of the Middle Ages, the black and white of an earlier era, and the plain thumbnail of remotest antiquity. She never could resist adding just one more bit of painted clay or obsidian to her knobby collection, and the blue bandana in which she tied them grew steadily larger until it overflowed into the pockets of the car and the food box. And after a while she clinked as she walked and said "ouch" when she sat down absent-mindedly. Leaving the ruins and following the shelf high above the blue lake, we came quite unexpectedly on the dam, not 5 miles further. It was a surprise to reach our first night stop, with a half-dread trail behind us, and no thrilling escapes from destruction. We learned at the inn that the worst 16 miles lay ahead, on the road to Fish Creek. Indeed, the Apache Trail, although narrow, full of turns and fairly precipitous in places, proved a far simpler matter than the unadvertised highway out of Winkleman, while the scenery itself was hardly lovelier. Rounding the shoulder of a massive cliff, we swung sharply downhill to a narrow bridge of masonry, the arm holding back the great artificial body of water. In front was the dam, one of the largest in the world, and in difficulty of construction, one of the most interesting to engineers. Yet the flood twice Niagara's height pouring over it is dwarfed to a mere trickle by the majesty of the cliffs above. To get its full impressiveness, you must descend to the bottom of the masonry and look up at the volume pouring over the curved wall, which has made 250,000 acres of desert the most fruitful section of this continent. You can observe a man walking along the steps which line the concave wall of the dam in close formation, and notice that his shoulder is on a level with the step above. Gradually isolated from its dwarfing surroundings, the handiwork of man impresses you. There has been talk of placing near the dam a memorial to Roosevelt, but no fitting memorial could be placed there, which would not seem of pygmy significance. The best and most appropriate memorial to the man of deeds is the dam itself, and the fertile and prosperous Salt River Valley below it. At the inn, built on the borders of the lake, we asked for rooms. The innkeeper, a plump and rubicund Irishman, seemed flustered. His eyes swam, and he looked through us and beyond us with a fixed glare. His breath came short and labored, very fragrant. "Don't hurry me, lady," he replied pettishly to Miss Susan. "Can't you see the crowds waiting for rooms? They ain't trying to get in ahead of their turn. They're behaving themselves. They ain't trying to nag the life out of me, asking for this and that. They ain't pushing and shoving. Now, lady," fixing a stern eye upon her, and speaking like a man whose patience would outlast any strain, "I'm at my wit's end with all these people. Can't you be reasonable and wait till I get round to you?" As we were the only people in sight, we were forced to conclude he was seeing us in generous quantities. Possibly, too, we were not standing still, but were whirling around in an irritating way. So we waited patiently for an hour or so, while John made frequent trips to the back of the house. As the afternoon shortened, and John's temper with it, the crowd steadily increased. "Are our rooms ready yet?" I finally asked. His eyes wandered past me and lighted on Miss Susan. He fixed upon her as a person who had given him much trouble a long time ago. "What, you here again?" He had a fine exclamatory style. "Lady, you're giving me more trouble than all the rest of them put together. Here, Ed," he called a clerk with great magnanimity. "Take 'em, give 'em a room, give 'em the hotel, give 'em anything they want, only get 'em out of my way." They led us to our tents, where the beds were still unmade. The clerk left, promising to get John to send a chambermaid. We felt less hopeful than he, for as we were banished from his presence, we observed him feeling his way a cautious mile or so at a time to the far reaches of the kitchen. We made 1 or 2 trips to the hotel to induce somebody to make up our beds, keeping Miss Susan well in the background, for the sight of her seemed more than John could bear. But he pounced on her. "Have you any idea of the troubles of a hotel keeper?" His forbearance by now had become sublime. "Any idea? No, lady, I see you haven't. If you had, you'd be a little patient." Our beds were made, but an hour later, we were still without towels and water, while one tent had no lights. The rest of us were thoroughly cowed by this time, but opposition had stiffened little Miss Susan to the point where she would risk being hurled over the dam before she would be browbeaten. We timidly followed, giving her our physical, if not our moral support, while she stated our case, which she did quite simply. "We've been here some hours, and we still have no towels or electric lights." "Be reasonable. I ask you, lady, one thing if possible." Heavy sarcasm. "Be reasonable. I've got my troubles, same as you have. All the world has its troubles. Now why can't you stand yours with a little patience?" "I'm sorry for your troubles," said Miss Susan sympathetically. "But we are paying for towels and electric lights. Why shouldn't you give them to us?" At this, John became violent. "Lady, go!" He pointed dramatically to the dam and the road out into the wilderness beyond. "Go. I don't want you. And never come back here again. Lady, if everyone was like you, I'd go crazy. You've been asking for something ever since you struck the place. Why, since you've come here, all the help has come to me and give notice. Now get out." For fear he might carry out the eviction on the spot and send us 16 miles of precipitous darkness, we again retreated. After supper, facing the terrifying prospect of feeling her way to bed, lightless, and with no lock on the door to keep out inebriated landlords or mountain lions, Miss Susan resolved on action. She tiptoed into the dining room and was in the act of unscrewing a bulb from its socket when John appeared from the vicinity of the kitchen. At sight of his arch-enemy thus outraging his hospitality, anger and grief swelled within him. Probably the only thing that kept Miss Susan, dauntless but scared, from being completely annihilated was that he could not decide which one of her to begin on first. "Lady!" he exclaimed, sorrowfully, as if he could not believe his eyes. And possibly he could not. "Lady, off my own dining room table." He reached wobbly but sublime heights of forbearance, his voice filled with reproachful irony. "Lady, I got one thing to ask you, only one. If you got to take my electric lights, if you sunk as low as that, lady, all I ask is, don't take 'em off my dining room table. I've seen all sorts of people here in my day, all sorts, but none of them would steal the lights off my dining room table." "I have never been so insulted in all my life," exclaimed Miss Susan. "Lady," said John, swaying as if by an invisible breeze, "I am trying to be as nice as I know how." A few scared employees later sought out our tents to apologize for John. "John is never like this," said one succinctly, "except when he's this way." "I thought Arizona was a prohibition state," I said, remembering the sheriff of Pima County. "Where does he get it?" Their eyes wandered to the horizon and remained fixed there. "Vanilla extract," said one. The scientifically minded Toby made an excursion to the inn and came back with a satisfied sniff. "It wasn't vanilla," she reported positively. Upon the hotel porch, we could see John's white-jacketed fat figure mincing up and down before a group of latecomers holding an imaginary skirt in one hand. First, he was Miss Susan, red-handed and infamous. Then he became himself, majestic yet forbearing. "Took them right off my dining room table," we heard him say. End of Chapter 9, read by Kimberly Bonin.
Chapter 10 of Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring by Winifred Hawkridge Dixon. The Apache Trail and Tonto Valley. Fearing the wrath of John, we made a guilty start in the freshness of the next morning. But when we paid our bill and left, John was still heavily under the influence of vanilla, and to Miss Susan's relief, we did not encounter him. Even in bright daylight with no traffic, we were an hour and a half driving the 16 miles to Fish Creek. Salt River Valley became a narrow chasm, dark and gloomy, but for the glint of emerald cottonwoods edging the stream at the bottom. A chaotic heap of brilliant-hued peaks filled the valley. The road was all that had been claimed for it. Had we not been inoculated with horizontal fever serum on the still more precarious Winkleman Trail, we might have fallen over the precipice in sheer giddiness. The natural hazards of a road which skipped from top to bottom of a series of 1,000-foot rocks were increased by tipping outward, uphill, and around corners, so that frequently we lurched over steep chasms at a far from reassuring angle, while our long wheelbase increased complications. Boulders loosened from the crumbling cliffs above cluttered the road at the most dangerous turns. A glance ahead at the dizzy drop of several thousand feet, then beyond to a corresponding climb, and still further to dips and swoops exceeding the most breathtaking devices of Coney Island, would make me weak-kneed. But taking the road in a nearsighted way, after one quick glance over switchbacks to make sure we should meet no traffic, and meeting each problem in driving as it came abreast the steering wheel, I found the Apache Trail as safe as a church. We breakfasted under the highest peak of all, at the little Fish Creek Inn. Here the scenery resembled the landscapes of impressive grandeur our grandmothers received for wedding presents, with crags and waterfalls, jungles, mountains, and valleys gloomily heaped together in a 3-foot canvas. Our breakfast was a simple affair of stewed fruit, oatmeal, fried ham, fried eggs, bacon, hot biscuits, coffee, and griddle cakes. Thus securely ballasted, our chance of being toppled off a cliff's edge was materially lessened. Now came the climax of the drive, the climb to Lookout Point. 2,000 vertical feet of rock would seem a sufficient barrier to turn humanity back into the fastness whence it came. But moccasined feet had won to the summit, and motor cars with the power of many cayuses now roar over the same trail, a tortuous mile upward to Lookout Point. Whether this spot was named for its scenic beauty or for a warning matters not. The name fits. We looked our fill. I cannot describe what we saw. Go and see it for yourself, even at the risk of breaking a neck. The safety of one's neck is always inversely as the beauty of the view. Miles on jagged miles of mountain tops lay below us. It was not long before we became aware of the extreme unimportance of ourselves and our tiny affairs. The mountains shouted to each other, "God is!" With a suggestion of Bunyan, we reached Superstition Mountain next, and left it behind. Then the scenery, having had its last triumphant fling of grandeur, settled down to levels of gray and brown. The world which a moment since had stood on its head for joy tumbled flat and became content with mediocrity. 5 miles more, and the reason for Roosevelt Dam lay before our eyes. 5 miles of blistering country, so dry, as the guide said, that when you spit, you can't see where it lands. A country burnt to a crisp by withering sunshine so intense that shadows, sharp-edged as razor blades, look vermilion purple. Only horned reptiles, poisonous and thorny-backed, can exist here, and plants as ungracious, compelled to hoard their modicum of moisture in ironclad, spiny armament. And then a line of demarcation the width of a street, and the water god has turned this colorless ache of heat to emerald green. Thwarted cactus gives way to long rows of poplars and leopard-spotted eucalyptus bordering blue canals. We saw a corner of southern France, where the hills of Provence edge the fertile plains of Avignon. We were in the famous Salt River Valley, the boast of parched Arizona. We followed these shady canals into Phoenix, bumping over dismally paved roads and making wide detours where some irrigator, greedy for water, had flooded the street. After leaving our friends at the station, we returned, sand blowing in our faces, to the San Marcos Hotel at Chandler. Neither town nor hotel has geographic or commercial reasons for existing, but both are examples of one man's patient persistence in a fight with stubborn nature. Chandler is typical of the whole valley. Sand-besieged from the north, it sets a flame of verdure to meet the devastating onslaught of the desert, blossoming defiantly till the air is saturated with perfume. A contrast to the uncompromising shoebox fronts of most Western hotels, the San Marcos displayed low-plaster arcades hung with swinging plants, inviting all the songbirds of the valley, cool corridors and carefully planned interiors, and gardens framed by distant lilac mountains. Across from the hotel, little shops repeated its design of reposeful mission. Only on the outskirts of this little town did we meet with the crude unsophistication of the Rockies. Yet, before a week passed, all this artificial fertility and prettiness paled. It was not Arizona. Beyond the orange and olive groves of the valley, beyond the blooming roses and the song of the nightingale, and all the daintiness of Eastern standards inlaid upon the west, we felt the threat of the arid waste circling this little island of fruitfulness. The dam, beneficent as it is, harnesses but does not destroy the desert. We found ourselves making excursions back to the untrammeled wastes of sand beyond. Once we made a day's excursion to Casa Grande, 40 miles away over the Maricopa Reservation. No spot could look more untouched by human life than this wind-ribbed and desolate palimpsest of sand on which layer on layer of history has been scratched. The old Santa Fe Trail, from Armored Spaniard to Wells Fargo days, ran directly over a corner of ruins since excavated. Before 1700, Father Chemo came upon this remote House of the Morning Glow, as the Indians called it, and held mass in its empty rooms for the tribes of the region. Coronado the Ubiquitous may have seen it, since he speaks of a great house built by Indians. Even then the place lay in ruins, and for how much further back? Nobody knows, and guesses are a millennium apart. It is America's oldest ruin. We drove home across the desert through a world transfigured. The afternoon sun in that pure air scattered prismatic stains over gray mesquite and sage, and colored the translucent hills in gay pinks and blues. Superstition Mountain loomed clear and cold on our left. But what caught and held our eyes in this pastel land was a riot, a debauch of clear orange gold. Born overnight of a quick shower and a spring sun, 1,000,000 deep-centered California poppies spread a fabulous mosaic over the dull earth. Fairy gold in a fairy world, alive, ablaze. A sunset was thrown in, and a crescent moon in a pompadour sky helped us thread our way home through arroyos and over blind trails. Still in search of a dude ranch, we trailed all over the Salt River Valley. Some of the ranches where we sought board and lodging were surrounded by orange groves. The hosts made a point of the privilege allowed guests to pick and eat all the oranges they liked, but at the prices charged, we could have procured the same privilege at any hotel in New York. Arizona prices do not, like the ostrich, hide their heads in the sand. The completion of the dam made the Salt River Valley realize that the climate she had always possessed, crowned with fruit and flowers, made her California's rival. she began to cultivate oranges, pecans, and a professional enthusiasm for herself. One native son of Phoenix, of whom I was buying postcards, almost sold me a triangular corner of his ranch at $300 an acre. If it had been irrigated, he said he would have had to charge more. The longer he talked, the more eager I was to secure this paradise, whose native milk and honey would keep me in affluence and spare tires the rest of my days. Toby, however, who had been strolling about during the exhortation and had not been splashed by his golden shower of words, advised postponing purchase till we saw the land. We drove out and looked at it. One thing, he claimed, was true. It was triangular. It was frankly desert, but not even pretty desert. Except for a deserted pigsty in the immediate foreground, there was no view. We drove back to Phoenix. Now Phoenix has paved streets and electric lights and a chamber of commerce, a state house and a governor. But somehow, Phoenix had no charm for us. Phoenix may be Arizona, but it is Arizona denatured. All Salt River Valley seemed denatured. It had taken its boom seriously, and the arch crime of self-consciousness possessed it. For the first time since the Aztecs, one can find Arizonians trying to do what other people do, rather than what they damn please. And it set oh so heavily on Phoenix and the Phoenicians, and on the Easterners and Californians, who had come there to be as Western as they dared. Finally, we heard of a little ranch, way up in the country north of the dam, where we need not dress for dinner, and there we hied us. As we were leaving, we did find one person in the valley who was entirely free from the vice of self-consciousness. While I bought gasoline at 45 cents a gallon in Mesa, to save having to pay 75 in Payson, she spied me and came up eagerly to pass the time of day. "Awful hot," she said cordially, fixing calm brown eyes on me. "Indeed it is," I said. A worried expression passed over her sweetly creased old face. "Terrible unseasonable. Hard to know what to do about your winter flannels." "I changed mine today," I replied. Her brown eyes again became serene pools. "Guess I will too," she answered. In Boston, it would have taken 2 generations to have reached the subject of winter flannels. We exchanged no further courtesies except smiles, and she left looking cooler already. At a little ranch near Pine, Arizona, northwest of Roosevelt Dam, we hoped to find lodging. Hoped, because a letter from Chandler took a week or more to penetrate to its remoteness, and ours had not long preceded us. Some discussion there had been as to whether the snow would permit us to get through, but we decided to chance it, for spring was daily working in our favor. We'd not gone far from town when the old lady, without any preliminary groans, stopped short. Cars have a way of doing that, but ours till now had stopped only for external reasons, such as a tire or a too persuasive mud-hole. Now she stopped as though she needed a rest, and intended, willy-nilly, to take one. On such occasions, I always open the hood and peer inside, not because it enlightens me or starts the car, but because Toby has not yet learned to regard it as a graceful gesture merely. "What is it?" she asked, with the respect I liked to have her employ. "Either the carburetor or the batteries," I answered expertly. A man drove by. Our silent motor and ourselves, in the despairing, bewildered attitude common to all in like situation, were the only signal needed, for this was Arizona. A moment before, he had seemed in a tearing hurry, but as he pulled up and offered help, he seemed to have all the time in the calendar. He got down in the dust, wrestled with the tools we intelligently handed him at proper intervals, explored the batteries, and struggled to his feet. Batteries all right, ignition. 4 miles from town with a dead motor. But before we had time to exchange doleful glances, he asked briskly, "Got a rope?" We protested at his inconveniencing himself, for we had a fixed scruple that, having taken to the road regardless of consequences, we should be willing to take our own medicine and abide by what arrived. But we might have saved our breath. The Samaritans who passed by on our side always answered comfortably, as did this latest benefactor, "What am I here for?" Thus, with at least an hour's loss, number 10 or 11 or 12 of the nicest men we ever met towed us to the nearest ranch, and there telephoned for help. How welcome were the rattletrap ex-racer and the blue-overalled mechanic with a smudge on his left cheek, who came to a dashing stop opposite our machine. The same mechanic we had despised yesterday for forgetting to fill our grease cups. I was tempted to paraphrase Goldsmith, or somebody. "Garage man, in thine hours of ease, uncertain, coy, and hard to please, but seen too oft, familiar with thy face, we first endure, then pity, then embrace." Smudge and all, we nearly embraced him when he took apart and put together the whole ignition system and came out even. Presently, at the heart of that tightly closed metal box, on a tiny point hardly larger than a needle, he discovered a few grains of sand, memento of our last sandstorm. Like the blood clot which strikes down robust men, it had stopped a ton of mechanism from functioning. Philosophizing thus, we idly watched the mechanic put together those intricate parts, little realizing how useful the experience would prove later. It was part of the odd luck which from beginning to end followed us that our breakdown happened before we had re-entered the isolated Apache trail with its breakneck grades. Still, our adventure delayed us until, on entering the pass with its looming mountains and wild gorges shutting us away from the world, darkness had closed in around us, the pitch black of a wilderness night. Ahead lay the famed Fish Creek Road, fairly terrifying a week ago when we climbed it in broad daylight. Now, in the dark, we were to descend this dizzy corkscrew, which dropped 1,000 feet in 1.25 miles. One lamp gave only a feeble light, but the other threw a magnificent steady glare, which pierced the loneliness of that jumble of crags and forests far below us. Would our brakes hold? And would our nerves obey? Though I felt cool, I admit to gripping the steering wheel harder than good driving required. From Toby's direction came a funny noise. I just remembered Mother's last words," she explained. We both laughed, though feebly, at the perennial joke. Night has the effect of seeming to double distances. At the pinnacle of this crag we paused a second. Below, we looked down vast depths upon the points of lesser pinnacles jumbled in the valley. There was no bottom to the pit directly under our headlights. Used to scenery with a bottom to it, however remote, we had a rather prejudice in favor of it. Beyond the radius of our lights, we could pierce the blackness only in vague outlines. Then we dropped down, taking each switchback with caution. The nose of the car swung periodically out over the edge, daring our brakes to go the inch more, which meant a mile, downward. One loose rock, of which there were so many, might send us spinning, crashing, among the treetops below. But why harrow the reader unnecessarily? It must be evident that we reached the bottom in safety. Yet halfway down, I was not so sure of the outcome, for a spark of light and a little click, regular and ominous, came from the engine, just when the grade pitched the car head down. I took the turns with my heart in my mouth. When we reached fairly level ground again, we investigated. It was only a loose wire connected with the cylinders, but a little longer descent, and we might have had a cross-circuit and trouble. It was good to have the valley come up to us. It was very good to see little friendly lights twinkling in the vast circle of the hills. The lights meant the inn, and our day's journey ended. The host welcomed us, rather astonished that 2 Easterners should have risked that hill at night. Had there been any other way, we should surely have taken it. We should have taken it. But no grassy meadows offered where we could run the car in safety, only empty chasms or perpendicular cliffs. Once on the road, we had to go on. Then, too, we preferred the hot and appetizing food of the inn to our own amateur camp cooking. Food is a powerful magnet. Toward sunset next day, we had passed beyond the lake of cobalt, which science had set in the golden circlet of the desert. We had left the haunts of motors. As we rose from one hilly crest to the next higher, we met only an occasional prospector afoot, or an emigrant from Utah with an old-time prairie schooner and a flock of burros. We were on that further branch of the T-shaped trail named Apache, and later we turned due north and left it for mountain ranges of sweeping loveliness. I cannot, at the risk of boring, write of mountains without enthusiasm. These were on a colossal scale, as befits the Rockies, but their grandeur did not repel. They were homey mountains. As we traveled upward over the same kind of shelf road with which the Winkleman Trail had made us so quickly familiar, we could look down upon range after range, their blues and ochres melting together as far as the eye could reach. In a cup of these hills, yet so high it was itself on a mountain, the road forked sharply, each branch leading straight up a mountain, and each seeming well-nigh unconquerable. Below lay a little mining settlement of 6 cabins. At the juncture, a signboard bore the name of the town toward which we were traveling. It was an excellent signboard, plainly marked. The only drawback was that it pointed midway between the 2 roads quite impartially. Toby was for taking the right fork, I for the left. We argued hotly, but finally Toby won, and we took the right-hand road. Soon the mining camp dropped several hundred feet below, and then became a dot. Ahead, the road circled in a 20-mile horseshoe on the inside of a mountain range, seeming to lead miles into the wilderness. I announced that Toby was mistaken. "The Mormon said to take the right turn," said Toby, standing to her guns. "And we've taken 6 right turns since then," I answered. Now, the problem facing us was to turn a heavy car with a 122-inch wheelbase around on a steep 12-foot road with a mountain slope on one side and on the other sheer precipice. Often in nightmares of late, I had found myself compelled to drive down Bright Angel Trail at the Grand Canyon, turn at Jacob's Ladder, and ascend. And the present reality was hardly less terrifying. It turned out later that Toby was right, as she always was when she should have been wrong, and we could have been spared our acrobatics. But we should have missed Mr. Kelly. We made the turn. I never want to try it again. A few inches forward, till a yawning gulf lay under our front wheels. Then back till we hit a steep bank. Then forward, down grade to the edge, brakes, reverse, and the fear of a plunge forward between release of brakes and the catch of the reverse gear. We made 6 maneuvers before we again faced the misleading signpost. We passed the mining camp, drove up the left fork, and bumped against a mountain which refused to be climbed. "You see, I was right," said Toby smugly. Before she had finished, a man with a refulgent smile came running up, thrust into our hands a visiting card which he took from his wallet, and, shaking our hands enthusiastically, said, "Glad to see you, girls. Kelly's my name. What's yourn? I'm boss of the mine here. Come on out and stay to supper. Stay all night. Stay all week. The boys will be tickled to death. You can have my room. I'll bunk with the foreman. I'm from Providence, Rhode Island. Been in the legislature 20 years. Been a horse jockey, an inventor, and foreman of a factory. Making my everlasting fortune in this mine just now, and no stock to sell. Where are you from?" "Boston. Well, say, you're a long ways from home. You'll have to stay, neighbors like that. We got a big fat cook, 250 she weighs, and a crackerjack with the eats, and she says tell you she'll never speak to you again if you don't stay to supper." I looked wistfully at Toby. We had been warned we might not get through to Pine because of snowdrifts in the passes, and it was only an hour to dark over twisting and unknown hill roads. But our recent trapeze work had left us with an all-gone feeling at the belt. If we did not eat now, we might go hungry till morning. We decided not to renounce the friendship of a 250-pound crackerjack. Kelly was one of nature's enthusiasts, but he had understated concerning his cook, both in weight and proficiency. All of her 300-odd pounds, billowing and undulating in the bounds of a starched white apron, waddled a testimony to her skill. When Kelly delicately left us under her chaperonage, she overflowed with joy. "Girls, you don't know what a treat it is to see womenfolk. I've been here all winter, the only woman in camp, and I could die of homesickness." We said something appreciative of the beauty of the scenery. She sniffed. "This? Say, girls, you ought to see God's country." "California?" we said intelligently. "You bet," answered the native daughter. "I suppose you're headed that way?" "No," weakly. "We thought we'd see Arizona first." "Well, girls, it's lucky you met me. Now I can lay out a trip for you through California that will knock Arizona silly. There's Yosemite, and the big trees, and the climate, grandest scenery in the world, and San Francisco. After you reach Needles, you get good roads all the way. Nothing like these. My, to think you'd have wasted your time in Arizona if I hadn't met you. Yes, indeed. We can't be grateful enough. The truth, with a little ingenuity, always serves. At this point, we were, luckily, called to supper, cooked early for our convenience. We sat between Mr. Kelly, who leaped lightly from ships to sealing wax, from cabbages to kings, in a jovial torrent of brogue, and the engineer of the mine. The latter was an Englishman, well past middle age, with a slight Cockney accent, apparently self-educated, but with the thoroughness only his type achieves. When he spoke in a hesitating, deprecating way, vastly unlike Mr. Kelly's self-assured flood, he exhibited a vast range of information, correct, unlike Mr. Kelly's, again, to the last detail. His vague brown eyes, the iris blue-rimmed, cleared and shone with faith when, in a matter-of-course way, he suddenly spoke of the spirit world, which, it seems, was very near to him. 50, painfully ugly, shabby middle class, learned, and on telepathic terms with ghosts, he piqued curiosity, as a man who seemed to have much behind and little before him. Kelly, on the other hand, was a man of futures. The longer and riskier the better. He was waiting a necessary month or two for the mine to yield him and its owners an immense fortune, and no stock to sell. Arizona was the greatest country in the world, and this pocket of the hills the finest spot in Arizona. The boys, who were expected to be entranced at our advent, were the finest in the United States. All good boys, he proclaimed, while, eyes downcast, they shoveled huge knifelfuls of beans to conceal their embarrassment. Good boys and refined. Not what you usually get in mining camps. You won't hear them speak a word before you, not fit for ladies. He was right there, for they opened not their mouths except to fill them, while the boldest mumbled a "pass the butter." Yet, without vanity, I think the company of ladies did give them a kind of agonized pleasure. When we left, they watched us out of sight. "And you know what stopped the war?" continued Kelly, taking a jump we could not quite follow. "Ye thought Wilson did it, didn't ye? He did not. It was Copper. Copper did it. And Kelly. I saw how things were going. I went to the Secretary of the Treasury, and I says to him, 'McAdoo,' I says, 'you know as well as meself that this war has to stop. And why? Copper,' I says." The inside story of the armistice we never did learn, for an interruption came in the shape, or shapelessness, of the native daughter, bearing a 4-layer cake, which we hardly finished before the gathering dark warned us to leave. We could barely withstand the pressure to stay overnight, to stay a week, a month, or better. "Come and settle. There's land enough. Ye can pick your spot, and I'll have the boys put up a bungalow for ye. They'll be tickled to death to do it." As a sop to propriety, he added, "Me old woman's coming out next week." "It's good to see women," said the little engineer as he quietly shook hands. His vague eyes looked more haunted than ever. It gets lonesome here." "Give my love to California," screamed the cook, taking our destination for granted. As we gave one last look at those hospitable miners, friendly as dogs who have been locked in an empty house, and a last look over the wonderful landscape rolling below us for miles, we too felt a pang at leaving. "We'll stop in on our way back," we promised. Toward dark, we began to encounter snowdrifts. The first were easily passed, but as we climbed higher and the night thickened, we found each drift a little harder to conquer, though the mild air was hardly tempered with frost. Toby, a beginner at Galveston, could readily manage almost any ordinary road, but not until later did she become experienced enough for sky climbing. Consequently, I took the canyons, and for 2 days there had been little else. By 10, when one of the neat state signposts told us we were but 5 miles from the Goodfellow Ranch, our destination, I felt nearly exhausted, nervously and physically. But the home stretch proved worst of all. It led across the prairie to a descent encouragingly marked, "Private road, dangerous, take at your own risk." Well, to reach our bed that night, we had to take it. In a moment we were nose-diving down another canyon, which in daylight was only moderately terrifying, but at night seemed bottomless. It was Fish Creek all over again, with 2 irritating additions. One, a slimy, skiddy adobe road, full of holes and strewn with boulders. 2, a ridiculous baby jackrabbit, who, frightened by our headlights, leaped just ahead of us in the ruts. He would neither hurry nor remove himself. At times, his life seemed directly pitted against ours. Yet we could not bring ourselves to run over his soft little body. It was the last straw. When the sickening distance down the canyon lessened, and we saw the cheery lights of the ranch through the fir trees, I nearly cried with relief. "Will you come in? You must be tired," said a pretty Scotch voice. A little woman held a lantern. "2 ladies! We saw your lights, but never dreamed you'd be coming down in the dark. There's many that think that road none too safe in the day." Her remark was a balm to my chagrin at having let a jackrabbit unnerve me. All our lives, it seemed, had been spent driving down the edge of hair-raising precipices in the dark. To be free of them at last, to enter a warm, lighted, snug cottage, where a friendly Papago servant led us to the cleanest, most luxurious of beds. This was heaven. Natural bridges can be reached 2 ways from the world: south from Flagstaff, 90 miles, or by the Apache Trail from Globe or Tucson. The northern road lay under 20 feet of snow, and this while a huge apricot tree, the largest in the state, bloomed pink, and the alfalfa floor of the little canyon was varnished with emerald. Next morning we looked on this budding and blossoming world, hedged in with red cliffs and lapis lazuli hills. A few neat cottages and farm buildings nestled together. But where was the bridge, large enough, we had been told, to hide 3 or 4 of the Virginian variety under its arch? They laughed at our question. It is a standing joke at the Goodfellow Ranch. They pointed to the 5-acre field of level alfalfa, edged with a prosperous vineyard. You are standing on the bridge. Bewildered, we walked for 5 minutes to the edge of the little level ranch, surrounded by high, pinyon-covered walls on all sides. Still no bridge. At our feet, they showed us a small hole in the ground, a foot deep. Looking through it, we saw a deep chasm with a tangle of cactus and trees, and at the very bottom, a clear, swift stream. Unknown years ago, some strange explosion had taken place through this tiny vent, creating the powerful arch beneath, which at this point seemed perilously thin, yet supported houses, cattle, and men. At a crisis, the accidents of nature, like those of men, crystallize, and thereafter become unalterable. This tiny peephole, whim of a casual meeting of gases, would survive 1,000 of our descendants. This was only one of 100 spectacles Arizona was staging at the time. Think what a fuss the San Franciscans made of their little eruption in 1906. And yet Arizona managed an exposition of fireworks back in the Dark Ages, compared to which San Francisco's was like a wet firecracker. But Arizona showed poor business judgment in letting all her Grand Canyons, natural bridges, and volcanoes erupt before the invention of jitneys, railroads, motion pictures, and press agents. Naturally, her geologic display attracted no attention. And today, you can come upon freaks of nature casually anywhere in the state, of which nobody ever heard. Even Natural Bridge, the widest of its kind in the world, is unknown to most Arizonans. Many have only vaguely heard of it or confuse it with the Rainbow Bridge in Utah. Yet it is the strangest jumble of geologic freaks in any equal area outside of Yellowstone. Standing under the arch, so broad and irregularly shaped that at no point can it be photographed to show adequately that it is a bridge, you are really standing on the ground floor of a 4-story apartment of nature's building. The first floor is laid with a tumbling brown stream, flecked with white and tiled with immense porphyry-colored boulders of fantastic shapes. Exotic shrubs of tangly cactus, huge spotted eucalyptus and firs, and myriads of dainty flowers dress the vestibule. Pools and stone tubs, sculptured by Father Time, invite, oh, how they invite, to bathe. The floor is speckled and flecked with sunlight, which filters under the arch. Great rocks seem to float on the stream, mysteriously lighted, like Bachland's Island of the Dead. For half a mile you push through stubborn mesquite, wade and leap from rock to stream, finding a picture at every turn. Then, climbing 60 or more perpendicular feet on an amateur ladder, whose stoutness is its only reassuring feature, built by the discoverer of the bridge, Scotch Old Dave Goodfellow. You reach the second floor, devoted to one-room apartments hollowed by drippings of age-old streams and slippery with crusted lime. The cliff is honeycombed with caves in which stalactite and stalagmite meet, resembling twisted cedar trunks. Wolves and coyotes have made their homes here, and even some somnolent grizzlies. In the smaller niches on warm spring days, one has to take care that one's fingers do not grasp a twining mass of sluggish rattlesnake. In one of these caves, the human rattlesnake, Geronimo, hid for a month in the Apache revolt of the 90s, while the United States Scouts scoured Arizona to find him. And, a story and a half above, the canny Goodfellow hid in his little one-room cabin, each fearing discovery by the other. Above this floor is a mezzanine with another set of caverns. 3 sets of ladders, riveted to a vertical shelf of rock, lead you to the most interesting cave of them all, where the fairy tale comes true of the wizard who had to climb a mountain of glass. Toby knows no fear of aerial heights, so I had to pretend not to. A grandnephew of the elder Goodfellow led us where I hope never to return. We entered through a hole just wide enough to admit our bodies, and barely high enough to stand upright in. Then up a grade of 40%, over a limestone surface glassy from age-old accumulations of dripping chemicals, we wriggled flat on our backs, with feet braced against the ceiling to prevent our slipping out of the cave. Only a bat could have felt completely nonchalant under such circumstances. Harry Goodfellow worked himself along swiftly and easily, with an extraordinary hitch, hands and feet braced against the ceiling of the cave. After him, less expertly, we came, using his ankles for ladder rungs, and clinging to them frantically. How I prayed, not altruistically, that his ankles were not weak. My imagination took the wrong moment to visualize his grip failing and his sudden descent out of the cave and over the cliff, with Toby and me each frantically clinging to an ankle. However, we made the climb up safely, but going down was worse. I wonder why human nature never remembers, when it climbs to dizzy heights, that the go down will be dizzier still. I dare say I should yet be midway down that glass-bottomed cave, with feet barnacled to its ceiling, had I not realized how uncomfortable life would be spent in that position. Therefore I slid and jumped, hoping the force of my descent would not bounce me out of the narrow entrance into a clump of cactus 60 feet below. What happened to the others? At that moment, I didn't care. In caves still higher up beneath the bridge, we discovered bits of baskets and pottery, fashioned by ubiquitous cave dwellers 1,000 years ago. Then, turning a corner, we came upon a fairy grotto, a shallow rock basin filled with shining water, walls covered with moss and glossy maidenhair fern over which a sparkling cascade fell. All this built out like a Juliet balcony high over the babbling brook. From here it was only a short scramble back to the ranch house, the barn, gardens, and orchards on floor 3, from which a steep canyon road leads to the upper world. Years ago, when Dave Goodfellow, hermit and prospector, built his shack here, the undergrowth was so wild that a calf, who wandered into the brush and died within 10 feet of the house, was not found till a month after. Now the tangle has been smoothed and planted to alfalfa. Under the huge fruit trees he planted meanders a brook edged with mint, violets, and watercress. Visitors drop down only occasionally, but they are always sure of good food, a clean bed, and a wholehearted Scotch welcome. When news finally seeped into us that spring had melted the snow-packed mountain roads, leaving them dry enough to travel, we departed with regret. Pa Goodfellow built us a food box out of 2 empty gasoline tins. Ma Goodfellow gave us a loaf of fresh bread, a jar of apricot preserves, and a wet bag full of watercress, which provided manna for 2 hot, dusty days. Spring had wrought marvels to our thrice-traveled Apache trail. The hills were gay with blue lupin, the color of shadows in that hot land. The valleys blazed with the yellow blossoms of the prickly hollybush, sweeter in odor than jasmine. Dozens of times we stopped to collect the myriad varieties of spring flowers, more prodigal than I have seen anywhere else in the world. Poppies, red snapdragons, Indian paintbrush, the blue loco weed, which gives permanent lunacy to the cattle and horses which eat it, the little delicate desert blooms, like our bluets and grass flowers, shading from blue to white, and daisies of a dozen kinds, yellow, orange, yellow with brown centers, with yellow centers, and giant marguerites. At the mining camp, we stopped for a howdy-do with the Kellys. The old woman, who had arrived from Providence recently, was brought out to meet us. A short, asthmatic, and completely suburban lady, the beauties of the lovely scene rolling away to the horizon, left her blank. She still panted in short gasps from the terrors of the Apache trail. "Awful," she told us, "awful. I was so scared I thought I'd die. Straight up and down, straight up and down. My heart was in my mouth all the trip. I'm homesick. Look at this place. No stores and no neighbors. Not a bit like Providence." Her dampening presence seemed a little to have affected her husband's effervescence. However, he still had the finest mine in Arizona, and Arizona was the finest state in the Union. "She'll get used to it by and by," he said. "Horizontal fever. That's what the old lady's got. I'd 'a' heard her squeal on them turns." They pressed us to stay overnight. "You ain't heard how I stopped the war," said Kelly. But we regretfully said we must push on. So, loaded with specimens of ore and good wishes, we sped away. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Natalie Fortier. Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring by Winifred Hawkridge Dixon. Friday the 13th. It was one of those days when everything goes wrong, and it fell on Friday the 13th. 3 days earlier, on reaching Globe, we learned we could not take the direct road to Santa Fe without chartering a steamer to ferry us across the untamed Gila. Most roads in Arizona are amphibious. To be ready for all emergencies, a motor traveling in that region of surprises should be equipped with skates, snowshoes, and web feet. As our chosen road lay under some 8 feet of river, we were obliged to make a slight detour of 500 miles, or half the distance from Boston to Chicago. So we retraced the dizzy Winkleman Trail, far less dizzy since we had become indifferent to tightrope performances, passed through Tucson without attracting attention from the sheriff of Pima County, and were rewarded for our digression by a sunset drive over the famous Tucson-Bisbee route, where a perfect road built by convict labor combined with perfect scenery to make our crossing of the Continental Divide for the dozenth time an event. There are about as many continental divides in the West as beds in which Washington slept in the East. I first crossed the divide somewhere up in Montana, and thinking it the only one of its kind, I was properly thrilled. But later I met another in Wyoming, and in the Southwest they seemed to crop up everywhere. We were soon glad chance had sent us over the route we had discarded when we first entered Arizona. It was a mellow, gracious loveliness we passed, looking down from the top of the world on fields of silvery pampas, on stretches of velvet-brown grazing country, misted over with the moon-white and sun-yellow poppies, and patches of wild heliotrope whose intoxicating scent tempted us to frequent stops.
Then on again to overlook a magnificence of blue and ochre canyons, down which we swooped and circled into Bisbee. Many terraced as a Cornish village, Bisbee straddles a canyon and climbs 2 mountains in its effort to accommodate the workers who swarm its tortuous streets and spend their days in its huge copper mines. When Bisbee finds a mountain in its way, down goes the mountain, carried off by great steam shovels working day and night. But always beyond, another ring of hills holds her prisoner. In the town center lies a tiny, shut-in square into which streets of various levels trickle. Here at any day or any hour, agitators of one sort or another violently harangue small groups. There is always at the spot an air of unexploded tenseness. No wonder. Precious minerals imprisoned by nature. Machinery fighting Mother Earth. Labor resisting capital. Conservatism against lawless radicalism. Greed against greed. All brace to hold their own and push the other down. All pent in by the enclosing hills and pressed down to the narrow confines of the little plaza. No wonder the steam from these conflicting forces has at times blown the lid into the air. From this plaza, during the war, gathered the citizens of Bisbee and escorted to the Mexican border certain obstructionists claiming to be striking in the cause of labor. The suddenness of their taking off has been criticized, but its effectiveness was admirable. In the informality of the grim proposed patriots who acted as bodyguards on that dusty march south, one sees the Old West, which emerged into law and order through similar bands of exasperated citizens. Friday the 13th, the date of our own exit from that picturesque and turbulent town, opened inauspiciously. A flat tire incurred overnight caused an hour's delay at the start. While we breakfasted at the Copper Queen, it again lost courage, and we had no choice but to thump downhill to the garage, near the great Copper Queen mine, which daily levels mountains and fills up valleys. But our spare tire was found to be locked, and the key was in one of our 7 suitcases. All work ceased till by a miracle of memory we recalled that the key was in a coat pocket. The coat was in a suitcase. The suitcase in the bottom of the trunk. But where was the trunk key? More delay while we both searched our overflowing handbags, and nothing embarrasses a woman more than to have 6 men watch her futile dives into her handbag. At last it appeared, and in due time, when we had wrestled like born baggage smashers with the heavy suitcases, opened the bottom one and found the key, repacked the suitcase, put it back, lifted the other 4 on top, locked the trunk, and replaced the other baggage, we unlocked the spare tire. It did not budge from the rim. Earlier that luckless morning, I had backed into an unexpected telegraph pole, jamming the spare tire braces out of shape. So the garage men went back and forth on futile errands, as garage men will, picking tools up and dropping them again with an air of satisfied achievement. Finally, a young Samson came to the rescue, bending the tire into place with his bare hands, and after that they took only an hour to change the tires. With the sun high in front of us, we drove through the smoke and fumes of the mines, past pretty suburbs, into the open plateau leading to Douglas. We expected to be in Deming that night. The mountains and canyons of yesterday subsided into a broad plain with a poplar-bordered canal trickling prettily through it. At noon we sighted Douglas, a city of smokestacks simmering in a fog of coal gas. A once-good macadam road wound into an unsightly group of smelters and huge slag heaps. The usual backdoor entrance of a western town, and suddenly reformed into a main street imposing with buildings so new they looked ill at ease among the old settler lunch shacks and ex-saloons. Side streets, beginning bravely from the new electric light pillars, became disheartened at the 2nd block and were smothered in sand at the 3rd. To crown a banal hobby with the height of banality, I have for years amused myself wherever I may be by collecting postcards of Main Street looking south, or north, depending on the location of the public library and the fire station. Every orthodox postcard artist begins with Main Street. An extra charm to Main Street looking south in Douglas lay in its crossing the border and fizzling out into Mexico. Each time we had skirted the border, Mexico had beckoned alluringly, tempting us to discover what lay behind her drop curtain of monotonous blue and brown. A little band of Mexican Indians clad in the rainbow and making big eyes at the wonders of this gringo metropolis staged a gaudy prologue. "They say you can't get into Mexico without a passport," mused Toby. "We might as well find out and be done with it," said I. A half-mile led us to a row of government tents, followed by several buildings. The first a low wooden house, the second a neat, almost imposing two-story brick affair. Beyond was a smaller group, which we decided was the Mexican Customs House. A long man untangled himself from a couple of porch chairs and sauntered out to the road as we whizzed past the first cottage. He shouted something and held up his hand, but we failed to catch what he said. A moment later we reached the fine-looking brick house. A swarm of dark-complexioned gentlemen speaking in an excitable language rushed out and surrounded our car. Toby gave a sigh of satisfaction. "They said you couldn't get in without a passport," said she. We were in Mexico. We could gather so much from the dazed attitude of the U.S. official who stood enveloped in our dust staring after us, but still more from the flood of questions, increasingly insistent, which came from the bandits' chorus surrounding us. They seemed to be asking for something, possibly our passports. Looking ahead, Mexico didn't seem worth our while. We saw only bare brown hills, sand and cactus. Perhaps, like Toby's namesake, we had better leave before being kicked out. I displayed our camera. "Take a picture, turn round, go back," said I in purest Mexican. The bandits' chorus gathered in an interested, if puzzled, group about the camera, and looked as if they were waiting for me to do a trick proving that the hand is quicker than the eye. After a few repetitions, aided by liberal gestures, they got our meaning and laughed, showing dazzling sets of teeth. "Take your pictures," we added at the sign of clemency. The Latin in them rejoiced at our tribute to their beauty. Two señoritas coming all the way from the Estados Unidos, passportless, braving the wrath of Carranza entirely because the gringos were not handsome enough to snap. They straightened their uniforms and curled their mustaches and flashed their teeth so brilliantly that Toby had to use the smallest diaphragm of her Kodak. Before they could unpose themselves, we were back in the United States. They started after as if to assess us for ransom or something, but too late. The U.S. official met us. "Why didn't you stop when I signaled?" "We didn't see you. We thought the brick building was the United States Customs. It's so much grander than yours." "Well, you're in luck," he said. "They could have held you there for months, confiscated your baggage, and made things pretty unpleasant generally. They're doing it all the time under the name of official business. I tell you, I was scared when I saw you go through there." Grateful to him for taking this humane view rather than arresting us, we said goodbye and went our way, exhilarated at having triumphed over the customs departments of two nations in one short hour. It offset the morning's gloom, and the two horrible sandwiches, fried egg, with which Douglas had affronted our digestions. At 3 o'clock we reached Rodeo, which means roundup. We should have been there at 10. The town faced the desert, which seemed permanently depressed at its outlook. It contained a few Mexican shanties, a garage and general store, and a poison green architectural crime labeled Rooms, surrounded by a field reeking with dead cattle. Even our optimist, when he laid out our route, had exclaimed, "If your night stop is Rodeo, Lord help you." The next town, Deming, lay 100 miles beyond, with no settlement between. We looked once at the hotel, bought gas at 50 cents the gallon, and pushed on. Whether we would reach Deming that night, we had no idea. Nearly a day, as desert travel goes, lay between us and food and drink and shelter. We had an orange apiece, and our folding tent, stove, and lantern. We had a guidebook, which, to escape a libel suit, I shall call Key's Good Road Book. Though it was neither a good road book nor a good road book. We had an abounding faith in guardian angels. Lastly, we had Toby's peculiar gift at reading guidebooks, whereby she selects a page at random, regardless of our route, telescopes paragraphs together, skips a line here and there, and finishes in another state. For this reason, as I pointed out with some heat, we took a road which led 14 jolty miles out of our way. It came out that Toby had been reading the Colorado section. So chastened was she by this misadventure that at the next doubtful corner, where a windmill marked 2 forks, she kept her nose glued to the page and read with meticulous faithfulness, "Pass windmill to the left." Now the left led through a muddy waterhole, while an excellent road apparently trailed to the right of the windmill. Left? I inquired with pointed skepticism. Or right? She peeked again into the guidebook and answered firmly, left. Toby was right for once, but she had chosen the moment to be right when the guidebook was wrong, which entirely canceled her score. I drove into the chuck hole and stayed there. The hole was V-shaped, 2 feet deep at the point, and shelved so steeply that our spare tires made a barrier against its edge when we tried to back out. We were following Horace Greeley's advice literally. We had gone west, and now we were settling down with the country. We settled to our running board, and then to our hubs, and then over them. It was the more exasperating because our car was immersed in the only waterhole within 100 miles. We got out and surveyed the road to the right. It proved to be an excellent detour, which a few yards further joined the left fork. This was the last straw. I left Toby, who was trying to redeem her criminal rectitude by busying herself with the jack, and went out hatless into the scorching desert, like a Robert Hitchens heroine. My objective was not oblivion, but the crossroads 2 miles back, where with luck I might still hail a passing car. Though the sun was low, the heat drove down scorchingly. Only the necktie I tied about my forehead saved me from sunstroke. It was bright green, and must have made me look like an Apache. I had the consciousness of being appropriately garbed. At the crossroad, half an hour's wait brought no car to the rescue. Night was too near for anyone with common sense to start across that uncharted waste. Obviously, I could not wait longer, leaving poor Toby to fish disconsolately, as I had last glimpsed her, in the mud. Obviously, too, if I returned, nobody would know of our plight, and I should have my 4-mile walk for nothing. Looking aimlessly for help in this dilemma, my eye caught a scrap of poster on a fence rail, which savagely and in minute pieces I tore down and scattered to the desert. The poster read, "Keys, good road book. It takes you where you want to go." Heaven knows, neither I nor Toby, with all her faults, wanted to land in that chuck hole. After I tore the poster, I wished I had saved it to inscribe a message to the passerby. Well, take your medicine, thought I. You have no right to get into any situation you can't get out of. Think of David Balfour, and Admiral Crichton, and Swiss Family Robinson, and Robinson Crusoe. What, for instance, would Robinson Crusoe do? Undoubtedly, he would have found a way out. I only had to think constructively, putting myself in his place. The thought alone was stimulating. Gifted with omniscience in hydrostatics and mechanics, he would probably have skinned a few dead cattle, with which the desert reeked, made a rope, fastened it about the car's body, looped it over the windmill, and hoisted it free, and been halfway to Deming by this time. As for that copycat, Mrs. Swiss Family Robinson, she would certainly have produced a pull-me-out from her insufferable work-bag. How would Crusoe have left a message without pencil or paper? I knew. Collecting handfuls of large white stones, white because darkness was imminent, I arranged them at the crossroads in letters 2 feet long, reading, "To M.I. Windmill, help." I added an arrow to point the direction, and then, to make sure that my sign was noticed, I placed a few sharp stones in the ruts. These would probably puncture his tire, and in looking for the cause he would observe our appeal and come to our rescue. It took a long while to collect enough white stones to make the sign, but when I had finished, I felt much elated and more kindly toward Toby for reading the guidebook right when she should have read it wrong. It was cooler walking back, though my tongue was swollen with thirst. Our canteen had displayed a leak only yesterday, and we had tossed it into the sagebrush. At the windmill, I found the car partly jacked up, so that she careened drunkenly to one side, but her right dashboard was now above water. Toby's skirt was caked with mud, and her shoes and stockings plastered with it. She seemed depressed. She explained she had slipped trying to balance on a plank and had fallen in the chuck hole. "This pool is full of dead cattle," she said dolefully. "I just put my finger in something's eye." About to take off shoes and stockings and wade into the pool, something gave me pause. Gingerly, we stood on the brink and poked planks where the mud was thickest in the forlorn hope of making a stable bottom. Alas, they only sank and vexed us by protruding on end whenever we tried to back the old lady. We knew the first step was to jack the rear wheels, but while we raised one wheel, the other sank so deep in the mud that we could get neither plank nor jack under it. After many embittered attempts, we gave it up and tried placing the jack under the springs. It worked beautifully. In a few seconds, the body of the car was a foot higher and seemed willing to continue her soaring indefinitely. We took turns jacking, still she rose. We were greatly encouraged. After several minutes, Toby said, "The jack's at the top notch. What shall I do next?" It was so easy we might have guessed there was a catch somewhere. To our astonishment, we discovered that in rising, the body of the car had not taken the wheels with it. 2 feet of daylight gaped between mudguard and wheels. A moment more, and the two would have parted company forever. Jacking is easy in theory, or in a garage, but the trouble with the outdoor art is that the car usually lands in a position where it has to be jacked up in order to get the planks under it in order to jack it up. "Posto," said Archimedes, defining our dilemma succinctly. New Mexico boasts an inhabitant to every 8 square miles, but the member for our district continued to ignore our invasion of his realm. 2 fried egg sandwiches consumed that noon was, or were, our only sustenance that day. We were so hungry we sounded hollow to the touch. Our mouths felt like flannel and our throats burned with thirst. Not 40 feet away a stream of pure water ran from the windmill, but it ran from a slippery lead pipe which extended a dozen feet over a reservoir. The water was there, but we could not get at it without a plunge bath. Muddy and weary, we worked on without courage. At sundown, from one of the other squares appeared the inhabitant on horseback, driving some cows to our cattle hole. He was a youth of 16, running mostly to adenoids and Adam's apple, which worked agitatedly at sight of us, but his eyelashes any beauty specialist would envy. As to his voice, the strain of making it reach across 8 miles to the next inhabitant had exhausted it, or perhaps embarrassment silenced him. We could not get a word out of him till he had watered his cattle and started away. Then, emboldened by having his back safely to us, he shouted that at a house a couple of miles southeast we might find a team, and vanished into nowhere. Toby had by this time managed to crawl out on the lead pipe, and after gyrations fascinating to watch, captured a pail of water. Drinking eagerly, we set out for the house the inhabitant indicated, with the pail in our hands to guard against future thirst. Sunset was making transparent the low mountain range skirting our valley when we left. The sand filled our shoes, and the persistent devil's claw, zealous to propagate its kind, clung to our feet with a desperate grip. Our pail became heavy, but we dared not empty it. At last we reached the ranch. A half-starved dog sprang out eagerly to meet us. The house was deserted. There were no teams to pull us out, nor any food to give the poor, famishing beast. He watched us leave with a hurt, baffled look in his brown eyes, as if patiently marveling at the inhumanity of man. From the ranch we glimpsed another house a mile further away, and again we started hopefully for it, while a horned moon circled up a pink sky. The desert from a barren, ugly waste was become unbelievably lovely in the transfiguring twilight. The crescent moon brought us no luck, for we saw it over our left shoulders. It was still Friday the 13th. The second house, even to the hungry dog, duplicated the first. It stood dismantled and deserted. We saw nothing ahead but a 10-mile tramp to Rodeo in the dark, the Poison Green Hotel, and Lord help us, whatever that meant. Our flashlight was in the car. To return for it meant 3 more weary miles. Toby was for risking the road without it, but my sixth sense warned me to return, and I persuaded her to this course. As we crossed the desert, the dim shape of our marooned machine loomed up in the dusk, and beside it, another mirage. "Where?" asked weary Toby indifferently. At this moment, the wonders of nature meant nothing to her. "There seem to be 2 cars. I can see them quite plainly." "There are 2 cars," said Toby, and we ran, the pail slopping water on our feet. With a broad grin on each face, 2 men watched us approach. They were young. I judged them 30 and 35. They stopped just short of being armed to the teeth. Each wore a cartridge belt, and they shared 2 rifles and a revolver. The older and the more moderately arsenaled looked like a parson. The younger wore a tan beaver sombrero of the velvety $30 kind, proclaiming its owner a cowpuncher, an old-timer, a hard-boiled egg who doesn't care who knows it. His shirt was of apple green flannel, his small, high boots festooned with stitching and escalloped with colored leather like a Cuban taxi. His purple neckerchief was knotted with a ring carved from oxbone. And from his cartridge belt in a carved leather case hung the largest revolver I ever saw. His generous silver spurs were cut in the shape of spades, hearts, diamonds, and clubs. Montgomery Ward, Marshall Field, and Sears Roebuck combined never turned out a more indisputable vaquero. We greeted them with joy. Their happy grins told us they would see us through our difficulties. It was 9 by the village clock of Rodeo, if they had one, which I doubt. It was not the sort of town which would have a clock, or even an Ingersoll. "You girls nearly caught us pulling out," Sears Roebuck greeted us. "We figured how the feller who owned this car would be cussin' mad, and we was plannin' to stick around to hear his language, and then we see women's things in the seat, so we just had our supper here while we waited for you." It never would have happened east of Chicago. They had waited nearly 2 hours that they might do us the favor of another hour's hard work in setting us on dry land again. They had been making time for El Paso, and the delay spoiled a half day for them, but they did not complain. They acted as if persuading our dinosaur from her nest of mud were a most delightful joke. On us, themselves, and the car. They did not regard what they were doing as a favor, but as their sole business and recreation in life. In sheer high spirits, Byron, as he speedily introduced himself, the giddier of the two in dress and deportment, whooped, cleared the mud hole in one leap, and pretended to lasso the inert machine. The other, smiling benevolently at his antics, went steadily to the serious work of harnessing the car. Toby made a jesting remark to Byron about the revolver hanging at his belt, not from fear, but as a pleasantry. Misunderstanding, he unslung it instantly and tossed it into his car. "I don't want that thing," he elaborated. "Gets in my way." They got to work in earnest with great speed and skill. Twice the rope which they hitched to their car broke as we turned on our power. Meanwhile, the old lady churned herself deeper into the mud, skulls and shin bones of the pool. After an hour's work with much racing of the engine and a Niagara of splashing mud, which covered us all from head to foot, she stirred, heaved over on one side, and groaning like 7 devils commanded to come out, lumbered to terra firma, looming beside the pert wrecking car like a leviathan dug out with a hook. After all, it was a glorious 13th. No sensation is more exhilarating than to be rescued from a mud hole, which seemed likely to envelope one for life. Even the slender arc of the young moon in that clear air poured a silver flood over the desert, now a mysterious veil of luminous blue. The vibrant heat waves of day had risen and twisted into the thin air, and frosty currents swept and freshened the simmering earth. The elder, a slow-speaking chap from Tucson, gravely filled our radiator from the reservoir, filled his canteen and offered us a drink, and then asked us if we had eaten supper. We bravely fibbed, with hunger gnawing within, not wishing to put ourselves further in their debt. As they prepared to leave, I was uncomfortably reminded we had no breakfast for the next morning, and no water owing to our canteenless state. They were our food and drink, and we were letting them depart. But I wanted to make sure what they would do next. In businesslike fashion, they started their car, then bade us a cordial goodbye. They made no hint toward continuing our acquaintance, nor asked our plans, and even the merry Byron showed only an impersonal twinkle as he shook hands. So I spoke, choosing between apple jelly for breakfast and ham, eggs, coffee, and impropriety. "Would you mind if we followed you and camped somewhere near?" They accepted our company with the same jovial enthusiasm with which they had met us. Byron, I thought, a trifle too jovial, but Tucson steady as a Christian endeavorer. They jumped in their car, took the lead, and in the dark we streaked after their red lantern over 30 miles of Malpais. We had been warned of Malpais and the untrustworthy Keys, but without knowing what it meant. Several thousand years ago, the Tire Trust manipulated a geologic cataclysm which strewed millions of needle-pointed granite stones over our road. To drive a newly tired car over Malpais hurts one's sensibilities as much as to stick a safety pin into a baby, with the difference that the baby recovers. Over chuck holes, downgrades, into arroyos, always over malpais, we dashed after their bobbing light, terrified lest a puncture should deprive us of their guardianship. 30 miles of weariness and mental anguish at the injury we did our springs and tires gave way to relief when the red lantern suddenly turned to the left, and we found ourselves in an open, treeless field. We sank to the ground, worn out with waiting for the plop that never sounded. Save for a waning moon, it was pitch dark. We were on a high tableland with looming hills completely enclosing us. For the first time, it occurred to me that here we were, unarmed, at midnight, 50 miles from a settlement, at the mercy of 2 men fully armed, whom we had known 2 hours. What was to prevent them from killing or wounding us, taking our car, and abandoning us in that lonely spot where we should never be found? Or, as the novelist says, worse. I could see Toby gripped by the same terror. Chaperoned only by the Continental Divide, with not even a tree to dodge behind if they pointed their arsenal our way, we wondered for a fleeting moment if we had done wisely. Our neighbors for the night pulled 2 bedding rolls from their car, threw them on the ground, and announced they had made their camp. An awkward moment followed. We looked for a sheltered place for our tent, but there was none. Seeming to have no other motive than that, lacking a tree, we had to sling our tent rope over the car. We managed to use the old lady as a discreet chaperone, placing her in front of our tent door, which we could enter by crawling over the running board. With widening smiles, they took it all in, took in our efforts to be ladies, took in our folding stove, folding lantern, and tiny air pillows. As we put together our folding shovel and proceeded to dig a hip trench, their politeness cracked, and a chuckle oozed out. "My," said Tucson as profanely as that, "you're all fixed up for camping out, ain't you?" Our tent invited after our weary day, but an expectant something in our host's manner made us hesitate. Politeness, ordinary gratitude in fact, since we had nothing but our company to offer, seemed to demand that we visit a while. We sat on a bedding roll. Byron joined us, while the parson like Tucson took the one nearby. "Was you ever anyways near to being hung?" Byron shied a pebble at a cactus as he put this question. All in all, it was as good a conversational opening as the weather. Not so rock-ribbed, perhaps, but with more dramatic possibilities. "No," I said, "I don't think I ever was. Were you, Toby?" It was mean of me to ask her. Toby hates to be outdone, or admit her experiences have been incomplete. I saw her agile mind revolving for some adventure in her past that she could bring up as a creditable substitute. But she had never been anywhere near to being hung, and she knew I knew it. She said noncommittedly, her inflection implying tremendous reserves. "Were you?" "Wonst," replied Byron. "Only wonst. But if anybody ever tells you he was near hanging and was brave under the circumstances, don't you believe him. There I was with the rope around my neck, and I a-hollering and a-squealing like a baby and begging to be let off. There ain't no man living, I'll say, feeling 'em pulling and sawing away on his neck that ain't a-going to bawl and cry and beg for mercy." "What was the occasion, if you don't mind our asking?" Byron shied another stone at the cactus and missed. "Well, you see," he raced along, "another feller had stole some horses, and knowing how he come by them and all that, I just sorter relieved him of 'em. And I was riding along toward Mexico when they caught up with me." "But I thought they no longer hang people for horse stealing? They don't much, but you see this feller had happened to kill a couple of men getting away, and when they seen me with the horses, he started off with they naturally thought I was the one done it all." How dark and gloomy looked the encircling hills. "They got the rope on me, and my feet was off the ground, but I blubbered so hard, blimey, they let me off." He looked at Tucson with a glance that seemed to share a common experience. "I ain't saying I didn't do other things they might have got me for." Tucson nodded and opened his slow mouth to speak, but the nimbler Byron cut in. "Oh, I've been pretty bad sometimes. Any feller 30 years old or so, if he gets to thinking all the fool things he's done, he's likely to kill himself laughing." Tucson nodded gravely. "I reckon." We used to go down to the border to get them Mexican dances to have fun with the Mexican girls. They have music and everything, and the greasers sit in one side of the hall and the girls on the other. We'd mix in and take the girls away from the men, and every time the big bull fiddle give a whoop, we'd take a drink of mezcal. Then we'd go shoot up the town. Whenever we'd kill a Mexican, we'd put a notch on our gun, as long as there was room. I know one feller, Tom Lee by name, knowed him well. They say accounted for 500 all in all. And didn't you get in trouble with the law? Law? Byron snorted. Law? They ain't got no law against shooting dogs, is they? His seemed a reasonable attitude, demonstrating the superiority of a real American over the contemptible greaser. This excitable mixture of half a dozen inferior and treacherous races turns ugly when our boys, out for a harmless lark where it will do least harm, shoot up his towns and his neighbors, and violate his women. Then the Mexican uses a knife. No decent man uses a knife, and so our border is kept in a state of constant turmoil. There ain't no harm potting Mexicans, continued Byron, especially when they get fresh. Mexican girls ain't so bad. Sometimes an American will marry one, but it has to be a pretty low white girl that will marry a greaser. That's so, drawled Tucson. He seemed collecting his slower wits for a narration, but Byron rattled on. This Lee's out hiding somewhere now in the mountains, him and his brother. The sheriff shot at him just as he was riding past a glass window and cut his eye half out so it hung down his face. But he got away into the canyons and was riding with them on his heels for 3 days and nights with his eye like that. Then the law did try to redress the murder of those 500 Mexicans. I guess not. They was after him for committing a crime, and serve him right, he tried to evade the draft. They was 2 ignorant boys, explained Parson Tucson to me, raised in the backwoods, who didn't rightly know what the draft was for, or they wouldn't have done it. The attitude of both men was gravely patriotic. Yet one could see they cherished the idea of the outlawed boys, 18 and 20, who could bear with traditional stoicism such unendurable pain. The West clings pathetically to these proofs that its old romantic life is not yet extinct, even though it is but the wriggle which dies at sunset. Stories like those of Byron's are still told with gusto, even amid the strangest familiarity with Victrolas. Though the saloon is replaced by the soda fountain, and the only real cowboys are on film, and the hardy tenderfoot now rides so well, shoots so well, and knows his West so well that he is an easy mark for the native, only when the latter tries to sell him an oil well, an irrigated ranch, or a prehistoric skull. We made a move for our tent, but Byron had not finished his 30-year odyssey. He had lightly skipped from tales of outlawry to big game and the dangers of the hunt. He was now among the Mormons, and the subject was deftly moonlit with sentiment. He was enjoying himself, and he glanced from one to the other of us as he rattled on. Up in the Mormon country, I met 2 Mormon girls, only I didn't know what they was and was cussing the Mormons and what I thought of them, when one of them asked me what I thought of Mormon girls, so then I caught on. So I expressed a little of what I thought of them, and we got on fine. She asked me to a dance, and I said I'd go if I could ride back to my bed in time to get my other pants. But it was a day's trip, and I couldn't make it. I meant to go back later and ask some questions of her, personal ones, I mean. He took the time to hit the cactus blossom squarely. Relating to matrimony, if you know what I mean, but I never did get to go back. Now, like most men, the Westerner recognizes 2 kinds of women, but with this distinction. He permits her to classify herself while he respects her classification. The merry ones seem to be leading up to a natural transition. I don't know nothing about love, just kinder cold. I'm like a stone, he snickered softly. Truly, said Toby, innocently interested. Why is that? He shied a pebble in the long-suffering cactus. Just my nature, I reckon, my French blood. Didn't you know all Frenchmen was marble-hearted? Tucson beamed slowly, like a benevolent minister of the gospel. Toby, I said, you've yawned twice in the last 5 minutes. Toby never needs to hear the word bed repeated. She got to her feet sleepily. We can't thank you enough for all you've done today, I went on in a cordial way. All through the West we have met with the greatest help and courtesy. People ask us if we're afraid to travel alone, but we always tell them not when we are among Westerners. Tucson beamed, bless his heart, at my model speech and found tongue. That's right, he said, leaning toward us earnestly. There won't nobody hurt you in this country." We shook hands all around. As we were nearing our tent, Byron followed us with something in his hand, which he proffered with the flourish of an 18th century marquis. "Here," he said, "take this." I jumped. It was his ferocious revolver. "What is this for?" we asked. "For protection." "Against what?" "Against us." "Oh, no, thank you. We feel quite safe without it," we prevaricated. "Go ahead and take it," said Byron, politely stubborn. Here was a dilemma. Could one accept such an offer from one's hosts, even though on their own confession unhonored and unhung horse thieves, light-hearted murderers, and easy philanderers? And yet he seemed so sure we should need it. "Never for that reason," I said, thinking to make a graceful exit from the dilemma. "Still, if all the stories you have told us of wild animals and outlaws—" Byron blocked my exit. "You needn't worry about them," he chuckled mirthfully. "But you don't know what ructions we may raise in the night." "Better take it," Toby whispered. So we bore our arms to our tent, where they had helped us pass a restless night. When I did not wake in a cold agony from dreaming I had rolled over on the pistol and exploded it, Toby would wake me to warn me against the same fate. I think we would have been happier if we had relied on the honor system. Once a shriek and a roar startled us awake, and a half-mile away a Southern Pacific Express steamed by like a silver streak. Occasionally a placid snore from Tucson reached us, and once an old white ghost of a horse, her bones making blue shadows in the moonlight, crunched at our tent posts and fled, kicking terrified kicks as I looked out to investigate. Later sleep came, deep sleep from which Toby woke me. Toby is brave, but her whisper had a tremolo. "There's a wild animal of some sort butting against the tent." I looked out cautiously. "It's a huge bull," I reported. Toby shuddered. A moment later I saw it was only a moderate-sized cow, but to impress Toby I did not mention this discovery, as I boldly left the tent and approached the beast. She was chewing with gusto a shapeless mass lying on the ground. Was it a calf? Was she a cannibal among cows, an unnatural mother? She muzzled it, licked it, and tossed it in the air, where against the setting moon her smile of delight was silhouetted like a cow and Mother Goose. I took courage to investigate her new form of caviar, and found she had chewed our new yellow slicker, in which we wrapped everything which would not go anywhere else into a slimy, pulpy mass. To her hurt astonishment, she was immediately parted from her find and went galloping off into the brush. It seemed cruel to break up her midnight revel, but at the rate her new taste was developing, we should not have had a tire left by morning. Before going back to sleep, I looked about me. Long gray shadows drifted over from the low range of black hills which cupped our camp. The air, crisp and faintly scented with sage, exhilarated me with a sense of wild freedom. Often in the East I am awakened by that scent, and am filled with a homesick longing to go back. It is not sage alone, but the thousands of little aromatic plants graying the desert imperceptibly, the odor blown across hills and plains of charred campfires, bitter and pungent, the strong smell of bacon and sweated leather, all mingled and purified in millions of cubic feet of ether. Two blue-black masses stirred, and a sigh and a chuckle came from one of our sleeping Galahads. No danger of ructions from that quarter now. I went back to our lumpy bed, put the revolver outside the tent, and fastened the flap. A few minutes sped by, and I was startled awake by a gunshot thunderous in my ears. Toby and I sat up. It was broad daylight. We peered under the car cautiously. Tucson had built a fire, and a coffee pot sat atop, which he soberly tended. Byron swanked about in his fleecy chaps, shooting into the air. "Come alive, girls!" he called, tossing a flapjack at us. "Throw that into your sunburned hides." We obeyed this playboy of our western world without demur. We had barely eaten since the previous morning. At 8 we were off. Our car had no spare tire, 2 broken spring leaves, and a dustpan which dragged on the ground, loosened by miles of high centers. Our friends were in haste to reach El Paso, so we suggested they leave us, but they refused and became our bodyguard as far as Deming, stopping when we did, mending our dustpan with a bit of stolen fence wire, getting water and gas for us at Hechita, a dismal little collection of shanties, which Byron regretfully described as the wickedest town in the United States before Prohibition spoiled it. Yes, sir. Prohibition is what ruined New Mexico. In the midst of a swirling sandstorm, we said goodbye to our friends and asked their names and addresses in order to send them some photographs we had taken. Byron gave his readily. Manchester, New Hampshire is where I was born, but most of my folks live in Fall River, Mass. It was not the address we expected from a man who had seen worse deeds than Jesse James. It was out of the picture somehow. I knew Manchester, New Hampshire, and had met nothing in the town so tough and bad as Byron had described himself, unless it were the sandwiches sold in the Boston and Maine station. When we turned to Tucson for his name, we were prepared to have him give the address of a theological seminary, and again we were surprised, for Tucson hesitated and stammered, and took longer recalling his name than is usually needed. I remembered a remark Byron threw off the night before. A man gets to calling himself a lot of different names in this country, and snickered while Tucson remained grave as a judge. I wondered if his voluble friend had given him a chance, whether Tucson might have told us something interesting. However, Tucson had just discovered a copper vein on his land, and as this book goes to print may already be a respectable Fifth Avenue millionaire. As we thanked them and said goodbye, Toby said, "We can't be too grateful you saw our sign on the road." "Sign? What sign?" "Didn't you see a sign made of white pebbles on the road from Rodeo asking for help?" "No, we didn't see no sign. We didn't come from Rodeo. We came the other road, over the hills." There it is. No matter how much one does, as Robinson Crusoe would have done, the other characters will not play up to their opportunities. Instead of following your footprints cunningly, step by step, they will insist on catching sight of you across lots, completely spoiling the climax. No doubt Crusoe was firm with infringers on his plot. Probably when they came by the wrong road, he refused to be rescued till they had gone back and done the thing properly. But then, we were very glad to be rescued at all. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring by Winifred Hawkridge Dixon. Why Isleta's church has a wooden floor. We had trailed up from Texas through Arizona, timing our progress so cleverly that it seemed as if we only had to turn our radiator's nose down a desert path for blue lupin and golden poppies to blaze up before us. At last we reached the meeting of the Rockies with the Rio Grande in New Mexico, led by the devious route, sometimes a concrete avenue, but oftener a mere track in the sand, of the old Spanish highway. El Camino Real is the imposing name it bears, suggesting ancient caravans of colonial grandees and pack trains bearing treasures from Mexico City to the provincial trading post of Santa Fe. Even today, what signposts the road displays bear the letters KT, which from Mexico to Canada stand for King's Trail. The name gave us a little thrill to be still extant in a government which had supposedly repudiated kings this century and a half. From San Antonio on, as we left behind us the big mushroom cities of Texas, the country became more and more sparsely settled. The few people we met, mostly small farmers plowing their fields primitively, bade us a courteous good day in Spanish, for in this country Mexico spills untidily into the United States. We soon forgot altogether that we were in the States. First we came upon a desert country, vast and lonely, with golden sand in the place of grass, spiny, stiff-limbed cactus for trees, and strangely colored cliffs of lemon and orange and livid white. After days of this desolation, we emerged upon the valley of the Rio Grande, where its many tributaries rib the desert as they run from snowy peaks to join its muddy red waters. The air here is crystal keen, warmed by intense sun, cooled by mountain winds, and sweetened by millions of piñons dotting the red hillsides. Lilac and blue mountains ring the valley on both sides, and from them emerald fields of alfalfa, sparkling in the sun, slope down to the old winding stream. Because its silt is so fertile, one race has succeeded another here. Cliff dwellers, Indians, Spanish, Mexican, and American, and a remnant of each, save the earliest, has clung where the living is easy. So we came all along the Rio Grande for 100 miles to little groups of towns, each allotted to a different race, keeping itself to itself, Mexican, American, and Indian. It was under the deep blue night sky that we saw our first Pueblo town. Out of the plains it came surprisingly upon us. Solitary meadows with bands of horses grazing upon them, a gleam of light from an adobe inn at a crossroad, a stretch of darkness, strange to our desert-accustomed senses because of the damp breath from the river and snow-capped peaks beyond. Then the barking and yelping of many mongrel dogs, and we were at once precipitated into the winding, barnyard-cluttered alleys of Isleta, feeling our way through blind twists and turns, blocked by square, squat gray walls of incredible repose and antiquity, caught in the mesh of a sleeping town. Instantly we had a sense, though no light was struck, nor any voice heard through the darkness, of Isleta, awake and alert, quickening to our invasion. We were already a little awed by our encounter with the Rio Grande. Since twilight and quickly falling night came on, we had crossed and recrossed the sullen brown waters many times, feeling its menacing power like a great sluggish reptile biding its time, not the less because the suspension bridges above it creaked and swung and rattled under our weight. The mystery of driving after dark in an unfamiliar country sharpened our sensibilities to outside impressions. We felt the river waiting for us, like a watchful crocodile. A sudden misturn in the shadows, or a missing plank from a bridge, and our vague sensation of half fear, half delight, might at any moment be crystallized by disaster. It was a night when something dramatic might fittingly happen, when the stage setting kept us on the sharp edge of suspense. The Pueblo Indian, we had heard, differed from other Indians, being gentler and more peaceably inclined than the northern races. We were not such tenderfeet as to fear violence, scalping, or sudden war whoops from ochre-smeared savages. But it was our first experience with Indians, the first in our lives, in fact, save those tamed nomads who peddle sweet-grass baskets and predict handsome husbands along the New England beaches. We were a little expectant, a little keyed to apprehension. We knew, as if we had been told, that 100 or more of this alien race had waked from their sleep and lay with tightened muscles, waiting for the next sound. Increased yelping from the mongrel pack might bring them swarming about our car, and we had no experience in dealing with them, no knowledge of their prejudices or language to trade with. In our haste, we circled through the town twice, threading corrals and backyards. Suddenly, the town still tensely silent, we emerged into a shallow plaza. Crossing directly before our lights came a young man, tall and supple, his straight short locks bound with a scarlet fillet, his profile clear and patrician, and over his shoulders a scarlet robe covering his white cotton trousers. As he passed us, unmoved and stolid, he spoke one word of salutation and continued on his way across the silent plaza. Simple as was the incident, the flash of scarlet against the blue-black sky, the dignity and silence of the Indian, made the climax we had been awaiting. Nothing else happened, but it had been a night whose setting was so sharply defined, its premonitions so vibrantly tense with drama, that only that little was needed to carve it on our memory. We saw the town later, in broad daylight, swept by an unclean sandstorm, pitilessly stripped of romantic atmosphere. But the romance was obscured, not obliterated, for its roots are sunk deep in the past. Isleta is one of the finest built-up estufas of the Pueblo towns. It has 1,000 inhabitants, whose proximity to the railroad gives them the blessing, or curse, of the white man's civilization. It has a church whose ancient adobe flanks have been topped by 2 wooden bird cages for steeples, for when the Indian adopts our ideas, his taste is rococo. When he clings to his own art, he shows a native dignity and simplicity. Lastly, Isleta has a ghost, well authenticated and attested to by a cardinal, an archbishop, a governor, and other dignitaries, to say nothing of Juan Pancho, a man who does not lie. It is probably the oldest ghost in the United States. About the time of the first Spanish penetration into the Southwest, a friar made his way to the Pueblo country through the hostile tribes to the east. In one of the towns north of Santa Fe, probably Tesuque, he found shelter and a home. The friendly Indians, although keeping him half prisoner, treated him kindly. He soon gained their respect and affection as he applied his knowledge of medicine to their physical, and as a priest administered to their spiritual needs, without giving offense to the Pueblo's own beliefs. He seems to have been a gentle and tactful creature who won his way by the humane Christianity of his daily life. Gradually, as they became better acquainted with him, they admitted him to the inner circle of village life, even to the sacred ceremonies and underground rituals of the Kiva. He was taught the significance of their medicine and of their tribal and religious symbols. Almost forgetting his alien blood, they had made him one of themselves on the day, 20 years later, when news came of the approach of armed conquistadors, with Coronado at their head, seeking plunder and the treasures of Cibola the legendary. Whether such treasure existed has never been known. If it did, the secret was closely guarded by the Indians. Perhaps the monk had been made their confidant. At any rate, he knew enough to make certain factions of the tribe regard him as an element of danger when he should meet again with men of his own race, hostile to the people of his adoption. Would he remain true, thus tempted? It was a question of race against individual loyalty, and one Indian, more fanatic and suspicious than his brothers, cut the Gordian knot of the difficulty with a dagger, planted squarely in the back of the God-fearing friar. The gentle Pueblos, horrified by this act of personal treachery, which they regarded not only as a violation of their sacred laws of hospitality, but as a crime against a medicine man with powerful, if strange, gods, were in terror lest the approaching Spaniards should hear of the monk's fate and avenge the double crime against their race and religion on the entire village. What the Spaniard could do on such occasions was only too well known to the Pueblo tribes. At nightfall, the chiefs of the village placed the body, wrapped only in a sheet, on a litter, which 4 swift runners carried 70 miles south to Isleta. There, under the dirt floor of the old church, whose walls have since been destroyed and replaced by the present structure, they placed the padre, without preparing his body for burial or his soul for resurrection. If they had only said a prayer for him, they might have spared much trouble to their descendants. But they were in a hurry. They buried the corpse deep, 6 feet before the altar and a little to the side of it, and pressed down the dirt as it had been. The Spaniards came and went, and never learned of the murder. This prelude to the story came from Juan Pancho, one of the leading citizens of Isleta. The sandstorm, which had turned the sky a dingy yellow, gave signs of becoming more threatening, and a flat tire incurred as we stopped at his house for directions seemed to make it the part of wisdom to stop overnight in the little town. When we inquired about hotels, he offered us a room in his spotless adobe house, with the hospitality that is instinctive in that part of the country. We found him an unusual man, with a keen and beautifully intellectual face. In his youth, he told us, he was graduated from 1 or 2 colleges, and then completed his education by setting type for an encyclopedia, after which he returned to his native village and customs. He can speak 4 languages: Spanish, English, baseball slang, and the Isleta dialect, which is his native tongue. When he came home after his sojourn with the white man, he discarded their styles in clothing and adopted the fine blue broadcloth trousers, closely fitting, the ruffled and pleated white linen shirt, which the Indian had adopted from the Spaniard as the dress of civilized ceremony. On his feet he wore henna-stained moccasins, fastened with buttons of Navajo silver. He took pride in his long black hair, as do most Pueblo Indians, and, though he wore it in a chonga knot during business hours, in the relaxation of his comfortable adobe home he loosened it and delighted in letting it flow free. His house Mrs. Juan kept neat as wax. They ate from floured china, with knife and fork, though her bread was baked, delicious and crusty, in the round outdoor ovens her grandmothers used as far back as B.C. or so. She had not shared Juan's experience with the white man's world, except as it motored to the doors of her husband's store to purchase ginger ale or wrought silver hatbands. But she had her delight, as did Juan, in showing the outside world she could put on or leave off their trappings at a whim. She was a good wife, and how she loved Juan! She hung on his every word, and ministered to his taste in cookery, and missed him when he went away to his farms, just like a white woman. Juan's ranch is near the new church, which has stood above the foundations of the older church only a century and a half or less. It befits his rank as one of the leading citizens of the village that his property should have a prominent location on the bare and sand-swept little plaza. He loves his home and the life he has returned to. I have tried them both. You see, I know English. I can talk books with you and slang with the drummers that come to the trading store. I have ridden in your trains and your motor cars, and eaten at white men's tables, and bathed in his white bathtubs. I have tried it all. I have read your religious books, and know about your good man, Jesus. Now I have come back to the ways of my people. Well, you know me well enough to know I have my reasons. What is there in your ways for me? I've tried them all, and now I come back to great Isleta, where are none of those things you white men must have, and life is full as before. I have what is inside me, the same in Isleta as anywhere else. He fastened his piercing eyes on us, a trick he has when he is much in earnest. Those eyes see a little more than some people's eyes. To him, the aura that is hidden to most of us is a commonplace. He allows himself to be guided by psychic manifestations to an extent a white man might not understand. I heard him say of two men, strangers, who came to his ranch. When they came in, I saw a light about the head of one. All was white and shining, and I knew I could trust him. But the other had no light. It was black around him. The first man can be my friend, but the other, never. I do not trust him. Moonshine? But the odd thing is that one's judgment, so curiously formed, became fully justified by later events. The second man is not yet in jail, but there are people who know enough about him to put him there, if they cared to take the trouble. This trick of seeing the color of a man's soul is not unique with Juan. Many Pueblo Indians share it as a matter of course, but it is a thing which they take for granted among themselves and seldom mention. Mrs. Juan had cleared away the supper dishes and sat by a corner of the fireside. She had removed from her legs voluminous wrappings of white doeskin, symbol of her high financial rating, and sat openly and complacently admiring her silk-stockinged feet, coquettishly adorned with scarlet Turkish slippers, which she balanced on her toes. Pancho eyed the byplay with affectionate indulgence, and sent a long, slow wink in our direction at this harmless evidence of the eternal feminine. The talk had drifted to tales of wonder, to which we contributed our share as best we could, and now it was Juan's turn. He leaned forward earnestly, his black eyes somber and intense. You know me for an honest man? You know people say that Juan Pancho does not lie? You know that when Juan says he will do a thing, he does it, if it ruins him? We nodded. The reputation of Juan Pancho was a proverb in Great Isleta. Good, because now I am going to tell you something that will test your credulity. You will need to remember all you know of my honesty to believe what I tell you now." We drew forward and listened while he narrated the story of the good monk of the time of Coronado, as I have told it in condensed form. "Well, then, you've been in that church where they buried the monk, 6 feet from the altar and a little to one side. Most Indian churches have a dirt floor, but the Church of Great Isleta has a plank floor, very heavy. Now I will tell you why. The Spaniards came and went without learning of the padre who slept with a knife wound in his back under Isleta Church. 5 years went by, and one day one of our old men who took care of the church went within and saw a bulge in the earth near the altar. It was the size of a man's body. The bulge stayed there, right over the spot where they had buried the padre, and day after day it grew more noticeable. A year went by, and a crack appeared, the length of a man's body. 2 years, 3 years, and the crack had widened and gaped. It was no use to fill it, to stamp down the dirt. That crack would remain open. Then, 12 years maybe from the death of the padre, the Isletans came to the church one morning, and there on the floor, face up, lies the padre. There is no sign of the crack in the earth. He lies on solid ground, looking as if he had died yesterday. They feel his flesh. It is soft and gives to the touch of the finger, like the flesh of one whose breath has just flown. They turn him over. The knife wound is fresh, with red blood clotting it. 12 years he has been dead. Well, they called in the elders and talked it over, and they bury him, and give him another chance to rest in peace. But he does not stay buried. A few years more, and the crack shows again. And at the end of 12 years, as before, there he lies on the ground, his body as free from the corruption of natural decay as ever. They bury him again, and after 12 years he is up. All around him lie the bones of Isletans who have died after him. The soil he lies in is the same soil which has turned their flesh to dust and their bones to powder. So it goes on, until my own time. I have seen him twice. There are old men in our village who have seen him 6 times, and have helped to bury him. They don't tell of it. It is a thing to keep to oneself. But they know of it. The whole village knows of it, but they don't talk. But the last time he came up, we talked it over, and we decided we had had enough. This time, if possible, we would make him stay down. I saw him in 1910 or 11 it was, and so did many others. The priest of Isleta saw him. We sent for the governor, and he came and saw. And the Archbishop of Santa Fe came, and with him a cardinal who was visiting from Rome itself. They all came. What is more, they drew up a paper and made 2 copies, testifying to what they had seen, and signed it. Then they took 1 copy and placed it with the long-dead padre in a heavy oak coffin and nailed it down. And the other copy the visiting cardinal took back to Rome to give to the Pope. My signature was on it. Then we buried the coffin deep and packed the earth hard about it and stamped it down. Then we took planks, 2-inch planks, and laid a floor over the entire church and nailed it down with huge nails. We were resolved that if he came up, he would at least have to work his passage. I suppose you've heard the last of him, then? Juan leaned forward. His eyes sparkled. We hope so. We hope so. But... He stood up and faced us. You are good enough to say you believe the word of Juan Pancho, but I will not test your credulity too far. You shall judge for yourselves. Juan took a lantern from a nail and lighted it. Come and see for yourselves. We followed him across the deserted plaza, whose squat houses showed dimly gray under a windy blue-black sky. He unlocked the heavy door with a great key and entered the church. Feeling our way in the dark, bare interior, we advanced to within 6 feet of the altar, and he placed the lantern on the floor, where it shed a circle of yellow light among the black shadows. We knelt and touched the nails. The heads were free of the floor. On them were no tool marks. No hammer had loosened them. We bent down further, and laying our heads aslant the planks, sighted. In the lantern light we discerned a slight but unmistakable warp in the timbers, the length and width of a man's body. In silence we returned to Juan's warm, lighted living room, where Mrs. Juan still sat by the fire admiring her red slippers. If it is humanly possible, I intend to be in Great Isleta about the year 1923. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring by Winifred Hawkridge Dixon. Santa Fe and the Valley of the Rio Grande. Nowhere else did we find spring as lovely as at Santa Fe. Here, 1.5 miles above sea level, was a crystal freshness of atmosphere through which filtered a quintessence of the sounds and scents and colors that made a joyous season of spring even in downtown New York. A bit of a surprise it was to find, dozing in the sun like a New England village, a town important enough to have given its name to a railroad, to mark the end of one trail and be a station on another, to have been the capital of an ancient empire of the New World, and now to be the capital of a state. Yet the world passes it by, leaving it on a railroad spur high and dry from transcontinental traffic. So much the worse, then, for the world. So much the better for Santa Fe. The town does not owe its personality to its railroad stations and chambers of commerce. The peaks guarding its high isolation have looked down upon many changes in its history. Yet it stays outwardly nearly unaltered, valuing material importance so little that it hides its capital down a grassy side street, while its plaza still is dominated by the sturdy old governor's palace, where Oñate raised the Spanish flag in the early 17th century and Kearny replaced it with the American flag in 1846. The heart of Santa Fe is its plaza. To its shady trees, traders tied their horses when they had reached the end of the perilous Santa Fe Trail, glad enough to gain its shelter after being beset by the primitive dangers of hunger, thirst, wild beasts, Indians, and robbers. The same plaza where drowsy Mexicans now rest upon park benches, where processions of burros pass loaded with firewood, where shining automobiles flash by, has witnessed siege and counter-siege, scenes of violence and heroism and romance. Richly laden caravans once came galloping into town, sometimes closely beset by bandits or hostile Apaches, and weary adventurers from the land of Daniel Boone or Washington dismounted and looked bewildered about them at this gay and alien civilization. Here the Pueblo Indians, in their final revolt, besieged the white settlers and committed the only violence in their long career of patience, and here the conquering de Vargas finally overcame them and, surrounded by Franciscan monks, offered mass for his victory. Dominating the plaza is the 3-century-old governor's palace, whose walls conceal prehistoric Indian foundations. It is a 1-story building running half the length of the square, built in a day when hospitality demanded royal scope. Half inn, half fort, its 6-foot-thick walls stood for strength as well as coolness, and its mighty doors frequently knew the marks of assault. In modern times, until the beginning of this century, it served as residence of the governor of the territory. In a back room, Lew Wallace is said to have written chapters of Ben-Hur. No question but that the palace might be made more interesting as a museum, less a storehouse of half-forgotten oddments. It might tell less spasmodically and with greater dignity the story of its successive occupations from the royal governor of Spain to the present time. It creates the impression now of having been forgotten, except as, at intervals, a legacy of antiquities was deposited wholesale without selection. The exhibits should be pruned, gaps filled, and arranged with better proportion and consecutiveness. It might well, indeed, take a leaf from the book of the new museum built on the same side of the plaza. Its exterior skillfully assembles various parts of nearby buildings of Pueblo architecture. Its corners copy the towers of Laguna, Taos, and Acoma. The warm stucco walls are studded with piñon vicas, and the doorways, windows, and balconies are of cedar, deep set in the thick walls. An infant art gallery fed from the local Santa Fe and Taos schools, sometimes, according to Holt, and sometimes on Cubist pickles and donuts, does the double service of giving the artist permanent exhibition rooms and illustrating local color for the tourist. I mean no disparagement here against the Santa Fe School, which numbers several names of national reputation. The country cries to be painted in vividest colors. Nature here is in vermilion mood, and man tops her gaiety with slouching insouciance, sky-blue shirts, and headbands giving the needful splash of scarlet. Add skies as blue as a spring sun can stipple them, dash across them a blur of pink apricot bloom, bank them against cliffs of red-orange, pure gold where the light strikes it, and grape purple in the shadows, tone with the warm gray of a pueblo, clustered around a sky-blue stream, and fringed yellow-green cottonwoods bordering it, and what artist can paint with sobriety? That a few manage it is to their credit, nor can one wonder that this riot of color goes to the heads of others till their canvases look like an explosion in a vegetable garden. Tucked away in another street off the plaza stands the old cathedral, begun in 1612. As cathedrals go, it is an unimpressive example of the worst period of church architecture. To the usual trappings of its interior is added the barbaric crudity of the Mexican in church art, an art like the French Canadians, naive and literal. It must show the bleeding heart much ensanguined, the wounds of Christ fresh with gore, and its dull-faced saints covered with lace and blue satin, like fashion plates of Godey's ladies. What interests me in this, as in other churches of the Southwest, is the colossal ironic joke on the Pilgrim Fathers and Puritans, whose contemporary efforts on the stern, rock-bound eastern coast were just about offset by the equally earnest efforts of the Spanish padres on the cactus-ridden desert of the West. However, what each bequeathed of value has remained to build a vaster, freer, and perhaps better community than either unwitting opponent previsioned. Quite colonial and oddly reminiscent of New England is the governor's mansion of today, across from the present Capitol, which, like every capital in the United States, rears a helmet-shaped dome. In the houses of this New Mexican government occurs a phenomenon unknown to any other state. 2 languages are officially spoken, Mexican and English, with an interpreter to make each side intelligible to the other. I do not know whether this bilingual assembly and senate produces twice as much verbiage as the usual legislature, or whether the 2 tongues serve as a deterrent to oratory. New Mexico, it must be remembered, is more Indian and Mexican than American by a proportion of 3-to-1, and includes a sprinkling of Negro and Chinese. The Indian lends a touch of the primitive, the Mexican brings Spain into the picture. In doorways painted sky blue or lavender, swarthy women gossip in mantilla and fringed black shawl. Against the shady wall, in sash and sombrero, all but too lazy to light the inevitable cigarette, slouches a Mexican who should be working. On Sundays and fête days, the roads about Santa Fe are splashed with the vivid colors of the girls' frocks, pinks, purples, and scarlet accenting the inevitable black of the women's dress, as they make their way under fringy cottonwoods to some country auberge. The sound of a jerky accordion usually follows them up the canyon roads. Mostly the Mexicans are gregarious, keeping to their own quarters in Santa Fe and their own villages further out in the country, often near an Indian pueblo of the same name, as at Taos and at Tesuque, famed for its grotesque Indian godlets. All about Santa Fe these little adobe towns, Chamayo, Truchas, Cuyamongue, Pewaukee, Espanola, Alcalde, and Pecos, lie in some fertile river valley, surrounded by their fruit trees and alfalfa fields. The Mexicans, though indolent, understand truck farming thoroughly. Like their occupations, their recreations are primitive. They have their own dances, where the men sit on one side of the room and the girls giggling and shoving at the other until some bold swain sets the ball rolling. Then it does not cease to roll, fast and furious, till morning, often ending in some tragic fray where a knife flashes. They have their own schools and churches, and almost always, at the end of the town, a little windowless house which looks like a church. The Americano is unwise who attempts to enter or even ask questions concerning this building. It is the morado, or brotherhood house, of a secret sect called the Penitentes, who have been described briefly in certain books on this locality, but are almost unknown to the outside world. The sect is entirely Mexican, not Indian, as has frequently been misstated. Only a very few Indians have ever become penitentes, and most of the race hold the idea in abhorrence. Survival of a cult which flourished in Spain 4 centuries ago, the practice was brought to Old Mexico, of which New Mexico was then a part, by some Franciscans who followed the conquistadors. In Lisbon, in 1801, a procession of flagellants went through the streets. This seems to have been the latest outbreak in Europe, yet in our own United States it stubbornly persists today, despite the utmost the Catholic Church can do to discourage this horrible self-torture. We had the very good fortune to enter Santa Fe during Holy Week. All along our route, through the little Mexican towns bordering the Rio Grande, church bells were ringing, and Mexicans in gala array riding to special services on pintos, burros, or in carts laden with entire families of 8 or 10. When we reached our hotel 3 miles out, for adequate hotels for some strange reason do not exist in Santa Fe, we were invited to go penitente hunting. The sport is not without its dangers. Strangers who venture too near the mysterious processions have been shot, and only the most foolhardy would seek to go near the morado. We learned that while the members are quiescent during the year, committing whatever laxities of conduct seem good to them, Holy Week heaps on them voluntarily the ashes of bitter atonement. On Monday, they gather in their morado and enter on a week of fasting, ritual, and self-inflicted torture. To a few selected by the high priests of the order is given the honor, from their point of view, of taking upon themselves the sins of all. They endure incredible torments. Some lie on beds of cactus the entire week. Others wear the deadly cholla bound on their backs or inserted under the flesh. Every penitente bears on his back the mark of the cross, slit into his skin with deep double gashes at his initiation into the sect. These wounds are reopened each year, weak from flogging, with blood raining from their backs till old wounds mingle with the new, eating only food brought to the morado at nightfall by their women. These vicarious sufferers come forth on Good Friday to the culmination of their agony. Santa Fe was agog with rumors. At one town we heard the penitentes would not leave their morado, resenting the growing publicity their rites attracted. Another, further from civilization, was to show a crucifixion with ghastly fidelity even to the piercing of hands and feet, a fate for which the honored victim begged. Loomis has related this circumstance as a fact, and rumor of the year previous to our arrival gave it confirmation. Early Good Friday morning, our party drove in and out the valleys, fording to our hubs streams that yesterday were mere trickles, and tomorrow, augmented by melting mountain snows, would be raging torrents. New Mexico has few working bridges. One fords a stream if it seems sufficiently shallow, or waits a day or week at the nearest hotel for it to subside. Rivers were fast leaving their bounds this morning, but we managed to cross in time to arrive at Alcalde before ceremonies had begun. Built like most adobe pueblos, Indian and Mexican, about a straggling square, this little village furnished a good vantage for Americans to see and to be observed, watched with quiet hostility by idling natives. Cross currents of ill feeling we sensed intangibly. Not only did the village as a whole bristle toward us, but it contained 2 sects of flagellants and 2 morados, whose families were fiercely partisan, and in addition these were opposed by the native element of strict Catholics, who, obeying the mandates of the Church, frowned on the fanatic religionists. We were warned not to take pictures, nor show our cameras, nor to follow the procession too closely. Our presence was barely tolerated, and our innocent attempts to become an inconspicuous part of the landscape met with scowls and uncomplimentary remarks. Perhaps they were justified. The desire to guard one's religious rights from curious eyes is a high instinct, which, no matter how effacingly we hunted penitentes, we were violating. The saints in the whitewashed church had been dressed for the occasion in new ribbons and laces, On a low-wheeled platform stood a crudely painted figure of Christ, his eyes bandaged with the pathetic purpose of saving him from the sight of the agony to come to his followers. With him were other figures. One, I think, was Judas, with his bag of silver and mean grimace. Soon from the Morado came a short procession of men and boys, weak-kneed and trembling, clad only in cotton drawers and shirts, which speedily became ensanguined from wounds made by hidden thorns. They walked with a peculiar swaying motion, as if their knees were broken. 3 of them, no more than boys, bore great crosses of foot-square timber about 20 feet long. The heavy ends dragged on the ground. The crossbeams rested on bent backs, on which, the whisper went, were bound the spiky cactus, whose every curved needle pressed on the flesh spells torture. Blood ran down their shaky legs, joining blood already crusted. Their faces were hooded. A band of flagellants followed, who as yet played a less active part. At wide intervals over the scorching desert were planted the 14 stations of the cross, to which the 3 principals, barefooted, dragged their burdens. At each they rested while the drama of that station was enacted as crudely and literally as an early mystery play. A middle-aged penitente in store clothes, fiercely in earnest, read appropriate passages from the Mexican Bible, stumbling over the pronunciation. Then the procession chanted responses, and the brief respite, if respite it was for the cross-bearers, came to an end. At the proper station, 3 little black-robed Marys broke from the crowd and played their tragic part. We watched in suspense the slow progress, wondering if the martyrs would reach their goal alive. As they neared the 14th station, one of the 2 thieves tottered and had to be supported, half fainting, the rest of the way. The other 2 barely managed to finish. Our dread was heightened lest the mystery be carried to its bitter close. No printed word could have aroused among its ignorant spectators the tense devoutness inspired by this medieval drama. Religion to many of us has become a denatured philosophy, a long step from this savage brutality. Yet have we any substitute which will so kindle our imagination and idealism that it could school the body to endure gladly even the supreme agony? During the heat of the day, all was silence within the Morado to which the actors had retreated. The sobbing Mexican women who followed the procession vanished with their black veils into their houses, some perhaps to await news of the death or collapse of their men, which not infrequently attends the Holy Week celebrants. Toward dark, over the countryside, automobile fares began to converge toward the silent Morado. The world outside had taken up penitente hunting as a cold-blooded sport. They came openly baiting the penitentes, who, angered, refused to appear. 8, 9, 10, 11. We left our darkened car and hid ourselves in the sand dunes near the graveyard, in the dark shadow of a clump of piñons. We waited with cramped legs while the blue sky became black and mysterious shapes loomed up in an unspeakably vast and lonely country. The flagellants were still sulking. At last a light across the river flickered, swung, and started down a distant trail whose route we traced by an occasional lantern glimmer through masses of trees. A sweet, weird wail floated over to us on a gust of wind. It was the pito, wild and high-pitched flute, making a most dismal, shivery music. The procession twisted and turned toward the river. We crouched uncomfortably by our sand dunes, not daring to make a sound for fear it might be carried on the clear air. Suddenly came a chant, broken, taken up and dropped by voices too weak to modulate. It sounded unevenly, as spurts of energy forced it from tired throats, loud, then a whisper. The chant continued, with an ominous new sound added, a thud, 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 regular and pitiless, the fall of thongs upon flesh. No outcry came, only the chant and the wail of the pito rose louder. It was a neighboring sect on the way to pay a visit to our morado. Frequently the light was arrested and the singing stopped. We knew then they were paying their devotions at one of the heaps of stone, rude wayside memorials seen everywhere in this locality, erected by the Mexicans to their dead, some of whom lie in battlefields of France. Then the chant continued, the thud painful enough only to hear, and the shuffle of feet in a sort of weary lockstep. Across the river another light flickered and started. Soon, from our hiding place, high over the valley, we could see half a dozen processions wending up and down through the hills. A movement from the direction of our morado, and the pito sounded close at hand, accompanied by the uneven creak of a rude cart, filling us with a delightful, terrifying suspense. So close that we could have touched them, past chanting men, swinging lights. We heard the break of leaden whips on their bare backs, but no groans. It was the procession of the death wagon, on which a skeleton was strapped, a macabre memento mori borrowed from the Middle Ages. The gleaming lantern illumined its ribs as it tottered on its seat in grisly semblance of life. Suddenly, a motor drove up aggressively and halted straight across the path of the death wagon. The pito and chanting stopped. A crowd quickly gathered, and angry voices made staccato demands. The car remained insolently unmoved, blocking the penitente's most private ceremony. The mob was angry beyond bounds at what to the most unsympathetic observer was gross rudeness, but to them was outrageous sacrilege. Pistols were drawn. The increasing numbers of penitentes surrounding the car buzzed like swarming hornets whose nest has been smashed, and who hunt the marauder with vicious intent. Then came a heavy voice from the car, a moment of confusion, and the crowd melted away, muttering, but evidently cowed, while the car moved arrogantly forward. Puzzled, we asked for explanations. That fellow in the car owns the big store where all those greasers trade. They buy on credit, run in debt, and he takes a mortgage on their ranches or herds of sheep. Some of them owe him $2,000 or $3,000. They were all ready to make trouble when they recognized him. He told them he was going to see the show, and if they didn't like it, they could pay what they owed him tomorrow. so they slunk off. He is a German. Echt Deutsch. Barbarous as may be this custom of flagellating, there is devout belief behind it. To the ignorant Mexican stimulated by these annual reminders, it is as if, as is literally true, the torture and anguish had occurred to a neighbor in his hometown. The faces of the men and women, even of little children witnessing the penitente rites, showed the reality to them of what to most of us is remote as the legend of Hercules. Faith, so beautiful and unusual, must command respect no matter what arouses it. Yet in black contrast to it is the political and moral corruption said to accompany this dangerous doctrine of expiation. Being especially saintly because of their endurance test, the penitentes during the rest of the year commit murder, adultery, theft, and arson with cheerful abandon. Nobody dares oppose them or revenge their excesses, either from pious veneration, fear, or a knowledge of the uselessness of such a procedure. For the penitentes are whispered to be potent politically. Membership in the sect is kept secret. Many prominent judges and state politicians are said to be penitentes. If a fellow member is brought to justice, he gets off lightly or goes scot-free, and strange deaths are predicted for enemies, public or private, of the sect. I was even warned not to write of them, for fear their power should extend beyond the state's borders. Doubtless much of this local fear is exaggerated, but I predict that what church and legislature have failed to do, the ubiquitous tourist will accomplish. In the more remote hill towns, services still reproduce the incarnadine passion with all its horrors. Nearer to Santa Fe, the flagellants withdraw closer and closer into their morados. Without an audience to sympathize, pain and torture become less tolerable. No man, however sincere he believes himself, turns stylites unless his pillar stands in the marketplace. 10 miles from this strange Good Friday we passed an equally strange Easter in the Indian pueblo of San Ildefonso, whose many generations of Catholicism do not prevent invoking the gods who have given service even longer than the Christians' deities. They shake well and mix them, somewhat after the fashion of my colored laundress, who confessed she always wore a hoodoo charm. Of course, I's a good Christian too, but the Bible says, don't it, the Lord helps them as helps theyselves. Somewhat in this spirit, Easter Sunday was chosen for the rain dance, which was to end a long drought. For miles we passed buckboards carrying large Indian families under manches with rainbow hues, Indian bucks on little neat-footed ponies, their square-chopped raven hair banded with scarlet or purple, wearing short gay velvet shirts, buttoned with silver shells bartered from the Navajos, white cotton trousers, or the more modern blue overalls, henna-colored moccasins, silver buttoned on their tiny feet. Their necks and waists were loaded with wampum and turquoise-studded silver, their faces rouged. "Why do you paint your face?" we asked a visiting Santo Domingo dandy. "Oh, to be nice," he replied to our impertinence. "Why don't you paint yours?" Volumes have been written of the Pueblo Indians' folklore and religion, much of it probably wrong, for the Indian has a habit of telling what he thinks you want to be told and concealing exactly what he wishes to conceal. His religion is too sacred and intimate to be revealed to the first inquirer. While he has a sense of humor, which some people persist in denying, he is, like most practical jokers, extremely sensitive to ridicule, especially when directed against himself. Always a mystic, he finds his way easily where the Anglo-Saxon gropes. The common lore of strange things which he shares with the gypsy, the Hindu, and the Jew, races to whom he bears a certain physical resemblance, was his centuries before he adopted clothes. In ordinary learning he remains a child, albeit a shrewd child, yet his eyes are open in realms of the unknown. He hears the rush of mighty winds through the heavens, and is acquainted with the voice of thunder. He can commune with unseen forces without the trumpery aid of Ouija or the creaky mechanism of science. Though he can barely add and hardly knows his multiplication tables, I venture to guess that if the fourth dimension be ever demonstrated, the Indian will be found to have had a working knowledge of it, and will accept it as a commonplace to his tribe and his medicine men. In the Casa Grande ruins is a tiny hole through which the sun shines the first day it crosses the vernal equinox. Like the lens of a telescope, this focuses into other tiny holes in other parts of the building. Why it is there nobody knows, but it indicates a knowledge of astronomy which places the prehistoric Pima on an equal footing with modern scientists. Before the Zuni Indians knew a white race existed, according to Cushing, Powell, and the musician Carlos Troyer, they had evolved the theory of prismatic rays coming from the sun and had established a fixed relation between color and sound tones, anticipating by some centuries Mr. Henderson and others. Their medicine men took shells found in their magic corn mountain, a giant mesa overshadowing the village, polished them to tissue thinness, and then painted each shell a pure color corresponding to the colors of the prism. One by one they placed these shells over the ear nearest the sun. The corresponding color ray from the sun would strike a musical note so powerful that care had to be taken to prevent the eardrum being broken. These absolute color tones the medicine men noted and used exclusively in sacred ceremonies, but did not permit their use in secular music. Are the red men more subtly attuned to rhythms of the universe than the superior white race? Has the dirty, half-naked medicine man somehow found the parent stem of the banyan tree of life while we are still digging around its offshoots? But this is a long digression from the sunlit plaza splashed with the scarlet Pendleton blankets and sky-blue jerkins of visiting chiefs, and the pink sateen Mother Hubbard of the squaw next me, whose too solid flesh was anchored with pounds and pounds of silver and turquoise, enough to pawn at the traders for 1,000 or 2 of Bahana money. To our questions of the symbolism of the dance they make childlike answers. It is to make rain, mucha agua. Spanish is the lingua franca of the Pueblo Indian. Babies in every state of dress from a string of wampum up crowded shyly for our fast-melting chocolates. Aged crones, half-blind from too prevalent trachoma, hospitably invite us into their neat, whitewashed living rooms, or offered us chairs at their doorways. Doors were wide open. The town kept open house. It gave us an opportunity to see their houses without prying. Our first reaction was surprise at their universal ship-shapedness. We saw dirt floors on which 2 or 3 pallets were folded in neat rows, or in the grander houses, a white enamel bed with one sheet only and a lace counterpane, a crucifix and 2 or 3 portraits of saints on the walls. Next, a gaily flowered cover of some seed catalogue, a rafter hung with rugs, clothing, and strings of wampum and silver, slings in which the beds are suspended at night, and a blackened stone fireplace in the corner, and nearly always a blooming plant in a tin can on the wide window-sill, and a lilac bush just outside. Houses are strategically situated in a pueblo village to permit of every one knowing everything which goes on. If a dog barks or a stranger takes a snapshot without toll, 20 women are at their doors shouting malediction. There can be no secrets. Gossip screamed cat-a-corners across a plaza with a face at every door and window, and the roofs thronged loses much of its piquancy. But before the dance a certain decorum prevailed. This rain dance, we were told, was especially sacred. Then, whooping and performing monkey antics, 2 strange figures, mostly naked except for some horizontal stripes painted with grease paint on their legs and bodies, leaped down the outside stairway of the priest house. Horns adorned their heads, and a tail apiece eked out their scanty costume. They turned somersaults, seized women by the waist and waltzed with them, hit each other playfully over the head with sticks, rushed into houses and came out with pails of food, whereat they squatted in the plaza and ate with simulated gusto. They were the koshari, or delight makers, the hereditary clowns who open the dance ceremonies. Like the ancient lords of misrule, they are king for the day, and all must obey their fantastic whims. They are licensed plunderers, privileged to rush into any house which must be left open, and run off with anything which takes their fancy. Possibly because the koshari availed themselves too enthusiastically of this part of their priestly office, it is now the custom to set out food for them, to which they are supposed to confine themselves. One koshari was tottering and blind, steering himself with a cane and the brusque aid of his companion, a fat young rascal who would have been funny in any language. He, poor soul, no longer amusing, contented himself with rushing about on his withered legs and uttering feeble yelps in concert with his colleague. The dancers followed, all young men, some in their teens, and began a solemn march around the village preceding the dance. Necklaces of evergreen wreaths comprised their costume from the waist up. 2 eagle feathers topped their hair. Short white hand-woven skirts reached to the knee, with an occasional fox skin hanging behind, and at the side red, white, and green tassels of wool. The limbs and bodies were painted. At the ankles tortoise shells rattled, and gourds in their hands shook with silvery precision. In moccasins edged with skunk fur, they stamped in light, unvarying rhythm, first on one foot, then the other, wheeling in sudden gusts, not together, but in a long, rhythmic swell, so accurately timed to undulate down the line that each foot was lifted a fraction higher than the one in front. They sang quietly, with the same shuddering little accent, their gourds and feet maintained, at intervals stressing a note sharply in absolute accord. 2 women, young and comely, in the heavy black squaw dress and white doeskin leggings of the Pueblo woman, squatted midway before the line of lithe dancers and beat all through the day on their drums, while all through the day, lightly, sharply, the moccasined feet were planted and lifted with a snap and rebound, as if legs and rippling bodies covered not sinews, but springs of finely tempered steel, timed to hair-trigger exactness. Their lean faces wore an intent look, hardly heeding the antics of the koshari who gamboled around them, standing on their heads, tumbling, shouting, and pulling each other's tails like monkeys. About evergreen trees planted in the center, they pivoted to all 4 points of the compass. The dance varied little. The song, the tombes, the shivery gourds and shells, the syncopated beat of each tireless foot on the earth became a background to the color and picnic movement of the village, drowsy in the sunshine, steaming with the odors of people, dogs, jerked beef, cedar smoke, and buckskin, whiffs of lilac, fresh willow, snowy sprays of wild pear, and a wet breeze from the Rio Grande. Because rain in that parched country is literally life, the Indians hold this rain dance too sacred to admit as participants any women save the 2 who beat the drums. "Tomorrow," said the fat young koshari, "nice dance. We dance with the girls then." I dare not claim any authority for the interpretation of the costumes of the rain dance. Several natives of the pueblo, including quiet-eyed Juan, the governor, gave us various versions which did not tally in every particular. We had learned that an Indian's meaning of a lie, which he is fairly scrupulous in avoiding, does not include the answers to questions touching his cherished customs and the private code of his race. The evergreen, all agreed, stood for fertility or verdure. The eagle feathers, with their white and black tips, for the black and white of slashing rain and lowering clouds. The yellow fox skins represented the yellow of ripe corn. The red and green tassels at the waist, the flowers and grass of spring. The white tassels, snow or hail. The symbolism of the thunderclouds was repeated in the black and white of the skunk fur moccasins. The gourds echoed the swish of rain, and the drumbeats the rumble of the thunder. The tortoise-shell rattles at the ankle meant either rain and wind, or were a symbol, like the shell necklaces most of them wore, of the ocean, which all desert tribes especially revere as the father of all waters. During the dance, the fat and impudent koshari honored me with a command. "You take me and my chum for a ride?" Fat and very naked, covered with melting grease paint and ferocious in horns and tail, he was not the sort of companion I would have chosen for a motor drive, but a refusal might have prompted him to expel us from the village. On a fete day, the lightest word of a koshari is law. He clambered in and moved over to make room for his chum, a loathsome and mangy old fellow with rheumy, sightless eyes, whose proximity filled me with disgust. Tottering with age and excitement, his first move was to clutch the steering wheel, and when I had disengaged his claws, he grasped the lever with an iron grip. Meanwhile, 13 brown babies, some of whom had been bathed as recently as last year, climbed into the tonneau. We whirled around and around the plaza, the children shouting, dogs barking, the fat koshari bowing like visiting royalty to the cheering spectators, uttering shrieks in my ear to take me off guard, kicking his heels in the air, or sliding to the floor as a too daring visitor tried to snap his picture, while Koshari Sr. occasionally seized the levers and threw us into reverse, nearly stripping the gears. A curious people, childishly admiring of the white man's automobiles, radium watches, and canned foods, seemed gravely contemptuous of his civilized codes, morals, and spiritual insight, unsanitary in daily life, yet with rituals of hospital cleanliness, believing in charms and medicine, yet with a knowledge of herbs and mental therapy beyond our own, introducing buffoonery into their religious services, yet with a reverence for religion uncomprehended by the white man, unable to persuade the government to give him citizen rights, but easily able to persuade the Lord to send him rain. For 2 days after the dance, rain came in abundance in sheets, torrents, and cataracts after a drought which had lasted months. The Hopi snake dance, they say, never fails to bring rain. Other rain dances about Santa Fe have the same result. Is it coincidence? Or has the Indian a weather sense beyond ours? Or does he look the deity more squarely and unflinchingly in the eye when he makes his demands? Jacob wrestled with his angel. The Indian knows his prayers will bring rain, and however obtained, his percentage of correct answers seems higher than the white man's. A week later, when the town of San Felipe gave a corn dance, we found another instance of the thoroughness with which the Pueblo jumbles his religions. Through the old white plaza, dazzling with color, dividing its lively crowds impartially between the lemonade stand at one end and the draped altar at the other, we made our way to the old church, which looks through an avenue of blossoming cottonwood onto a gentle blue and green landscape picked out by the meanderings of the Rio Grande. Meanwhile, the dance in the plaza had begun. Almost within sight of the stamping, chanting rows of squash and turtle clans, the men naked to the waist with long hair flowing, the women's black-clad bodies and bare arms swaying, the congregation slipped into the cool interior of the church, and, dressed in the gorgeous clothes and jewels they wore to honor their native gods, listened respectfully to a visiting bishop and knelt in prayer with accustomed reverence. They saw no incongruity in it, and neither do I, so long as the good Christians throw spilled salt over their left shoulder or wish on the moon. Yet it made a delightful contrast. The little brown boys in their white robes, intoning with the nasality of altar boys the world over, plus the Indian's special brand of nasality, the quiet attention of the drifting congregation, and outside, the noise, color, and sunshine, the bands of giddy bucks sprawling on painted ponies, the cool, lovely valley beyond, and at its heart, the power which brought all these elements together, sluggish old Rio Grande, taking its time on its everlasting journey to the Gulf. Within a short radius of Santa Fe, one can trace all the successive steps in the history of the Pueblo Indians. We go furthest back at Rito de los Frijoles, where a glance halfway up a perpendicular cliff reveals black spots of pinhead size. An arduous climb up rough ladders and steps notched in crumbling yellow tufa shows these holes as large caverns, hollowed by water under the shelving roof of the soft rock, and built up with a masonry which today would easily command $10 a day and a 48-hour week. The Cloud City, Acoma, on the Arizona road is built atop a high mesa facing the still higher enchanted mesa, now peopled only by troubled ghosts. Doubtless the first Indians to advance from cave dwellings to mesas felt as emancipated as the first New Englander who left the old homestead for a modern apartment house. Further east, the rock-bastioned villages of the Hopis still carry on the customs of their kin, if not their ancestors. At Taos and Laguna, the timid pueblos finally ventured down to the ground, but retained the style of the mesas and cliff dwellings, of terraced receding houses several stories high. The final and most modern adaptation are the one-story, squat little adobe houses of the river pueblos, whose dwellers have shaken off entirely the ancestral fear and raised corn and alfalfa, melons and apricots on the rich irrigated soil. The journey to frijoles is worth risking a fall over precipices as one dashes over switchbacks of incomparable dizziness on roadbeds of unsanctified roughness. From Buckman, if the bridge is not washed away by the floods, like most bridges about Santa Fe, the ascent starts to the neat little green little Rito de los Frijoles, Bean Valley in its unpoetical English. No motorist should undertake this trip with his own car unless he thinks quickly, knows his machine thoroughly, and is inoculated against horizontal fever. The road climbs past orange hills up blue distances, through warmly scented forests of scrub pinyon, with the vista of the river far below. At the top the car must be abandoned, for nothing wider than a mule can manage the descent into the canyon. A precipitous and dusty trail drops to a refreshing little valley, long and narrow, grown with shady pines and watered by a brook which was probably the raison d'etre for the city so many ages silent as the Sphinx and dead as Pompeii. In a beautiful semicircle, so symmetrical and tiny seen from above that it looks like a fantastic design etched on the valley floor, lie the ruined walls of a city whose people were the first families of North America. It is hard to believe this peaceful remote valley ever echoed the noise of playing children, of gossiping women and barking dogs. The dark-skinned Jamshid who ruled here left speechless stone walls to crumble under the tread of the wild ass, and whether drought, pestilence, or murder drove him and his race forth, forsaking their habitations to the eternal echoes, nobody knows. He was timid, or he would not have plastered his houses like swallows' nests in the cliff, or huddled them together in this remote canyon, walled in against more aggressive tribes. He was agricultural, for traces of his gardens, dust these centuries, may be found. Shirred heaps of pottery, designed in the red and black pattern that dates them as from 1 to 2,000 years old, and arrowheads of black obsidian prove he knew the same arts as the southwestern Indian of today. Each tribal unit, then as now, had its kiva, or underground ceremonial chamber, with the altar stone placed exactly as in every kiva in Utah, Colorado, or Arizona. Parenthetically, the kiva may have retained its popularity through the sunshiny ages because it offered the men of the tribe a complete refuge from their womenfolk. Once down the ladder, they need not pull it after them, for custom forbade and still forbids a squaw of any modesty from acting as if the kiva were within 100 miles of her. Once inside, the menfolk are at liberty to whittle their prayer sticks, gossip, swap stories, and follow whatever rituals men indulge in when alone. It is as bad form for a Pueblo woman to invade the Kiva as for us to enter a men's club, with the difference that no Kiva had a ladies' night. Besides furnishing shelter to the henpecked Benedicts, the Kiva became a sort of YMCA for the young bucks. In ancient times, the bachelors of the tribe slept together in the Kiva, their food being left outside the entrance. This very wise provision greatly protected the morals of the young people, forced to live in very close juxtaposition. On the ridge opposite the caves of Frijoles lies an unexplored region believed to be the summer home of the race who lived here so secretly and vanished so mysteriously. In a few years, the excavator may discover among the charred heaps at the top of this canyon the reason for the exodus, but at present more is known about lost Atlantis than these ruins in our rawest and newest corner of the States. One need not thrill to the prehistoric, however, to enjoy Santa Fe, especially when the apricots blur the flaming green valley with the rosy mist. All trails from the sleepy little town lead to the perpetual snows of the hills through scented forests of pine, past roaring streams. A good horse will clamber up the bed of a waterfall, leap fallen logs, pick his way, when the forest becomes too tangled, over the slippery boulders of the river, canter over ground too rough for a high school horse to walk upon, and bring his rider out to the top of some high ridge where crests of blue notch against crests of paler and paler blue without end. Near enough to Santa Fe to be reached in a day by motor and somewhat longer by pack train lies the enchanting valley locally called the Pecos. One mounts the pinyon-scented red trail studded with spring flowers to the heights above, where to breathe the air of dew and fire is to acquire the zip of a 2-year-old colt and the serenity of a seraph. In this least known corner of our country, the Pecos is the least traveled district, known only to a few ranchmen and old guides with tall, straight stories and short, twisted legs, mighty hunters who have wrestled bare-handed with bears and stabbed mountain lions with their penknives. Sportsmen are only beginning to know what the streams of the Pecos produce in trout and its wilderness in big game. Given a good horse, a good guide, good grub, and a comfortable bedding roll, a month free from entangling alliances with business, and the Pecos provides sound sleep, mighty appetites, and air 2 miles high, so different from the heavy vapor breathed by the city dweller that it deserves a name of its own. Nobody can stay long in Santa Fe without becoming aware of the Rio Grande's influence on the dwellers in its valley. It furnishes not only their livelihood, but their little daily happenings. So-and-so's car got stuck crossing at Espanola and had to stay in the river 2 days. The river rose and tore down the bridge at Buckman, and they say there will be 2 more bridges down by night. You can't get out of Pewaukee this week. But to see the river in its magnificence, one should drive over the canyon of the Rio Grande, following along the precipitous road to Taos. The day we started for Taos, rain invoked by the prayerful Pueblos had reduced the roadbed to a sticky red plaster, which more than once slid our car gently toward the edge and a drop of 100 feet or more. Like the foolish virgins we were, we had forgotten our chains. To put on the brakes would invite a skid. Not to do so meant a plunge over the bank. The road, like an afterthought, clung for dear life to the edge of a series of hills, now dipping like a swallow to the riverbed, then, after the usual chuck-hole at the bottom, rising in dizzy turns to the top of the next hill, unwinding before us sometimes for miles. steep cliffs, and narrow gorges at times shut us completely from the world. Far below, the river frothed turbulently. Occasionally, as we took a turn, a bit of bank caved in with us and left one wheel treading air. On sharp curves, a long wheelbase is a great disadvantage. The earth is liable to crumble where rain has softened it in gullies, and one must learn to keep close enough to the inside edge in turning to prevent the back wheels from skimming the precipice, and yet not drive the front wheels into the inside bank. Add to this a surface of slick mud on which the car slides helplessly, heavy ruts and frequent boulders, steep graded curves with gullies at the bottom, and it will seem less surprising that the male driver who takes his own car and his life over this road twice a week to Santa Fe receives about 3 times the wage of a Harvard professor. A few miles before reaching Taos, we left the canyon and came out on a broad plain. The first sight of Taos takes one's breath. It is so alien to America. Ancient of days, it suggests Jerusalem or some village still more remote in civilization. Houses terraced to 5 and even 7 stories are banked against purple mountains, 13,000 feet in the air. A little stream winds to the walls of the village, dividing it in 2. On the banks, women wash clothes and men draw primitive carts to the water or gallop over the plain like Arabs in the flowing white robes characteristic to Taos. The roofs of the square plaster houses, terraced one above the other, are peopled with naked babies. Women wrapped in shawls of virgin blue or scarlet outlined against the sky again suggest the Orient. Constantly in these pueblos one is reminded of the Far East, and it is easy to believe these Indians of the Southwest, of sleek, round, yellow cheek and almond eyes, are of Mongolian stock. The Grand Canyon old-timer William Bass tells us seeing a distinguished Chinese visitor talk with ease to some Navajos of the Painted Desert, who, he reported, used a rough Chinese dialect. In the Shoshone country, I myself saw Indians enter a Chinese restaurant and converse with the slant-eyed proprietor. When I asked whether they were speaking Shoshone or Chinese, I was told that they used a sort of lingua franca and had no difficulty in understanding each other. Oriental or not, the origins of Taos are clouded with antiquity. Coronado was the first Aryan to visit this ancient pueblo, and we, to date, were the last. The same gentle courtesy met us both. We were given the freedom of the village, invited into the houses, and allowed to climb to the rooftops, with the governor's pretty little daughter as our guide. Taos, like all pueblos, has a republican form of government and a communal life which works out very peaceably. Annually, the 2 candidates for governor run a foot race, one from each division of the town, and the political race is indeed to the swift. Perhaps they get as good governors by that method as by our own. Taos, like all Gaul, is divided into 3 partes, quorum unum decubis inculant. No place could be more ideal for an artist's colony, with scenery unsurpassed, air clear and sparkling, living inexpensive, picturesque models to be had cheaply, and the little adobe houses simply asking to become studios. San Geronimo de Taos on the Pueblo Creek belongs to the Indians. Ranchos de Taos, where a fine old mission church bulwarked with slanting plaster buttresses has stood since 1778, at the lower end of the straggling town, is given over to Mexicans. The middle section, once famous as the hometown of Kit Carson, proclaims by its blue and lavender doorways, mission bells, fretted balconies, and latticed windows the wave of self-consciousness that had inundated American Taos. But it has its own charm and adapts itself admirably to the native dwellings. Kit Carson's old home, facing a magnificent view over the river, has become a sumptuous studio, and scaling down from that to the most humble loft over a stable, every available nook in the town is commandeered by artists, where every style of art is produced from canvases out-niggling Meissonier to the giddy posters of the post-impressionists. Regardless of results, they are lucky artists who have the pleasant life and brisk ozone of Santa Fe in the winter, enjoy the picturesque Indian dances in spring and fall, and in summer paint and loaf in the purple glory of the Taos Mountains, cooled by frosty air blowing from the 2.5-mile snow line. End of Chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring by Winifred Hawkridge Dixon. Chapter 14. Saying Goodbye to Bill. As the spring sun daily pushed the snow line higher up towards the peaks of the Sangre de Cristo, and the time approached when we must leave Santa Fe, Toby and I grew sad at heart. We knew we must begin to think of saying goodbye to Bill. For Bill was Santa Fe's most remarkable institution. He was Surgeon General to all maimed cars in a radius of 20 miles. We had encountered mechanics competent but dishonest, and mechanics honest but incompetent, and we were to meet every other variety: careless, sloppy, slow, stupid, and criminally negligent. But to Bill belongs the distinction of being the most honest, competent, and intelligent mechanic we met in 11,000 miles of garage men. Hence, he shall have a chapter to himself. When we discovered Bill, we permitted ourselves the luxury of a complete overhauling, and he, after one keen non-committal glance at our mud-caked veteran, silently shifted his gum, wheeled the car onto the turntable, got under it, and stayed there 2 weeks. 3 months of mud, sand, and water had not crippled the valiant old lady, but had dented her figure and left her with a hacking cough. Her dustpan had been discarded, shred by shred. 3 spring leaves had snapped. The gear chain, of whose existence I learned for the first time, rattled. The baking sun had shrunk the rear wheels so that they oozed oil. The batteries needed recharging. The ignition had not been the same since the adventure of the mud hole, and there were other suspected complications. Besides which, all the tires flapped in the breeze, cut to shreds by frozen adobe ruts, and a few tire rims had become bent out of shape. A thrifty garage man could have made the job last a year. Now, Bill had 2 signs which every good mechanic I ever knew bears: a calm manner and prominent jawbones. Whenever, during our hoboing, we drove into a garage and were greeted by a man with a grease smudge over his right eye and a lower jaw which suggested an indignant wisdom tooth, we learned to say confidently and without further parley, "Look the car over and do anything you think best." It was infallible. Nor was our confidence in Bill's jawbone misplaced, for at the fortnight's end, Bill rolled her out of the garage, shining, sleek, and groomed, purring like a tiger cat, quiet, rhythmic, and bursting with unused power. He had taken off the wheels, removed the cylinder heads, repaired the ignition, put in new gear chains and spark plugs, adjusted the carburetor to the last fraction, loosened the steering wheel, removed the old lady's wheeze entirely, and done the 1,001 things we had repeatedly paid other garagemen to do, and they had left undone. He had finished in record time, and my eye, long practiced in the agony of computing the waste motions of mechanics, had noted Bill's sure accuracy and unhurried speed. Not content with this much, he sent in a reasonable bill, in which he had failed to add in the date or charges for time of his, which other people had wasted. In fact, nobody dared waste Bill's time. Over his workbench hung a sign, "Keep out. Regardless of your personality, this means you." We took a trial spin up a corkscrew and nearly vertical hill, the local bogey, and made it on high. I thanked Bill almost with tears for being a gentleman and a mechanic. "I always claim," answered Bill modestly, "that a man ain't got no right to take other people's money unless he gives them something in return. When I'm on a job, I try to do my best work, and I don't figure to charge no more than it's worth." Ah, Bill, if every garageman in this free country adopted your code, what a motorist's paradise this might be. Almost weeping, we said goodbye to Bill that day. Our last but one, we thought, in Santa Fe. We would have liked to take him with us, or at least to have found him awaiting us at each night's stop, and Bill was gallant enough to say he would like to go. With 2 friends, we had planned an excursion to Chimayo, where in the Mexican half of the town are made soft hand-woven rugs, famous the world over. On the way, we stopped at Pojoaque for the purpose of seeing the old roadhouse made famous by old Monsieur Bouquet, a fragrant memory, when Santa Fe was an army post, and officers rode out to lively supper parties there. A tangled orchard and flower garden, a well renowned for its pure water, and the quaint little Spanish widow of Monsieur Bouquet are all that is left of what was once a ship-shape inn, where people loved to stop. The rest is cobwebs and rubbish. But any spot where gaiety has been enhanced by good food is always haunted by memories of former charm. At the sleepy Indian pueblo of Nambe, now fast diminishing, we forded a trickle of a stream, hardly wide enough to notice, which sported down from the hills. Then out into a sandy waste surrounded by red buttes we drove. And then we drove no further. On a hilltop, the car gently ceased to move, even as it had done outside of Chandler. For a hot hour, we examined and experimented till we finally fastened the gilt on the ignition. We were 10 miles from everywhere, and which were the shorter 10 miles, we were not exactly sure. Like the hypothetical donkey, starving between 2 bales of hay, we wasted time in debating in which direction to go for help. An Indian riding by on a scalded-looking pony we interrogated, but like all of his race, the more he was questioned, the less he contributed. Much against his will, we rented his pony, and while the man of our party rode bareback to Pojoaque and the nearest telephone, we coaxed the pony's owner from his sulks with sandwiches. Would that we had saved them for ourselves. 2 hours later, Bill rattled up, in a car shabby as a shoemaker's child's shoes, and as disreputable as the proverbial minister's son. Remembering our premature farewell, he grinned, lifted the hood of the car, nosed about for a moment, called sharply to his 10-year-old assistant for tools, and in 2 minutes, the engine was running. Smiling just as cheerfully as if his farewell appearance had not cost us $20, Bill started his car and wished us good luck. "I wish we could take you with us, Bill," I said. "I sure wish I could go," said Bill. "Well, goodbye, Bill." "Goodbye and over the top," said Bill, driving off. "I hate to say goodbye to Bill," said Toby and I to each other. Thus delayed, it was twilight when we reached the old Santuario, famous as the Lords of America. Inside its whitewashed walls displayed crutches and other implements of illness, as witness to the cures effected by the shrine. The interior, as of most Mexican churches, was filled with faded paper flowers and tawdry gilt pictures of saints. Outside, twin towers and a graceful balcony and a walled churchyard, shaded by giant cottonwoods, gave the church a distinction apart from all its miracles. At a brook nearby, a majestic black-shawled Mexican Madonna filled her olla, mildly cursing us that the fee we gave her for opening the gate was no larger, lest we should realize it had been too large. Across the plaza stood a fine example of a built-up kiva or estufa, and nearby we dared a glance, in passing, at a morado. But we had come to see and perhaps buy rugs, those woolly soft blankets at which the heart of the collector leaps. During the day, however, the Santa Cruz, which divides Mexican from Indian Chimayo, had risen from the melting of the snows in the mountains, and we could only feast our eyes on the lovely hill-lined valley, with its greens and mauves, its cobalt hills, and blossoming apricots. There was positively no way to cross. I remembered that Bill said he too had been delayed at Poake by swollen streams. But the idea of hurrying home did not occur to us, as it might have to a native. We communicated our interest in rugs to little Indian boys and handsome swart Mexicans, who stripped the floors and beds of their great-grandparents, learning that we sought antiques. We soon had a choice of the greasiest and most tattered rugs the town afforded, but nothing worth purchasing. We were on the wrong side of the river and out of luck. Relinquishing the idea of seeing rug weaving in process, we at last turned homeward, with a new moon menacing us over our left shoulder. Passing through a beautiful little canyon, over a road which tossed us like a catboat in a nor'easter, we again came, at dusk, to sleeping Nambe and the brink of the stream. Toby, who was driving, plunged boldly in without preliminary reconnoiter. We afterward agreed that here she made a tactical error. The trickle of the morning had risen to our hubs. To make matters worse, the stream ran one way and the ford another. We all hurled directions at the unhappy Toby. Keep downstream. Follow the ford. Back up. Go ahead. Go ahead. Toby hesitated. Now, in crossing a swift stream, to hesitate is to lose. The car struck the current midstream. The water dashed up and killed the engine, and the old lady became a Baptist in regular standing. Toby saw she was in for it. I could tell by the guilty look of the back of her neck. She tried frantically to reverse, but no response came from the submerged engine. "Toby," I cried in anguish, "start her quick!" And then, I regret to say, I lapsed into profanity, exclaiming, "Oh, devil, devil, darn!" In a moment, everyone was standing on the seats and climbing thence to the mudguard. Our cameras, coats, pocketbooks, and the remains of some lettuce sandwiches floated or sank according to their specific gravity. I plunged my arm down to the elbow and brought up 2 ruined cameras and a purse, which a week later was still wet. Meanwhile, the others had climbed from the mudguard to the radiator, fortunately half out of water, and thence jumped ashore. Before I could follow suit, the water had risen to the back seat, and I scrambled ashore soaked to the knees. We were on the wrong side of the stream from Nambe, and the river was too deep for wading. Finally, the man of the party risked his life, or at least the high boots which were the joy of his life, and reached the opposite shore where lay the pueblo. After a long interval, he returned with 2 Indians, who led a team of horses across. Trained as I have said pueblo, or pueblo, to make a bad pun, is in matters of the spirit. In mechanics, he has not the sense of a backward child of 3 years. These 2 attached a weak rope to the car, where it would have the least pulling power and the greatest strain, drove the horses off at a wrong angle, and broke the rope. For 2 hours, with greatest good nature and patience, they alternately attached chains and broke them until we had exhausted the hardware of the entire town. It was now long after midnight. Having reached the point where we hoped the car would sink entirely and save us further effort, we accepted the Indians' offer of 2 beds for the ladies and a shakedown for the man, and went weary and supperless to bed. Toby and I were used to going supperless to bed, but it was hard on our 2 friends to whom we had meant to give a pleasant day. As we entered the bedroom into which the Indian proudly ushered us, I exclaimed, "Toby!" The room contained 2 large beds, a piano between them, some fearful crayon portraits of Nambe's older settlers, and a scarlet Navajo rug. Nothing remarkable about the room, except that the piano and the 2 lace-covered beds denoted we were being entertained by Pueblo aristocracy. But on that morning, being one of those people who do not start the day right, until they have unloaded their dreams on some victim, I had compelled Toby to listen to the dream which had held me prisoner the previous night. In it, we had started off into the desert with the old lady and traveled until we found ourselves in a sea of sand. Then, for some reason not clear when I woke, we abandoned the car and set out afoot over wastes of sand in which we sank to our ankles. All day we walked, and at night, exhausted, found shelter in a crude building. Presently, the men in our party returned to say they had found beds for the women, but must themselves sleep on the ground. Then they led us into a room, and in this room were 2 beds, a piano, some crayon portraits with gimcrack ornaments on the wall, and on the floor, a brilliant crimson rug. The arrangements of the furniture in the real and the dream world was identical. In my dream, I also had a vivid consciousness of going to a strange and uncomfortable bed, tired and hungry. Now, a psychoanalyst once told me that science does not admit the prophetic dream as orthodox. Yet our little excursion, ending so disastrously, had not been planned till after I told my dream to Toby. My own firm belief is that our guardian angels were violating the guardian angels' labor union laws, working overtime to send us a warning. Would we had taken it! This night, however, our dreams were broken. Indians are the most hospitable people in the world, especially the Pueblos, long trained to gracious Spanish customs. These simple hosts of ours had made us free of all they possessed. We could not properly blame them if their possessions made free with us. Their hospitality was all right, just what one would expect from the Indian, grave and dignified. But their committee of reception was a shade too effusive. They came more than halfway to meet us, perhaps in retribution for their imprudent dash into the river. Its members confined most of their welcome to Toby, with whom I shared one bed. She woke me up out of a sound sleep to ask me to feel a lump over her left eye. I would rather not, I said, feeling rather cold toward Toby just then. I prefer not to call attention to myself. Would you mind moving a little further away? I must say you're sympathetic, sniffed Toby. If you had looked before you leaped, you wouldn't be needing my sympathy. It was our first tiff. A moment later, she jumped up, as if in anguish of spirit. I can't stand this any longer, she said, referring not to our quarrel, but to a more tangible affliction, which we afterward named nambitis, with the accent on the penult. I'm going to sleep on the floor. Perhaps it would be as well, I answered. Toby made herself a nice bed on the adobe floor, with old coats and rugs, and we went to rest. At least 95 out of a possible 100 of us did. For some reason, we sprang gladly out of bed next morning to find our host had taken the trouble to prepare us a liberal breakfast. The lump over Toby's left eye had spread, giving her a leering expression, but otherwise, she was again her cheerful self. The rest of the party suggested it was hardly tactful for her to show herself wearing such an obvious reproach to our hosts on her countenance, and advised her to forego breakfast. Toby rebelled. She replied that she had only eaten 2 sandwiches since the previous morning, and was faint from loss of blood, and was going to have her breakfast, lump or no lump. Toby is like Phil May's little boy. She do make a god out of her stomach. I, on the contrary, can go 2 or 3 days without regular food, with no effect except on my temper. So we all sat down to a breakfast, neatly served on floured china, of food which looked like white man's food, but was so highly over-sugared and under-salted that we had difficulty in eating it. Our host informed us the river had been steadily rising all night. He doubted whether we should see any signs of our car. His doubts confirmed a dream which had troubled me all night, wherein I had waked, gone to the river, and found the old lady completely covered by the turgid flood. I dreaded to investigate, for when one dreams true, dreams are no light matter. Somewhat fortified by breakfast, we went to view the wreck. With mingled relief and despair, we found my dream only about 80% true. The radiator nearest to shore lay half exposed. The car sagged drunkenly on one side. The tonneau was completely underwater. But we could still see the upper half of the back windows. While the others rode 8 miles to telephone, we stood on the bank, breathlessly watching to see whether the water line on those windows rose or fell. The Indians told us the river would surely rise a little as the snow began to melt, but Noah, looking down upon fellow sufferers, must have interceded for us. Inch by inch, the windows came into full view. The worst would not happen. A chance remained that Bill could rescue us before the river rose again. Bill was our rainbow, our dove of promise, our Ararat. An hour later, he rattled up to the opposite bank, threw us a sympathetic grin, and got to work. It was a pleasure to watch Bill work. It was a pleasure to watch anyone work, provided one has no share in it oneself. But some people weary one by puttering. I could watch Bill on the hardest kind of job and feel fresh and fairly rested when he finished. He always knew beforehand what he intended to do, and did it deliberately and easily. He first drove 2 stakes into the ground, some distance apart, attached a double pulley to them, and to the front bar of the car, the only part not underwater, and he and his assistants pulled gradually and patiently till from across the river we could see the sweat stand out on their brows. In 10 minutes, we were astonished to see the half-drowned giant move slightly. Hope rose as the river fell. Bill took another reef in his trousers and the pulley, then another, and at last the old lady groaned, left her watery bed, shook herself, and clambered up on dry land. We crossed on horseback to the other side and waited with a sick internal feeling, while Bill removed the wheels and examined the damage. "Everything seems all right, no harm done," remarked Toby with hasty cheerfulness, emerging from the taciturnity resulting from one closed eye and a general atmospheric depression among the rest of us. Her remark showed that she now expected to assume her usual place in society. "If anything," I answered bitterly, "the car is improved by its bath." The poor old wreck stood sagging heavily on one spring, 2 wheels off, the cushions waterlogged, and a foot of mud and sand on the tonneau floor and encrusting the gears. Maps, tools, wraps, chains, tires, and the sickly remains of our lunch made a sodden salad, liberally mixed with Rio Grande silt. Sticks and floating refuse had caught in the hubs and springs and refused to be dislodged. A junkman would have offered us a pair of broken scissors and a 1908 alarm clock for her as she stood and demanded cash and express prepaid. I think Toby gathered that my intent was sarcasm, for she relapsed into comparative silence. While in deep gloom, we watched Bill scoop grit out of the gears. I braced myself to ask a question. "Can you save her, Bill?" "Well," Bill cast a keen blue eye at the remains. "The battery's probably ruined, and the springs will have to be taken apart, and the rust emeryed off, and the mud cleaned out of the carburetor and engine, and the springs rehung. And if any sand has gotten to the bearings, you'll never be through with the damage. And the cushions are probably done for. Life soaked out of them." As Bill spoke, the Rainbow Bridge, for which we had planned to start in a few days, became a rainbow indeed. But not of hope. The Grand Canyon, the Hopi villages, Havasupai Canyon, Yellowstone, Glacier Park, their red cliffs and purple distances shimmered before our eyes as dear lost visions and faded to be replaced by a heap of junk scattered in a lone arroyo and 2 desolate female figures standing on the Albuquerque platform waiting for the through train east. "Well, Bill, will you make us an offer for her as she stands?" Bill squinted at her and shook his head. "Don't think I'd better, ma'am." The day shone brilliant, blue and gold, and the valley of cottonwood sparkled like emeralds. But all seemed black to us. Toby looked almost as guilty as she deserved to look, and that, though unusual and satisfactory, was but a minor consolation. "Too bad," said Bill sympathetically, "that you didn't sound the river before you tried to cross." "It was indeed," I said without looking at anyone. "I didn't hear you suggest stopping," said Toby, One would have thought she would be too crushed to reply after Bill's remark, but you never can tell about Toby. We watched Bill methodically and quickly replace the wheels, shovel out the sand and mud, put the tools in place, wipe the cushions, and put his foot on the starter, the last as perfunctorily as a doctor holds a mirror to the nostrils of a particularly dead corpse. Instantly, the wonderful old lady broke into a quiet, steady purr. A cheer rose from the watchers on the riverbank, in which 10 little Indian boys joined, and Toby and I embraced and forgave each other. We did not say goodbye to Bill. We had a rendezvous with Bill at the garage for the following morning. Fearful lest the engine stop her welcome throb, we jumped into the car and drove the 16 miles home, up steep hills and down, under our own power. Fate had one last vicious jab in store for us. 5 minutes after starting, a thundercloud burst and rained on us till we turned into our driveway, when it ceased as suddenly as it started. What was left of the car, I backed out of the garage next morning. Toby stood on the running board and directed me how to avoid a low-hanging apricot tree, her eye and her spirits as cocky as ever. "All clear," she called. I backed and crashed into the tree. A splintering, sickening noise followed. The top of the car, the only part which had previously escaped injury, showed beautiful jagged rents, and the broken end of a rod bursting through the cloth. For 3 days, Toby discoursed on photography, sunsets, burros, geology, and pima baskets. But nobody could have guessed, from anything she said, that automobiles had yet been invented. At last she gave me a chance. "In driving over a desert road with sharp turns," she said confidently, "the thing to do is—" Toby, it was too good an opening. "As a chauffeur, you make a perfect gondolier." Bill presented us at the end of the week with a sadder but wiser car, a little wheezy and waterlogged, but still game. When we steered it out of the garage, which had become our second home in Santa Fe, we did not say goodbye to Bill. We couldn't afford to. On reaching Albuquerque safely, we sent him a postcard. "Dear Bill, the car went beautifully. We wish we could take you with us." End of Chapter 14. Read by Kimberly Bonin.
Chapter 15 of Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring by Winifred Hawkridge Dixon. Chapter 15. Laguna and Acoma. In spite of Toby's making the slight error of driving 14 miles with the emergency brake on, we seemed to have placed misadventure behind us, for a brief season at least. We coasted the 23 switchbacks of La Bajada Hill, now an old story, and returned for the night to the Harvey Hotel at Albuquerque, where the transcontinental traveler gets his first notion of western heat and wonders if he's in any danger from the aborigines selling pottery on the railroad platforms, and speculates as to whether the legs of the squaws can possibly fill the thick buckskin leggings they parade in so nonchalantly. If it is his first visit west, he little realizes how Harveyized these picturesque creatures have become, and he snatches eagerly at what he thinks may be his last chance to pick up some curios. The pottery from the village of Acoma is genuine, though of a tourist quality. The white doe-skin legs are also genuine, although many Pueblo women have ceased to wear them except to meet the 12 o'clock. They always inspire in me an awed respect, worn under the burning sun with such sang-froid. The explanation for this indifference to discomfort lies in the fact that a lady's social prominence is gauged by the number of doe-skin wrappers she displays, as the Breton peasant is measured by her heavy petticoats, and a Maori belle by her tattooing. Il faut souffrir pour être belle. The Indians furnished the most entertaining spectacle of modern, prosperous Albuquerque, whose solid virtues intrigue the hobo but little. We took advantage of her porcelain bathtubs, and then hastened on into a more primitive region, which became wilder and wilder as we neared the Arizona boundaries. Only 2 little adventures befell. Neither had a proper climax. A 2-day-old lamb, wobbly and frightened, had lost its mother, and wandered bleating pitifully from one sheep to another, who treated it with cold disdain. It finally approached our car as if it had at last reached its goal, but asking for nourishment it received gasoline, and seeking woolly shelter it was startled by metal walls. Piteously weak and terrified, the thumping of its heart visibly stirring its coat, it fled away in distress, with us at its frail little heels. Yet run our fastest, we could not catch it, though we tried every subterfuge. We baaed as if we were its mother, and it approached cautiously to scamper off when our hands shot out to catch it. Poor little fool! It had not the courage to trust us, though it longed to, and after a hot and weary hour we had to leave it to starve. As we started off, another car shot past us, challengingly, its very tail light twinkling insolence. A dark and handsome face leered back at us with a full-lipped, sinister smile. At the next settlement, where we stopped to buy food, this half-breed Mephisto was there, lounging against the counter, and looking at us with the look that is like a nudge. When we left, he swaggered after, and kept his car for some miles close behind ours. The country was so wild that we saw a coyote sneaking through the sage, and not long after a wildcat disappeared into a clump of pinon. Beyond the orange cliffs we saw in the distance, we could expect no human assistance, and it was uncomfortably near nightfall. And then, to our relief, the road branched, one fork leading to a silver mine. Our Mexican shot into it, giving us a parting grimace. Slight enough, this was our first and last encounter with that particular sort of danger. At sunset we came to Laguna, ancient and gray as the rocks on which it sprawled, its church tower picked out against a golden sky. This is the first Curzian pueblo met going from east to west. Ancient as it seems, it is the offspring of the parent pueblo of Acoma, which itself descended from an older town situated on the enchanted mesa. Laguna seems a sad misnomer for this waste of sand and rock. But years ago, what is now desert was a country made fertile by a great lake. When a dissension arose in old Acoma, as frequently happened among these peaceful Indians, the dissatisfied members of the tribe left Acoma and settled near the lake. Here they stayed from habit long after the lake had dried and its green shores became barren sand heaps, until the new town became as weather-beaten as its parent. This is why, unlike most pueblos, Laguna and Acoma share the same dialect. Laguna, built on a solid ledge of mother rock, attracts attention by the notched beauty of its skyline. It is entertainingly terraced on irregular streets, forced to conform to the shape of its rock foundation. A ramble about town brings unexpected vistas. You start on what seems to be the street, trail along after a shock-haired little savage in an unbuttoned frock, and suddenly find yourself in a barnyard, gazing with a flea-bitten burro upon the intimacies of Pueblo family life on the roof of the house next door. Through the village come sounds of the leisurely tasks of the evening. The mellow, throaty boom of the tombe and syncopated rhythm of the corn-grinding song come from the open doors, framed in the warm glow of firelight. A dead coyote, waiting to be dressed, hangs by the tail from a vega. Children play in the streets. The shifting hills of shimmering sand, moonlight silver in the frosted air of morning and golden at noon, turn from rose to violet. Above the village rise penciled lines of smoke from ancient fireplaces. Towering above everything stands the white mass of the old mission, with a gleaming cross of gold cutting sharply against the glory of the west. Laguna owns no hotel, so Toby and I sought out the missionary, whose ruddy, white-haired countenance and stalwart frame bespoke his Vermont origin, and whose hospitality bore the hearty flavor of Green Mountain farmhouses. At something less than what is called a pittance, he had worked for years among the Indians of the Pueblo, and at the nearby tubercular sanitarium for government Indians he seemed to feel no superiority over his charges, and showed none of the complacent cant and proselytizing zeal which distinguishes too many reservation missionaries. He had retained with delightful fidelity the spirit of the small community pastor working on terms of equality with his flock, raising the mortgage, furnishing the church parlor, encouraging the sewing circle, exactly as he would have done back in Vermont. As he told us of his work, the yellow waste and glaring sunshine, squat 'dobe houses and alien brown figures faded, and we seemed to see a white spire with gilded weathervane and cottages with green blinds. We smelled lilacs and ginger cookies, and walked in a lane of flaming maples. "The work is slow here," he said. "One needs patience. Yet looking back over the years, results are gratifying. Souls who walked in darkness have been won to Christ. Only last night I attended the bedside of a dear sister, the oldest person, I believe, in the state. Her years number 126. She confessed her faith and will die in Christ." "Have you had many conversions?" we asked. "Well, as numbers go, not so many. Perhaps 40, possibly more. They will go back to their own ways, yet they are a splendid people to work with, a delightful people. I have many real friends among them. The parish is slowly improving. We have paid off the mortgage, and are now putting an addition on the church. The men have erected the frame, and when the ladies of the parish finish planting, they will put the plaster on the walls." Thus imperceptibly had the good man merged New Mexico with New England. At the village school next morning we saw another phase of the white man's standards grafted upon the red man. The teacher, a Pueblo Indian woman and graduate of Carlisle, wife of a white man in the neighborhood, in spotless print dress and apron, was showing 20 little Indians the locality of Asia Minor. They were neat and shining and flatteringly thrilled by the presence of visitors. "And now," said their beaming teacher when we had heard their bashful recitations, "you must hear the children sing." And we heard them. The difficulty would have been to avoid hearing them. Bursting with delight, each of the 20 opened their mouths to fullest capacity, and 20 throats emitted siren tones, not the sirens of the Rhineland, but of a steel foundry. They began on "Come, little birdie, come," though it is doubtful if anything less courageous than a bald-headed eagle would have dared respond to the invitation. Toby clutched me, and I her, and thus we kept each other from bolting out of the door. We even managed a frozen smile of approbation as we listened to the discordant roar, like the voices of many hucksters, which issued from their mouths. A white child would have warped his throat permanently after such effort. But these roly-poly babies finished in better condition than they began. "I am going to let them sing one more song," said the teacher when we rose hastily. "They don't have visitors every day." They sang "Flow Gently, Sweet Afton," and if Sweet Afton had been Niagara, it would have wakened Mary less than the stertorous warning which bellowed from that schoolroom. Then a dozen brown hands waved in the air, and a clamor arose for other bits of their repertoire to be heard. Teacher was smilingly indulgent, proud of her pupils, and anxious to give them and the visitors a good time. So we were treated to Old Black Joe and Juanita and other sad ditties, which never seemed sadder than now. "And now you must show these ladies you are all good Americans," said the teacher. We all stood and sang the Star-Spangled Banner. The children showed individuality. They did not keep slavishly to one key. Each child started on the one that suited him best and held it regardless of the others. By the time they were well started, every note in the scale was represented, including most of the half-notes. Our patriotism ended in a dismal polychromatic howl, and the sudden silence which followed nearly deafened us. We had forgotten there was such a thing as silence. What a pity the government does not encourage the Indian to cultivate his own arts instead of these alien and uncomprehended arts of the white man. In his ceremonial dances he is lithe, graceful, and expressive. When he tries the one-step and waltz he is clumsy and ludicrous. His voice, strident, discordant, and badly placed when he attempts second-rate civilized music, booms out mellow and full-throated, perfectly placed in the nasal cavity. When he sings Indian melodies, whose tantalizing syncopations difficult modulations and finely balanced tempo he manages with precision. His music fits his surroundings. To hear it chanted in a wide and lonely desert scene, to watch its savage, untamed vigor move feet and bodies to a climax of ecstatic emotion until it breaks all bounds and produces the passion it is supposed to symbolize, is to understand what music meant to the world before it was tamed and harnessed and had its teeth extracted. To wean the Indian of this means of self-expression and nurse him on puerile, anemic melodies, it is stupid beyond words, and unfortunately it is of a piece with the follies and stupidities our government usually exhibits in its dealings with its hapless wards. If I seemed to laugh, it was not at these enthusiastic brown babies rejoicing in their ability to produce civilized discords, but at the pernicious system which teaches them to be ignorant in 2 languages. We finally left the strains of patriotism behind us as we drove across the level plain to Acoma. 2 tracks in a waste of sand made the road to the Sky City. A day sooner or a day later the wind would shift the fine-grained beach sand left there by some long-vanished ocean and block the road with drifted heaps. Today, by the aid of our guide Solomon's shovel, we were just able to plow through it. Dotting the lonely landscape, flocks of white sheep and shaggy goats were tended by Indian boys with bows and arrows. They fitted the pastoral scene. For 1,000 years, perhaps, the ancestors of these same flocks were watched over by the ancestors of these boys in blue overalls. Suddenly to our left, rising from the flat plain, we saw blocked against the sky a shimmering tower of soft blue and gold, seeming too evanescent for solid rock. Its sheer walls thrust upward like the shattered plinth of a giant's castle from a base of crumbling tufa, in itself a small mountain. It was the mesa of old Acoma, called by the Indians the Enchanted Mesa. I believe that 2 Harvard students of archaeology once reached the summit of this perpendicular rock by means of a rope ladder shot to the top, but no white man by himself has for centuries gained a foothold on its splintered walls. Yet once, from legend borne out by bits of broken pottery and household utensils found at the base of the mesa, a large and flourishing Indian village lived on its summit in safety from marauders. A stairway of rock, half splintered away from the main rock, was the only means of access to the village. A similar stairway may be seen today in the second mesa of the Hopi villages. Up these stairs old women toiled with filled ollas on their heads, and little boys and men clambered down them to work in the fields below. It is their ghosts the Indians fear to meet between sunset and sunrise. For one day, while the men were absent plowing or tending their herds, a bolt of lightning struck the stairway, and in a moment it lay the same crumbling heap of splintered rock one sees today at the base of the mesa. To envision the horrors that followed, imagine a sudden catastrophe destroying all stairways and elevators in the Flatiron Building while the men were away at lunch and the stenographers left stranded on the top floor. The case of old Acoma was even more pitiful, for those left on the top were old men, helpless from age, women and babies. They lived, ghastly fear and despair alternating with hope, as long as their supply of corn stored in the barren rock held out, perhaps a month, perhaps longer. Then, one by one they died, while their men on the plain below tried frantically to reach them, and at last gave up hope. No wonder that when the towering mass, which is their monument, fades from blue and gold to grayish purple, the Indians turn their ponies' heads far to one side, and make a loop rather than be found in its neighborhood. Across the plateau, a few miles from the Enchanted Mesa, stands another mesa, longer and lower than the other, reached from the ground by several paths. Here the survivors transferred their shattered lives, built a village like the old one, and in time became the ancestors of the present Acomans. While we drive toward it, listening to the story our guide told of that early tragedy in his exact Carlisle English, we nearly added 3 more ghosts to those already haunting the plain. Ahead of us the road had caved in overnight, as roads have a way of doing in this country, leaving a yawning canyon 30 feet deep, toward which we sped at 20 miles an hour. Our brakes stopped us at the edge. I hastened to back and make a side detour around the chasm, where in time our tracks would become the road, until some other freshet should eat into and undermine the porous ground. Roads in New Mexico are here today and gone tomorrow, cut off in their flower by a washout or a sandstorm, or simply collapsing because they weary of standing up. A miss is always as good as a mile, and our close escape was worth singling out from a dozen others only because of its dramatic reminder of what happened in the dim past from almost the same cause on that magnificent rock. Both the enchanted mesa and the gaping hole behind us pointed out the uncertainty of life, which seemed so eternal in that brilliant spring sunshine. Less dominating than the haunted mesa, New Acoma, which is, by the way, the oldest continuously inhabited town in the United States, reveals its towering proportions only at closer range. To view it best, it should be approached from the direction of Acomita. It stands 357 feet above the floor of the desert. Under its buttressed cliffs, a sheep corral and a few herders' huts help to measure its great height. In the lee of the rock, we left the car to the mercy of a group of slightly hostile women filling their water jars at the scum-covered spring. The Acomans are not noted for pretty manners or lavish hospitality. Probably, if a second bolt of lightning were to approach Acoma, a committee from the governor would refuse it admittance unless it paid a fee of $5. It is said that since the San Diego Exposition, when the Acomans acquired an inflated idea of the cash value of their picturesqueness, tourist gold must accompany tourist glances at their persons, their pottery, their village, their children, and even the steep, hard trail up to their little stronghold. We thought we had almost earned the freedom of the town by our toilsome climb, first over a young mountain of pure sea sand in which we sank ankle deep, and then hand over hand up a steep ledge of rock, where ancient grooves were worn for fingers and toes to cling to. Centuries of soft-shod feet had hollowed these footholds, and centuries of women and men had carried food and water and building materials over this wearisome trail. Yet the Acoman may be right in demanding toll. He has gone to infinite trouble, through generations of hard labor, to perfect the little stronghold where he preserves his precious individuality. The giant beams in his old church, the mud bricks and stone slabs for his houses, the last dressed sheep and load of groceries, the very dirt that covers his dead, were brought to the summit on the backs of his tribe. Acoma, to the native, is not an insignificant village of savages, but by treaty with the United States an independent nation, proud of its past, serenely confident of its future. It is almost as large as Monte Carlo, or the little Republic of Andorra, with the assertive touchiness which so often goes with diminutive size, both in people and nations. Being a nation, why should it not have the same right to say who shall enter its gates, and under what conditions, as the United States, that parvenu republic surrounding it? Nevertheless, the Acoman is not popular, even among Indians of other villages. Though neighboring towns, Laguna and Acoma, have always had swords drawn. The Acoman has a wide reputation for being surly and inhospitable, and I am willing to admit he does his best to live up to that reputation. Many tourists have made the journey across the desert and the climb to the mesa's top, only to be turned back or admitted at exorbitant fees. Luck was with us. We arrived on a day when the governor and all the men of the village were at work in the fields of Acomita, and only the women and children, as on that fateful day when the enchanted mesa was struck, remained in the village. Our guide, being from Laguna, spoke the dialect of the Acomans, and proved a doughty aid. Hardly had our heads shone above the rocky stairs when the gray landscape was suddenly peopled by women and children, the children clad in one gingham garment, or, if of tender age, in nothing save the proverbial string of beads, for even the smile was missing from their faces. Most of the women, short-skirted, with brilliant floating scarves on their heads, carried babies slung in knotted shawls. Their clamor at sight of Toby's camera required no knowledge of Acomese to be recognized as vituperative. They seemed as anxious to be photographed as a burglar is to have his thumbprints taken. They were, in fact, so uncomplimentary that we recalled uneasily the Spanish monk who visited the town to make converts and was hustled down to the plain by the short trail. No tourist uses this trail if he can help himself. It leads off the walled edge of the graveyard into space for 300-odd feet and ends on the rocks below. With great presence of mind, the monk made a parachute of his flowing skirts and alighted unhurt on the desert. Wearing khaki breeches, we closed the camera regretfully. An Indian's prejudice against the camera arises logically from his theological belief that nature abhors a duplicate. With keenest powers of observation, he has noted that no two trees, no two leaves, no animals, even no blades of grass are exactly alike. Hence, when he makes a rug, a basket, or an olla, he never duplicates it absolutely. Therefore he fears the camera's facsimile of nature. If he allows himself to be photographed, he believes that something of himself passes into the black box, and thereafter his soul is halved of its power. If he afterwards falls sick, undergoes misfortune, or dies, he attributes it to this sin against an inexorable law of nature. It all sounds childishly crude, yet a much-respected man named Plato held a somewhat similar belief. The difference between Plato and the Pueblo Indians lies less in their theology than in the ease with which a piece of silver changes its effectiveness. Among the river pueblos, we could manufacture free-thinkers for $0.25 apiece, but at Acoma the process threatened to be as expensive as a papal dispensation. We appeased their gods by putting away our camera, but having satisfied the church, we still had to deal with the state. The boldest and fattest citizeness of the Sky City, girt round with a sash of Kelly green, triumphantly produced a paper. Contrary to her manifest expectation, it did not shrivel us. It was written in sprawly Spanish on the reverse of a grocer's bill, and even at present prices no grocer's bill could intimidate us. We had seen too many of them. Solomon deciphered it as a command in absentia from the governor to pay $5 a head or decamp at once. Meanwhile, the women from 10 years up had brought us offerings, at a price, of pottery in the making of which the Acomans excel all other tribes. Seeing a chance for a strategic compromise, through our faithful and secretly sympathetic Solomon, we announced we would either buy their pottery or pay the governor's toll, but we would not do both. We succeeded in maintaining an aspect of firm resolve, and after many minutes of debate, or what sounded like debate in any tongue, they wisely concluded that what was theirs was their own, and what was the governor's was something else entirely. We instantly compounded a crime against the state, and acquired many barbaric and gorgeously designed ollas. We were now permitted to wander freely about the village, though the women, after they sold their pottery, retired to their houses and kept the doors closed. At the head of the village, near where the trail enters, stands the old stone church, forbidding and bare as a Yorkshire hillside, built of giant timbers and small stones wedged hard together. It has stood here, looking off over the cliff, since 1699. Its ungracious front, unsoftened by ornament and eloquent of grueling labor, fits the hard little village. Its really magnificent proportions tell a story of incredible effort. No wonder it looks proudly down on the desert from the height which it has conquered. Each timber, some large enough to make a burden for 50 men, each rock, each fastening and bolt, came up the trail we had taken nearly an hour to climb, on the shoulders of a little people hardly more than 5 feet tall. It is the only Indian mission I can remember built entirely of stone slabs, due perhaps to the difficulty of carrying up mud and water in sufficient quantities for the great 8-foot-thick walls and giant towers. Between the church facade and the parapet which overlooks the desert is a crowded graveyard, containing in deep layers the bones of many generations of Acomans. Even the soil in which they rest was brought from the plain to form a bed over the mother rock of the mesa. Each year the level of the graveyard becomes a trifle nearer the top of the parapet. Bits of pottery clutter the surface of the graveyard, not accidentally, as we first imagined, but due to the Indian custom of placing choice ollas at the head and feet of the dead, to accompany them on their long journey. It is a bleak God's acre. Not a tree shades the bare surface. The four winds of heaven sweep it mercilessly, and the hot sun beats down on it. Yet a few feet beyond it becomes glorious, with the glory of God, whose light is like unto a stone most precious, even like a jasper stone, clear as crystal. For the desert below is not a waste of sand, arid and monotonous, but a filtered radiance of light broken into pure color. Those who know only the beauty of green fields and blue waters cannot vision the unreal and heavenly splendor we saw from the Acoma churchyard as convincing to the inner self as if earth, that old and dusty thought of God, dissolved before our eyes and crystallized again into a song of light and color, as it was at the beginning. Acoma, different as it was, reminded me oddly of the New England nature. At its heart lay a spiritual beauty, this intense beauty of the desert, and wrapped about it a shell of hard, chill unloveliness. The three little streets, dribbling off to the edge of the rock, had no welcome for us. Its houses, 2- and 3-tiered, slabbed with flint instead of the more pleasing adobe, closed tight to our approach. The windows were mean and tiny, made before the era of glass, of translucent slabs of mica, roughly set in the walls. The houses, bleak and blackened, were roughly masoned of the same flint-like stone as the church. The few interiors we saw were barely furnished, a few bowls on the dirt floor, a lava corn bin, nothing more. A flock of ducks splashed in a rain pool in the middle of the road, a mangy mongrel yapped at us, and women on the housetops scolded whenever Toby ventured to produce her camera. With their colored veils, red skirts, and bright sashes, they gave the village its only animation, as they brought out more and more bits of pottery to tempt us, carrying it carelessly on their heads down the ladders of the houses. Solomon, the only man in sight, took every opportunity to efface himself whenever the bargaining raised a cross ruff of feeling. He even ducked around a corner when a very stout lady, having sold us all her pottery, again brought up the subject of our paying $5 admission. We appeased her by offering her a bribe to carry our purchases down to the car. While we were still halfway down, lifting our feet laboriously from the heavy sand, we saw her, a tiny round dot, with the olas balanced above her floating turquoise scarf, stepping blithely and lightly over the desert floor. "What a pity we couldn't get any pictures," I said to Toby, as we raced a thundercloud back to Laguna. Said Toby. "I took a roll of pictures while you kept them busy selling pottery. I got a beauty of the fat woman who made such a fuss. I must say it would be an improvement if half of her passed into the camera." End of section 15.
Section 16 of Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Westward Hoboes, Ups and Downs of Frontier Motoring by Winifred Hawkridge Dixon. The Grand Canyon and the Havasupai Canyon. A glittering day, cool and sweet. Long shadows slanted through the scented coconino forest. The Gothic silences of the woods were clean of underbrush as an English park. Endless rows of pines had dropped thick mats of needles on the perfect road, so that our wheels made no sound. Beside these pines of northern Arizona, our greener New England varieties seemed mere scrubs. Then, unexpectedly, we passed the forest boundaries. Driving a few rods along the open road, we had our first sight of the canyon at Grandview Point, with the sun setting over its amethyst chasm. Years before, stepping directly from an eastern train, like most tourists I had seen the canyon as my first stunned inkling of the extraordinary scale on which an extravagant creator planned the West. This time Toby and I had the disadvantage of coming newly to it after being sated with the heaped magnificence of the Rockies. Would its vastness shrink? Would it still take our breath away? I don't know why people want their breath taken away. In the end, they usually put up a valiant fight to keep it, but at other times they constantly seek new ways to have it snatched from them. But we need not have worried about the Grand Canyon. It is big enough and old enough to take care of itself. It could drink up Niagara in one thirsty sip and swallow Mount Washington in a mouthful. It could lose Boston at one end and New York at the other, and 5 Singer buildings piled atop each other would not show above the rim. Not that I mean to attempt a description of the canyon. To date, millions have tried it, from the lady who called it pretty to the gentleman who pronounced it a wonderful place to drop, used safety razor blades. They all failed. The best description of the Grand Canyon is in one sentence, and was uttered by an author who had never bought a postcard in El Tovar. What is man that thou art mindful of him? As I cannot leave blank pages where the canyon should be given its due, I must be content with skimming along its rim and dipping here and there down among its mountain tops, like the abashed little birds that plunge twitteringly into its silences. It is so great a pity that most of those who see the canyon do not see it at all. They arrive one morning and depart the next. They walk a few rods along its edge at El Tovar, visit the Hopi house, and hear the Cole brothers lecture. If adventurous, they don overalls or divided skirts, mount a velvet-faced burro who seems afflicted with a melancholy desire to end his tourist-harassed existence by a sidestep over Bright Angel. They speak afterward with bated breath, the tourists, not the burros, of the terrors of a trail which is a boulevard compared to some in the canyon. The first moment, it is true, is trying, when it drops away so steeply that the burro's ears run parallel with the Colorado. But after several switchbacks, they point heavenward again until Jacob's Ladder is reached. Few trails in the West are so well graded and mended and walled on the outside to prevent accident. Being centrally located, the Bright Angel gives an open vista of the length and breadth of the canyon, where the coloring is most brilliant and mountain slopes oddly fantastic. It is an excellent beginning, but only a beginning after all. There are so many ways to do the canyon, that vast labyrinth that could not be done in 1,000 years. The best way of all is to take a guide and disappear beneath the rim, following new trails and old down to the level of the pyramidal peaks, to the plateau midway between rim and river, then wind in and out of the myriad of small, hilly formations clustering about these great promontories, which spread out from the mainland like fingers from a hand. The river, a tiny red line when seen from the top, froths and tumbles into an angry torrent half a mile wide. Its roar, with that of its tributaries, never is out of one's consciousness, echoing upon the sounding board of hundreds of narrow chasms. It is remarkable how soon the world fades into complete oblivion, and this rock-bound solitude is the only existence which seems real. I once spent 10 days on the plateau. At the end of a week I had forgotten the names of my most intimate friends, and on the 9th day I spent several minutes trying to recall my own name. I was so insignificant a part of those terrific silences, to have a name hardly seemed worth while. One could forget a great sorrow here within a month. If I had to die within a stated time, I should want to spend the interval within the red walls of the Grand Canyon. The transition to eternity would be so gradual. All along the plateau there are by-trails and half-trails, and old trails where immense herds of wild burros congregate, and the bleached bones of their ancestors lie thick on the ground. Not an hour's ride from the Bright Angel Trail is hidden one of the prettiest spots on earth. A little side path, which few take, leads from it around a great porphyry-colored cliff. Here we made camp after a dry, burning trip, our horses reeking with lather and gasping with thirst. We rode along a little stream choked with cottonwood saplings. "Ride ahead," ordered our sympathetic guide, who had a sense of the dramatic common to most of his profession. He wanted to give us the pleasure of discovering for ourselves. In a moment we came upon it amazed. Gone was the arid Golgotha we had been struggling through. The stream had widened just where a rocky shelf dropped down to shelter it with a high wall. Low-growing trees and shrubs on the other side left an opening only wide enough to penetrate, and we suddenly entered a miniature grotto which seemed more the work of a landscape artist than of nature. The rock and shrubs enclosed completely a green pool, wide and deep enough to swim in. The water was cold and clear, its bottom fringed with thick, velvety moss. The trees met overhead so densely that the sky showed only in tiny flecks on an emerald surface vivified by the reflection of sunlit leaves. The curved rock hiding the pool on 3 sides was covered arm deep from top to bottom with maidenhair fern, and sprinkled through this hanging garden were the bright scarlet blossoms of the Indian paintbrush. As a crowning delight, 3 little white cascades trickled through this greenery into the pool. A nymph would want to bathe here. We were not nymphs, but the weather was hot, the guide discreet, and the pool so hidden it could not be seen 10 feet away. We camped gratefully overnight here. When Indians were plentiful in the canyon, this was one of their favorite camps. Around the corner of the ledge, we came upon some dry caves showing traces of former habitation. In a little stone oven they may have built. I saw the dusty tail of a rattler flicker and disappear among the warm ashes of our fire. The refreshed horses munched all night on the luxuriant grass, sometimes coming perilously near to stepping on our sleeping bags. Topi woke me at dawn. Look! 100 asses were circled about, gazing fascinated at us. When we moved, they galloped to the 4 winds. From Bass Camp, kept by William Bass, one of the pioneer guides of the canyon, it is 20-odd miles by an uncertain wagon trail to Hilltop, for which we started the next morning. Very few of those thousands who visit Grand Canyon yearly even know of the existence of Havasupai Canyon, whose starting point is Hilltop. Fewer visit it. Within its high pink walls is a narrow, fertile valley, watered by a light blue ribbon of water, the land of the sky blue water, celebrated in the popular song by Cadman, the home of a little known and very neglected tribe of Indians, the Havasupai. Havasupai means literally children of the blue water. It is a fairy vale with grottos and limestone caverns, 7 cataracts, 3 of them higher than Niagara, jungles of cacti, mines of silver and lead, springs running now above, now beneath the earth's surface, groves of tropical and semi-tropical fruit, in summer climate as moist and warm as the interior of a hothouse. We reached this heaven over an unimproved trail, so nearly vertical that had it been any steeper our heads would have preceded our feet. Sometimes our horses balked and had to be pulled forward by the bridle, the more nervous becoming panicky and trying to turn back. It takes a bad trail to make a Western bronco do that. Frequently we had to dismount and, avoiding their hoofs, urge them to leap obstructing boulders. Except for the usual mesquite and sage, the trail was barren of vegetation, and the sun found us out and scorched us. Old travelers will speak of Havasupai Canyon as the hottest resort in this world, with even odds on the next. We rejoiced when an hour later we rested under a jutting ledge of cliffs where springs called Topocoba made a malodorous pool which had been fouled by many wild horses. Trees and overhanging rocks gave us moderate relief from the burning sun. We reclined, panting, while the horses' packs were loosened and they made friends with the band of Indian horses which roamed the canyon. This oasis is one of the last links in the story of the Mountain Meadows Massacre, the horror of the '50s. Few knew that when John Lee escaped by what afterward was named Lee's Ferry into the Grand Canyon, and thence by some devious route then known only to himself, and even now known to very few, to this refuge, he subsisted here for nearly 2 years on what he could shoot and trap, while federal officers scoured Utah for him. He found a rich vein of lead which is still unworked, and by melting ore from it, traded it to the Navajos for ammunition. He finally worked his way back to Lee's Ferry, where he was recognized and captured. I was told that he was a relative, I believe an uncle, of General Robert E. Lee. We looked up, on reaching the bottom of the trail, to find Hilltop almost directly overhead, or so it seemed. The descent at this part of the canyon actually measures about 2,600 feet, and a plumb line dropped from a horizontal one drawn over the precipice for 42 rods would strike the bottom of the trail. Every bit of merchandise reaching the little village of the Havasupai must be carried on muleback down this helter-skelter mass of boulders and winding ledges. Once an enterprising superintendent, of whom the Havasupai have had all too few, tried to import a melodeon for the benefit of the church services he instituted for the Indians. It reached the bottom, but it was too entangled with burro bones and twisted wires to be of any use except as a curiosity. To reach the village, one follows the winding river bed for several miles between cliffs of beautifully colored sandstone, flame, pink or purple as the light plays on it. Some of these walls stand nearly 1,000 feet high. The river, nearly dry now and occasionally disappearing underground, had been a torrent in the spring, as we saw from the black water marks high over our heads. During the winter, the Indians are obliged to live in caves halfway up these walls, while the river inundates their villages, carrying away their flimsy willow houses on its tide. Some Havasupai take to Hilltop for the winter. Then, when the river returns to its banks in spring, and the Havasupai climb down from their chilly caves, the valley becomes a little paradise, luxuriant and secret. The little pale blue stream is bordered all along its course with beds of watercress a dozen feet deep, sharpened deliciously by the lime water in which it grows. The bleak and thorny mesquite is transformed by masses of feathery leaves, and its heavily pollened yellow catkins fill the narrow valley with a scent like lilies and willow sap. The willows native to this region wear slenderer leaves than our home trees, and are festooned with fragrant lavender flowers, shaped like doll orchids. Never have I seen such lavishness of cactus in bloom. The prickly pear creeps with its giant claws across the sand, its red blossoms giving place to rows of unsightly purple bulbs, which later in the year make good eating. We gathered armfuls of the watercress, our first bit of green food in weeks, for the West lies mainly by virtue of the can opener, and is yet to discover the value of vitamins. Our horses splashed to their knees in the cooling stream. From time to time a sharp turn in the canyon displayed long vistas from lateral canyons, ending in far-off mountains which may have been part of the father of all canyons. Frequently the river dropped underground, as rivers do here, taking all the spring verdure with it, and reappeared again to make a veritable happy valley, the like of which few ever see on this earth. Narrow at the entrance, it widens to an oval surrounded by 1,000-foot walls glowing with color, its floor of new alfalfa shining like green enamel. Giant shady cottonwoods line the river, and the lazy road meandering beside it along the valley. A deep blue sky, nearly hidden by sun-flecked leaves, arches over rose-red cliffs. Before the agency, women with stolid dark faces and headdresses made of 4 brilliant handkerchiefs sewn together into a long scarf, gathered, chattering with excitement at sight of the white women, making simple friendly overtures, offering us yellow plums, and giggling good-natured at our riding breeches. They themselves wore calico skirts billowing to the ground, in a style popular in the '80s. The agent hospitably put his house at our disposal, though he was preparing to leave soon for another post. He was a homesick man. Life in paradise is bad for the civilized. He and his wife were the only white people in the canyon, and he admitted that at times the Indians were too much with him. While we were there, in fact, they camped all day on his lawn. And since all that he uses must be packed down the trail, he was obliged to dispense with most unessentials and many essentials. It must be admitted, too, that this reservation has been usually neglected by the Indian commissioners, which makes life hard both for the agent and the tribe. Though this natural garden has long harbored various tribes, the length of the Havasupai's tendency and origin is uncertain. They are possible akin to the Wallapis and Yumas. Their history tells of a slow drifting northward from the Tonto Basin, then the San Francisco Peaks, and later the Grand Canyon. Their skin is intensely brown, almost mulatto, their short black hair in ill-kept thatches. Having long known bitter poverty, they lack the beautiful silver trappings of their northern neighbors. The tribe has dwindled to a few hundred people. For years they had to travel more than 100 miles to a government physician. Consequently, tubercular ulcers, trachoma, and other revolting diseases ravaged the tribe, leaving the fortunate survivors so unbeautiful to behold and unpleasant to live among that reservation agents, often inferior themselves, treated them with scant sympathy or open contempt. The men are fair farmers and the women rival the Pomos in basketry, but their remoteness prevents their making a living thereby. Their lovely valley is too narrow for the sheep grazing of the Navajos, and no oil wells have made them millionaires like the Cherokees. With the winter floods, their life becomes meager and rheumatic. The government seems to assume that the unimportant handful, so inconveniently remote, is likely to die out soon, so why trouble about them? Visitors are so rare that we were the center of an admiring group on the agent's lawn. Havasupai, from 9 months to 90 years, freely commented on our every move. They imitated us as we ate apricots and imitated us as we threw away the pits. The chief's wife, a bride from the Wallapai, centered her fascinated gaze on Toby and nearly sent that young lady into hysterics by faithfully repeating every word and inflection she uttered. Though of the sincerest flattery, this mimicry finally palled, and we made our way to what we had been told was a secluded nook of the river, where we might bathe unmolested. Seclusion was essential, as we had to bathe as a small boy does, sans clothes and sans reproach. We found the nook, the river shaded by dense osiers, but its shore bordering the main street of the village. Several Havasupai rode by our swimming hole, and we ducked, in danger, like some of Toby's films, of overexposure. Their heads turned as gentlemen's naturally would in such circumstances, or, not to be ambiguous, away. These Havasupai, though dirty and unread, were gentlemen, according to the definition of a certain Pullman porter I once met. Being about to descend from an upper berth on a crowded sleeper, I had inquired of the porter if the berth below was occupied. "Yes, ma'am," the porter replied. "A man, lady, but he's a gentleman. He turned his face to the wall, and now he is a-shuttin' his eyes. Take your time, lady." I relate our adventure, not to flaunt our brazen conduct. The valley registered 100 odd in the twilight, and you would have done as we did, but to illustrate the rightness of certain Indian instincts, not confined to these few Havasupai. It was the following day, when we explored the lower Cataract Canyon, that we had our supreme experience in bathing, the bath of baths, before which Susannas, Marat, Anna Helds, Montezumas, Hadrians, Messalinas, Dianas, and other famous ablutions were as naught. Our ride took us into the lower village, past the prim board houses the government erects and the Indians refuse to inhabit, to the clusters of thatched mud and reed huts which they prefer. The chief of the tribe sat before his dwelling, his family about him to the 3rd and 4th generation, including his new Wallapai wife. We bought baskets from him, prompting him to call Hanagu after us. "What does Hanagu mean?" asked Toby. "It means fine, all right, how do you do, or goodbye," answered the guide. It seemed a convenient sort of word, as it had several lesser meanings as well. As we rode along, I amused myself by inventing a conversation in Havasupai, quite a long imaginary conversation between two Havasu bucks. It is remarkable how quickly I can pick up a language. First Havasu: "Hanagu, how do you do?" Second Havasu, Hanagu, how do you do? First Havasu, Hanagu, fine. Second Havasu, how are crops? In Havasupai, of course. First Havasu, Hanagu, all right. Second Havasu, Hanagu, fine. First Havasu, Hanagu, well, goodbye. Second Havasu, Hanagu, goodbye yourself. Then the two would pass on, each no doubt thinking of the other. What a card that fellow is, always getting off some new wheeze. Before the chief's Hanagus had died out, we were riding through an enchanting glade, half forest, half orchard. Golden, luscious apricots hung so low that we picked handfuls as we rode under the trees. Then the tangle of half-tropical growth grew thicker, till the whole red-walled valley was a mass of feathery verdure. It opened suddenly upon the river at a broad, quiet ford, through which the horses splashed eagerly. "Look back," said the guide. Over our shoulders we saw a sight that alone would have repaid us for our 2 days' ride. Framed by the green jungle, a delicate, exquisite white waterfall high above us fell into a series of rocky basins, with the water from these making smaller shadows and rapids until it reached the ford. They were the Navajo Falls, which in a country less prodigal of wonders would have a reputation all to themselves. As we continued up and down through the thicket, a veritable flight of stone steps, too steep for descending on horseback, dismounted us, and again quite casually we looked to our right and saw falls twice the height of Niagara. But Niagara cannot display the same background of vivid cliffs, long canyon vistas, tangled and matted with tropical trees and vines, nor its perfect pool of aquamarine. But to name a waterfall Bridal Veil is like naming a Smith offspring John. Mooney's Fall, the third and grandest of all in this rare canyon, was more appropriately named, though whether in reverence or irreverence is hard to judge. For this was doubly Mooney's Fall. Mooney was a prospector, intent on investigating some of the rich veins of lead, gold, and silver still unexplored in this canyon. In descending a cliff sheer enough to daunt anyone but an old prospector, he lost his hold. His skeleton was found months later by our own guide, William Bass, at the foot of the falls now bearing his name. Sheer precipices lead to the pool at the base of the cascade, and to reach it we left our horses and entered a limestone tunnel, ingeniously worked in and out of the soft rock, and thus threading our way finally reached the bottom, and stood exulting in the suddenly cool air, electric with white spray falling into the great pool below. Like the caves through which we crawled, the cliff behind the falls was of red limestone, not solid rock, but like carved lace, or rather like the Japanese wave symbol, which seemed to have frozen eternally when at its crest. And this was covered with ferns and moss and bright flowers, while bluebirds flashing over the pool in flocks were singing their joy at reaching this cool haven. Here was our bath de luxe. I am sure no king or courtesan ever found one more nearly perfect. While the guides explored another canyon, we swam to our heart's content, cool for the first time in days. The white lime bottom gave the pool a jewel clearness. Though it came to our shoulders, it looked only a few inches deep. Spray drenched, we swam as near as we dared to the great cascade, which set the pool dancing in eternal waves. When we finished our swim, we were invigorated as if a dozen masseuses had spent the day over us. Our last night in this Eden, known only to a few brown Adams and Eves, when the heat becomes too intense for sleep indoors, I took a blanket and spread it under the trees. The full moon made the little valley more of a paradise than ever. I lay and watched the light climb the massive cliffs that wall in the canyon entrance, till it reached the two grotesquely shaped pillars surmounting either cliff. The Havasupai have a legend concerning these monoliths, so oddly perched that they command oversight of the whole village. They are not really rocks, but gods, the tutelary gods of the tribe. One the Havasupai call the Old Lady, while the other is naturally the Old Man. For centuries they have guarded their people. Yes, but the breath of scandal touches even gods, and even gods of stone. For one morning years ago a chief of the tribe rose unusually early and saw — don't let it go any further, although I had it very straight — he saw the old man returning hastily to his rock. At 4 o'clock in the morning, mind you. Easy enough to guess where he'd been. But I fell asleep watching, and when I awoke the old man and old lady were still sedately on their pillars. Well, that was a long time ago, after all, and gods will be gods. End of section 16.